Hunting Hollywood greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 176: Catwoman. Simon gestured to Valeria Garlino to wait, picked up the phone and said, "Joe, what's up?" On the other side of the phone, Jonathan Friedman had heard the news that Daenerys Pictures was conducting surprise drug tests on the final 10 candidates for the leading actor of Batman, and called to help plead for them. After listening to Jonathan Friedman patiently, Simon's tone did not allow for much negotiation. He said, "Joe, before the casting began, Daenerys Pictures had already specifically reminded us that if they could not clean themselves up during the casting period, I really don't think there is any reason to give them a chance. I know this kind of thing is very common in Hollywood, but this is how the world is. Those first-line celebrities who have already achieved success can just go back and forth between the Bedford Rehabilitation Center and the movie set, and can be so drunk that they can shoot drug rehabilitation public service advertisements, but they can't. They are just small people, and small people should have the consciousness of small people, so I'm sorry. Valerie, she has come over and is sitting opposite me. Then, let's talk when you have time, bye." After hanging up the phone, Simon looked at Valerie Garlino across from him. This Italian actress with beautiful curly hair and cat-like light eyes is only 22 years old this year, but her acting resume is by no means simple. 2 years ago, Valeria Garlino won the Best Actress award at the 43rd Venice Film Festival for her role in the Italian film Love Story. However, in the original time and space, except for the heroine of Rain Man, Valeria Garlino has not appeared in other well-known films. Even her famous work Love Story is just a low-profile art film. Simon still remembers some gossip about Valeria Garlino and Julia Roberts competing for the heroine of Pretty Woman. She and Roberts were the last two candidates. The public reason why this actress lost the election was that her accent was not standard enough, and more inside stories were unknown. Because of the unsuccessful development in Hollywood, this actress with a high starting point later returned to the European film circle like many European actresses who failed to enter Hollywood. Across the desk, Valerie Garlino held the bag on her knees with both hands, patiently waiting for the young man opposite to look at her for a moment, and then whispered, "Mr. Westeros, please tell me, what do you want me to come for?" Simon did not answer, but just asked, "Have you seen Batman?" Valerie Garlino was very nervous when she suddenly received Simon Westeros' invitation. Her agent and Jonathan Friedman, the vice president of the company who is close to Westeros, did not know the reason. After more than a year in Hollywood, Valerie Garlino did not get many film contracts, but heard a lot of gossip. There are many bigwigs in the circle who like to summon a certain actress to their side for the reason of negotiating work and attending parties, and then some things happen naturally. She recently participated in Rain Man. It is said that Simon Westeros watches the movie every week, and he must have noticed her in the process. However, after receiving this invitation, Valerie Garlino just rushed over after a little hesitation. In any case, men like beautiful women, and women also like beautiful men. Simon Westeros is a handsome, talented, young and rich guy. Hearing Simon Westeros mention Batman, Valerie Garlino's original uneasiness suddenly calmed down. It turned out that there was something serious. It was something that the whole Hollywood was looking forward to. However, she inexplicably felt some disappointment or something else in her heart. After being stunned for a moment and feeling Simon Westeros's patient gaze on her, Valerie Garlino quickly reacted, shook her head honestly, and said, "Sorry, Mr. Westeros, I haven't seen Batman. I grew up in Italy." Simon just nodded and asked, "Do you have any other film contracts now?" Valerie Garlino remembered the heroine role in the costume epic Spring Rush that Polish director Jerzy Skolimowski had been preparing for 2 years, which was about to be negotiated. After a little hesitation, she shook her head decisively and said, "No." Here's the thing, Simon didn't ask any more questions, and said, "I saw your performance in Rain Man and your performance materials in previous films. They are all very outstanding. So, I would like to invite you to play the heroine in Batman. What do you think?" Valerie Garlino remembered Deanery's Pictures' high-profile audition for the male lead of Batman, and subconsciously asked, "Don't you need an audition?" I said, "I've seen your performance." "So, Mr. Westeros," Valerie Garlino asked again, "what kind of role will I play?" "Catwoman," Simon said. "Do you know? As a popular anti-hero female character that appeared in the first issue of Batman that year, although Valerie Garlino had not read the comics, she had heard of it." After carefully recalling the information about Catwoman, Valerie Garlino nodded and said, "Selina Kyle." "Yes, Selina Kyle," Simon nodded and said, "if you plan to play this role, you can read some comics next. However, the information about the origin of Catwoman in DC Comics is very confusing, so you still need to figure out the role according to my script in the end. It is not easy for European actresses to develop in Hollywood, which is very exclusive in nature." Valerie Garlino thought of the young man's miraculous directorial resume, and no longer hesitated, saying, "Mr. Westeros, then, what's next?" Simon smiled and said, "Do you know why I chose you?" Valerie Garlino was stunned and shook her head. "Your acting skills are excellent enough, which is very important, because the Selina Kyle I want is difficult for an ordinary voice actress to play well. I watched the sample of Rain Man repeatedly before confirming to let you try this role, because you are younger than Cruz and Hoffman, but in the sample, you show a kind of soothing power that is almost maternal. You can calm down the two anxious protagonists. Bruce Wayne in Batman is a character who has experienced childhood trauma. Although he is very powerful, he is only a human being after all. He will also be hurt in the process of fighting against evil and also needs comfort. So, I hope that you can continue to retain this trait in Rain Man when shaping the role of Catwoman." After Simon finished speaking, he looked at Valerie Garlino, whose face was still filled with a bit of girlishness, again and said, "In addition, you are only 22 years old. This is also very important. Selina Kyle is an agile female thief. In the comic setting, she has a gymnastics background and is proficient in fighting. To play this role, the actor must undergo a certain intensity of physical and combat training. In this regard, older actresses often find it difficult to bear, but it is not a big problem for you. Of course, this process will definitely be very hard. Are you willing?" Valerie Garlino did not hesitate. She nodded a few times like a chicken pecking at rice. She realized that her reaction seemed too eager, and suddenly felt embarrassed. Simon naturally didn't mind, and continued, "Also, although I like your accent, it is difficult for North American audiences to accept Catwoman speaking with an Italian accent. So, in the next 6 months, in addition to physical training, you will also need to take accent lessons." Valerie Garlino showed a surprised expression this time. "Half a year?" "Yes, half a year," Simon nodded, and said, "That's what I was going to say right away. If you agree to act, we will sign the contract before the end of the month, and then, you probably won't be able to accept any other film contracts for the next year. It is common for Hollywood to spend a year or two for a role," and Valerie Garlino quickly realized that the heroine of Simon Westeros' new film was completely worth the time cost, and she wouldn't have any better choice in Hollywood. "No problem, Mr. Westeros." After figuring this out, Valerie Garlino nodded quickly and said, "Can I take a look at the script first?" The script is still being revised, and, in order to keep it absolutely confidential, even the male lead will not see the complete script before filming begins. Simon shook his head and refused. "This is not because I don't trust you, but in this circle, there will always be people who will do whatever it takes to get similar revelations, and it's hard for you to guard against them." Valerie Garlino showed an understanding expression, and then she didn't know what to say. Her light-colored eyes looked at Simon, and suddenly dodged. She actually wanted to ask about the pay, but she also knew that it was best for the agent to negotiate such matters. Simon noticed the change in Valerie Garlino's expression, and just smiled and said, "That's it for now. We will contact WMA for the next matter, and you can go back first." Valerie Garlino stood up, politely came over to shake Simon's hand again, and turned to leave the office. When she arrived at the parking lot, she still felt like she was dreaming. The heroine of Simon Westeros' new film, a super production like Batman. It was so easy to get it. Those actresses in the company who always laughed at their outsider status must be jealous to the point of going crazy now, right? Feeling a kind of uncontrollable excitement all over her body, Valerie Garlino did not get in the car immediately, but walked to a nearby phone booth and dialed a number. It was past the end of the working day on the East Coast, and the call was transferred at a hotel in Manhattan and successfully reached the agent. The agent far away on the East Coast heard her just now. He was obviously too excited and told her to stay where she was and he would fly back from New York immediately. After hanging up the phone, Valerie Galino's excitement calmed down a little, but she couldn't help but think of the situation when she met Simon Westeros just now. Inexplicably, she felt a little regretful. He said he liked her accent, but unfortunately he didn't say anything else. What a guy who is hard to figure out. Simon has been so busy recently that he has no time to think about other things. After finishing the meeting with Valerie Galino, he rushed to Daenerys Special Effects, which had just been reorganized and integrated by two companies. There were important arrangements in the evening, and around 5:30, Simon returned to the mansion in Malibu. Inside the villa, Simon called a few times after entering the door, but got no response. After searching for a while, he found Janet in the studio facing the sea in the villa. The woman was concentrating on painting a new work standing beside the easel. On the canvas was a beautiful blue sea and blue sky, a bit like the Malibu sea view outside the floor-to-ceiling window at this time. However, a long spiral staircase appeared between the sea and the sky. On the narrow staircase, various strange-shaped figures were climbing up, and some were diving down, appearing hasty and disorderly. Some people fell from the stairs in the collision. Janet has tried many art genres, but her favorite is still this weird surrealist style, which is probably due to her personality. Simon stood quietly behind the woman without disturbing her, and Janet did not greet him. After more than 10 minutes of silence, the woman stopped painting and turned to Simon, asking, "How is it?" Simon went forward and hugged the woman's waist, looking at the painting in front of him and said, "There is a kind of deep-rooted contradictory psychology in human beings. People in hell look forward to heaven, and people in heaven think that hell may not be bad, so most people spend their time on the road, even if they are broken into pieces." Janet smiled, turned her head and pecked Simon's face, then broke away from his arms and said, "Help me pack up, I'm going to change clothes." Because of her rich wealth, Janet has always been the kind of person who is determined to enjoy life. She originally had the idea of selling some paintings to earn a living, but after being with Simon, she gradually lost this idea and just treated it as a hobby. The woman is now mainly responsible for managing the Simon and Janet Westeros Foundation established by the two and acting as Simon's housekeeper for all kinds of shopping. In the evening, she will attend the media preview of Basic Instinct. There is still a month before the film is released, and it is usually a bit early to hold a preview at this time. However, the promotion strategy that Daenerys Pictures and Fox finally discussed was to use the strong controversy of Basic Instinct to rouse the public's attention and interest in the film. In the original time and space, Basic Instinct first appeared at the Cannes Film Festival and caused strong controversy. But this time, the film was not completed before Cannes, so everyone could only take this advanced preview method. Fox specially invited a large number of well-known film critics from the East and West Coasts of the United States to come to Los Angeles to participate in this preview. It is expected that the effect will not be much worse than the Cannes premiere. The preview will start at 7 o'clock. Since Daenerys Pictures owns half of the rights to Basic Instinct, Simon attaches more importance to this film than the currently popular Pulp Fiction. Simon himself did not plan to change his clothes. He helped Janet pack up her painting tools and walked out of the studio. Janet quickly changed into a close-fitting light pink dress. A string of pearls was just right on her white neck. She was wearing white high heels and holding a purse in her hand. Coming out of the cloakroom, the woman handed Simon a folder and said, "The detective agency's investigation report on Sophia Fessy was just delivered this afternoon. She's a very interesting woman. You can read it on the way." Chapter 177 Polarization. The preview of Basic Instincts was held in a theater in Century City, Beverly Hills. Simon and Janet set out from Malibu and read Sophia Fessy's investigative report on the way. There are too many cases of wealthy celebrities who have encountered bad luck because of the wrong people, and many of them have broken up. The affairs that Sophia Fessy is responsible for are closely related to Simon's private life, so he is very cautious about this matter. Simon is very satisfied with Sophia Fessy's resume in the report. An ordinary girl from a small seaside town in Corsica, France, she graduated from the French Public University of Ten, majoring in administrative management. The woman's academic performance in college is amazing. She graduated at the age of 22, worked in an investment company in Paris for 3 years, and unexpectedly entered the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich to study business administration, but dropped out after only 1 year and married her ex-husband Paul Brini. Paul Brini is a French businessman who runs a red wine business. The Brini family owns its own wineries in popular wine-producing areas such as Bordeaux, Provence and the Loire Valley in France. However, this marriage only lasted for 3 years and ended in failure. Sophia Fessy obtained custody of a pair of children. In recent years, she has been working in a real estate agency in Nice, which is adjacent to Cannes, and has performed very well. Simon flipped through the information in his hand page by page. Janet came to his side and asked after a moment, "How is it?" "Very interesting, right?" In addition to the main resume, the report also contains some descriptions of Sophia Fessy's marriage with her ex-husband who is 11 years older than her and the reasons for the divorce. During the divorce process, this woman successfully seized the custody of a pair of children by claiming that Paul Brini had a bad record of domestic violence, but the price she paid was only a one-time alimony of 5 million francs, which was almost gone after paying for the expensive divorce litigation costs that lasted for a year. Obviously, the businessman named Paul Brini is also a decisive and ruthless person. The data shows that Sophia Fessy's 2 children are now only 7 and 5 years old. The assets of the Brini family exceed 300 million francs, but Paul Brini has not paid a penny for his children's support in recent years. When Simon heard Janet's question, he stretched out his hand and pinched her chin, and said with a smile, "You just have a good family background. You don't know how difficult it is for a helpless woman to come this far, but you find it interesting." "No." Janet shook Simon's hand away dissatisfiedly, snatched the investigation report, flipped through a few pages, and handed it back, saying, "Look, it's actually here. The businessman recently wants to regain custody of the 2 little guys. He encountered an accident while traveling on a yacht 2 years ago, and he should have lost his fertility. Look at Sophia Fessy, it's not accidental that she agreed to work for you. She wants a strong support that can protect herself from losing custody." Simon browsed through the pages of information in front of him, just smiled, and said, "It's the boss's responsibility to protect his employees. Since you are so interested in this matter, you can come forward when needed." Janet really seemed very interested, showing a wicked little expression and nodding and humming a few times. Seeing that the woman was about to become a spirit, Simon quickly reached out to suppress her. After being attacked under the ribs, Janet immediately smiled and softened. The preview started at 7 o'clock. Simon and Janet arrived at a theater in Century City AMC Cinema line 10 minutes in advance. In order to promote the preview as much as possible, Fox made the preview quite grand and even arranged a red carpet. A large number of media reporters and enthusiastic fans holding various posters gathered outside the theater. Simon and Janet got off the car, and the crowd, which was originally well organized, suddenly became agitated. If it weren't for the security guards to stop them, the crowd would almost rush to the 2 of them. Seeing this situation, Simon did not accept the interview, but simply cooperated with the photo taking and hurried into the theater with Janet. The 2 were led by the staff to lounge first. Fox chairman Barry Diller and Fox film president Ronald Goldberg had arrived in advance. In addition to Brian De Palma, Michael Douglas and other main creators of Basic Instinct, there were also some big-name film critics in the lounge. The preview was about to begin, and everyone did not greet each other too much, and soon entered the screening room and sat down. Simon took Janet, Barry Diller and others to sit slightly forward. Looking around, the medium-sized screening room with more than 200 people was almost full. All of them were media reporters and film critics from all over North America. This also shows that Fox Film spared no effort for this preview, and most of the people's food, accommodation and travel expenses were borne by Fox. Everyone sat down, and there was nothing special next. The lights dimmed and the film screening began soon. After a short and psychedelic opening, a naked passion scene appeared in front of everyone, which caught many film critics off guard. Although Simon's previous Pulp Fiction was very bloody and violent, it did not use nudity as a selling point. However, this passionate scene was just the beginning. When the woman suddenly pulled out an ice pick and stabbed the man under her mercilessly, blood splattered, and some media reporters and film critics in the screening room were almost stunned. Is this Simon Westeros's script? Is this the script written by Simon Westeros, who created a long list of outstanding films such as Run Lola Run, The Butterfly Effect, Final Destination, and even the recently amazing Pulp Fiction? In the screening room not far from the main creators, Terrence Rafferty, a famous film critic from The New Yorker, waited until the opening plot ended, glanced at the figure of the young man not far away in the dim light, and asked Richard Schickel, the chief film critic of Time magazine, who was also frowning, "Is it possible that someone else's script has Westeros' name on it?" Richard Schickel also looked in a certain direction and shook his head and said, "I think if it weren't for the contract with Fox Film, Westeros would not agree to put his name on this film." Terrence Rafferty thought about it and couldn't help but nodded. However, he soon felt that perhaps other well-known directors or screenwriters would try their best not to be associated with controversial films, but a young man like Westeros who doesn't play by the rules might not care about these. Pulp Fiction has also caused a lot of controversy recently. A youth protection organization in New York State even protested to the state government because of the straightforward description of drug injection in Pulp Fiction, demanding that the film be banned. Now, Westeros has just recklessly squandered violence and started to show eroticism nakedly. I really don't know what he will do next. Terrence Rafferty is a fan of the Batman comics. Looking at some suggestive plots that can be seen everywhere on the big screen within less than half an hour of the opening, he is even a little worried that Simon Westeros will make Batman into an R-rated film that is not suitable for children. God is really too kind to that young man. Perhaps he should suffer some setbacks this time. With this idea in mind, Terrence Rafferty turned his attention back to the big screen. Even if he wants to criticize this film, he must still watch it carefully. After putting in the effort, Terrence Rafferty soon noticed the performance of the leading actress Linda Fiorentino. He didn't actually know the name of this actress, but he remembered that she had played a weird sculptor in Martin Scorsese's After Hours. Although he was very disgusted with some elements of this film, Terrence Rafferty had to admit that, like Sandra Bullock in Run Lola Run, Meg Ryan in When Harry Met Sally and Nicole Kidman in Pulp Fiction, Simon Westeros once again picked the right heroine. However, for the same reason, it may be difficult for this actress to get rid of her positioning as an erotic film actress in Basic Instinct next time. In addition, the performance of the newly crowned Best Actor Michael Douglas is also remarkable, and Brian De Palma has fully demonstrated his preference for Hitchcock in the film. Moreover, in addition to the ubiquitous sexual elements, the core of this film is just like its name, Basic Instinct. In the final analysis, it shows the deep-rooted desires and human instincts driving a person's behavior. The femme fatale also uses human instincts to manipulate the men around her. However, her behavior may also come from the dark instincts in human nature. After the screening, Terrence Rafferty unknowingly discovered that if the sexual part of this film was removed, it would still be a film worth savoring. But think about it, if those elements were really removed, this film named Basic Instinct would definitely lose a lot of color. This is a contradictory proposition that cannot be achieved at the same time. More than 2 hours passed quickly. When the ending subtitles rose, Terrence Rafferty was still savoring the plot of the film just now. Richard Schickel beside him suddenly came over and whispered, "Roger left early." Terrence Rafferty was stunned for a moment before he remembered. There may be more than one person named Roger in this screening room, but the one that Richard Schickel could point out without his last name could only be Roger Ebert, the famous film critic in Chicago. Because of the preconceived notions brought by the opening, Terrence Rafferty still had some prejudices against the film he had just watched, but after watching the entire film, he was no longer so disgusted in his heart. Out of some thoughts of intellectuals looking down on each other, Terrence Rafferty smiled with a bit of ridicule and said, "It's normal. Roger Ebert has never liked this kind of suspense and thriller type of film." Terrence Rafferty said it very tactfully, but Richard Schickel laughed knowingly. As one of the few top film critics in North America who can be called a master, Roger Ebert's film review style has always been known for its gentleness, but there are exceptions for certain types of films, that is, the thriller and suspense type. There is actually a certain illusion in this. Many years ago, a high-spirited young man planned to become a screenwriter and liked thriller and suspense films. However, the scripts he wrote were rejected again and again, and the young man had no choice but to change his career and become a film critic. Because of his tragic experience as a screenwriter, this film critic who changed his career halfway and finally became a big star was particularly harsh on thriller and suspense films. After chatting and laughing for a while, Richard Schickel saw that the subtitles on the big screen were about to end, and he couldn't help asking Terrence Rafferty beside him, "Are you going to Fox's reception next?" Terrence Rafferty was a little hesitant. He was still very interested in Simon Westeros and originally planned to take this opportunity to chat with him. However, Fox's reception was obviously a public relations event, and the previous air tickets and hotel accommodations were taken with peace of mind. After all, it was for work. But in this situation, if he went to the reception again to lobby, Terence Rafferty felt that it would be difficult for him to make too harsh comments on Basic Instinct. Although Terence Rafferty's impression of Basic Instinct was not too bad after watching the whole film, he was reluctant to let his views be influenced by others. Turning his head and looking around, in addition to Roger Ebert, there were obviously some other people in the screening room who had left early. Obviously, although they received various hospitality from Fox Film, a large number of people still expressed their attitudes in this way. Perhaps those people would not accept Fox's return tickets next time. Retracting his gaze, Terence Rafferty thought about it and said, "Forget it, I will go back to the hotel early. I have to fly back to New York tomorrow." "Charlie, what about you?" Richard Schickel also nodded and said, "I will go back to the hotel too." Before the movie was over, Ronald Goldberg kept hearing his assistant report that someone had left early. Fox intended to adopt a controversial marketing promotion strategy, which was correct. But now, Ronald Goldberg was a little worried. If the reputation of Basic Instinct completely collapsed, there would be no controversy next. The reception was held at the nearby Century City Intercontinental Hotel. More than 30% of the more than 200 film critics who attended the preview did not show up again after the screening, which cast a shadow on Ronald Goldberg's heart again. Since last year's The Butterfly Effect, Fox's performance has suddenly improved, and this summer's Flying Beyond has unexpectedly succeeded. The company originally had high hopes for Basic Instinct, and Ronald Goldberg also expected that he could accumulate qualifications and get a bonus with Basic Instincts before he officially left this fall, so as to accumulate more capital for his new company after leaving. But now, things have suddenly become uncertain. After a warm exchange of greetings among the crowd, Ronald Goldberg roughly figured out the attitudes of the film critics. In short, it is strongly polarized. At the same time, due to the high expectations for Simon Westeros, this polarized reputation is actually more inclined to the side of criticism. Obviously, Basic Instinct will definitely be controversial in the future, but the reputation may become very bad. Ronald Goldberg was not sure whether the audience would still pay for a controversial but poorly reviewed film, even if it was Simon Westeros's film, or, especially because it was Simon Westeros's film. With this worried mood, Ronald Goldberg walked over to Simon and Barry Diller, who were chatting, looked at their relaxed expressions, and couldn't help asking, "You don't seem to be worried at all." Chapter 178 Controversy. When Simon heard Ronald Goldberg's question and felt Barry Diller looking at him inquiringly, he explained with a smile, "Ronald, I reminded everyone before the filming started that the reputation of Basic Instinct might not be as good as last year's The Butterfly Effect." Ronald Goldberg was still a little worried. He gestured to the crowd around him and said, "Simon, no one left early during the preview last year. This film doesn't have a sophisticated plot setting like The Butterfly Effect. Its selling point is actually its controversy." Simon noticed that no one else was coming over, and lowered his voice a little to Ronald Goldberg. "Ronald, what Fox has to do next is to control this controversial public opinion trend. If we hold on until the film is released next month, we will win." The publicity and promotion strategy of Basic Instinct has undergone many internal discussions, and Simon's words did not bring much peace of mind to Ronald Goldberg. "Of course I understand, Simon. I'm just worried that we may not be able to control the media direction at all. If it really goes wrong, then I can only say it's a pity." Simon spread his hands, feeling helpless about Goldberg's indecisive character, and said, "Ronald, we all know that the film business has always been full of risks." Ronald Goldberg also felt Simon's emotions to some extent, looked around, and said, "Okay, you guys chat. I'll go say hello to Garrett from Variety, hoping to get more good reviews." Simon watched Goldberg leave and asked Barry Diller, "Barry, has Fox found someone to replace Ronald?" Barry Diller nodded and said, "I plan to let Joe Ross be the president, and Rupert is also satisfied with him." "Simon, do you know Ross?" "I've heard of him, but I haven't met him." Simon answered, thinking that it was Joe Ross. In the original Time and Space, the president of Fox during this period was Joe Ross. The famous producer who started in the 1970s had the greatest achievement during his tenure at Fox, which was to discover the most popular comedy film in Hollywood history, the Home Alone series. Joe Ross just turned 40 this year. He currently runs a production company with several partners. He has participated in the production of movies such as Bachelor Party, a hit movie starring Tom Hanks in the early days. He is well known in the industry, but not the top. Therefore, Joe Ross is not qualified to join a game of musical chairs among the 7 Hollywood companies. However, neither Rupert Murdoch, an outsider in Hollywood, nor Barry Diller, who is only 46 years old this year but wants to strengthen his control over Fox Film, want to find another executive with rich experience in Hollywood like Ronald Goldberg to manage the company. Joe Ross has been in the industry for more than 10 years. He has good experience in both participating in production and running a company, but at the same time he does not have a deep foundation in Hollywood. It seems just right to hire him to be in charge of Fox Film. "I'll introduce you guys next time," Barry Diller said, and then turned to say, "Simon, after Basic Instinct, I still hope that we can continue to cooperate. You said before that you hope to cooperate with Fox TV Network, but Deaneries Pictures doesn't seem to have much interest in cooperating with us on these reality shows." Simon said calmly, "Barry, this is because the conditions offered by Fox are not ahead of other TV networks. Although it is already the 4th largest national TV network, Fox TV Network still has a big gap in strength compared to the traditional 3 major TV networks of ABC, NBC, and CBS. It's just the most basic number of affiliated TV stations. The number of affiliated TV stations of the traditional 3 major TV networks in North America exceeds 200, but the number of affiliated TV stations of Fox TV Network is only more than 100. Moreover, in order to save costs, Fox TV Network currently only operates 2 hours of prime-time programs, while the 3 major TV networks are 3 hours from 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock. These factors have limited the audience base of Fox TV Network. Deaneries Pictures actually promoted several reality show plans to Fox TV, but the conditions offered by Fox TV were not enough for Simon to ignore its disadvantages in all aspects. Barry Diller is definitely a very shrewd and visionary business manager. It was Barry Diller who persuaded the hesitant Ronald Goldberg to sign the unprecedented contract between Fox Pictures and Deaneries Pictures for the Final Destination project, and Fox also benefited greatly from it. Because of Simon's continuous box office success, Barry Diller carefully studied several reality show proposals from Deaneries Pictures. In his opinion, Survivor has the greatest possibility of causing a sensation, followed by the Big Brother proposal. In fact, North America has never lacked variety shows of answering questions, so Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was ranked 3rd by him. As for the last Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, Barry Diller felt that it was completely the young man's personal interest. He seemed to have just ruined the marriage of the beautiful actress named Nastasia Kinski. Barry Diller also knew that Deaneries Pictures had put forward 4 program proposals at one time, and the target was the 4 major TV networks in North America. Fox obviously only had one chance to bet. After thinking for a moment, Barry Diller said, "Simon, let's be honest. I want to get Survivor. What kind of cooperation plan do you want?" "Barry, the most important thing for Fox Network right now is to expand its audience. As for profit, this is obviously secondary, right?" Simon looked at Barry Diller and continued without waiting for his answer, "So, if Fox wants to get Survivor, the cooperation plan is very simple. You get the audience and Deaneries Pictures gets the profit." Barry Diller shook his head and said, "Simon, this is too harsh. The cost of running a TV network is very high. I can't allow the platform in my hands to become a tool for others to make money, and Rupert will not agree. Barry, we regard Fox Network as a farm that is being developed, and the program in Deaneries Pictures happens to be the farmer responsible for pioneering. If you want this farmer to give up other farm jobs that have already been put on track and turn to your side, you must pay a higher salary. Only if the area of Fox Network's farm expands rapidly can you make more profits in the future." "Of course I understand this," Barry Diller said, "but, Simon, I don't know the workability of the farmer you recommended to me." Simon also shook his head and smiled, "Actually, I don't know either." Barry Diller thought of the pilot of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire next Monday. This program has been intensively prepared recently. He even went to the trial shooting site in New York to watch the recording effect in a low-key manner. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire does give him some special feelings that are completely different from traditional quiz shows. However, this program has already belonged to ABC, and Fox obviously cannot get involved again. The bleak TV autumn schedule caused by the writers' strike is an opportunity for Deaneries Pictures, and it is also an opportunity for Fox TV Network, which is still very weak compared to the other 3. If one or two sensational TV programs can be launched this fall, the popularity of Fox TV network among North American audiences will immediately increase significantly. Just like the later internet companies that burned a lot of money to expand the user base, Fox TV network is also in the stage of burning money. If the reality shows in Simon's hands can be a big success, Barry Diller does not mind giving up profits for ratings, but he does not want to sign a contract with Deaneries Pictures that may prove to be a big joke. There are only 3 days left before the broadcast of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. After hesitating for a moment, Barry Diller decided to wait for another 3 days. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He persuaded Goldberg to boldly agree to the cooperation plan of Final Destination, but when it came to him, he inevitably hesitated. However, Barry Diller also made up his mind that if Who Wants to Be a Millionaire received a good response, he would definitely take at least one of the 2 reality shows he had set his sights on. Although there is still the idea of using several reality shows in his hands as bargaining chips to exchange New World Entertainment from General Electric, for Simon, in addition to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which has been handed over to ABC, Survivor is undoubtedly the most valuable of the remaining 3 projects, but others certainly don't know this, and Simon has no intention of handing Survivor over to NBC. On the contrary, if NBC's ratings for this fall season are even worse, General Electric may be more cooperative with itself. After all, no one would think that Deaneries Pictures would only have these 4 reality show plans. The official recording of the first episode of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire will be held this weekend. Simon has to rush to the East Coast early tomorrow morning, so he didn't stay too long at the cocktail party. At 10 o'clock, he took Janet back to Malibu. The next morning, because it was Saturday, all major newspapers generally withdrew from the most content-rich issue of the week. Basic Instinct, which had just been screened, quickly became the focus of media discussion and caused strong controversy as expected. In terms of the most basic film review reputation, Basic Instinct is actually better than The Butterfly Effect, which was also a collaboration between Simon and Brian De Palma last year. Overall, it was about 5 points, which did not meet the passing grade, but it did not completely collapse. Variety gave a very positive review, a sleek, powerful, and thought-provoking erotic thriller with a strange and strong appeal. Rolling Stone praised the film as a scarlet dream created by Simon Westeros, and Linda Fiorentino's performance was impressive. In addition, major media such as the New York Times and the Seattle Times also gave positive reviews. However, the negative reviews of the film were even more intense. Roger Ebert criticized the film mercilessly in the Chicago Sun-Times, saying that except for a simple plot that is as predictable as a crossword puzzle, all other elements are just useless garbage. Simon didn't know whether he should feel honored to be able to use the word garbage bluntly by such a master film critic. Terrence Rafferty, a film critic for The New Yorker, also criticized Basic Instinct as a boring story that diverts the audience's attention through sex and violence. Other newspapers such as Time and the Chicago Tribune also published critical comments. Moreover, due to the subject matter of Basic Instinct, this polarized media reputation quickly went beyond the scope of film reviews and quickly affected the content of the film itself. A film critic who claimed to be a loyal fan of Simon published a critical article in the Los Angeles Times the next day, fiercely accusing Simon of selling violence through Pulp Fiction and selling eroticism through Basic Instinct, and then publicly announced that he would stop being a fan. Although Mark Hollington, the independent writer from the East Coast who publicly questioned Simon during the Lola Run period, was not invited to participate in the preview, he jumped out again this time and published an article in the Daily News, which was opposed to the New York Post, criticizing the excessive description of sex and Basic Instinct and accusing Simon of lacking social responsibility. In the following days, the media controversy that gradually began to rage became more and more intense, even developing to the point of personal attacks. A film critic from the San Francisco Chronicle published an open letter, questioning whether Simon, who had produced 2 extremely uncomfortable films, Pulp Fiction and Basic Instinct, might have become mentally ill again and should return to a mental hospital for treatment. The critic also claimed in the open letter that Basic Instinct should definitely be classified as NC-17 and asked the MPAA to re-rate Basic Instinct. After the open letter was published, many critics who criticized the film also spoke out again, calling on the MPAA to re-rate Basic Instinct. Before the preview, Basic Instinct had already received an R rating from the MPAA. The MPAA's rating committee is actually in the hands of the 7 major companies, who check and balance each other and occasionally use it to suppress second and third-tier film companies. Generally speaking, film companies will appeal or re-edit and submit ratings when they think that the ratings of their films are too strict. There has never been a case where a film that has been confirmed to be rated has been reconfirmed to a stricter rating. There was a lot of controversy in the media, but many people in Hollywood actually understood that unless there was completely one-sided public pressure or other strong factors, the rating of Basic Instinct would not change. But if you want Basic Instinct to have a greater social impact, you can only wait until the film is released. Obviously, once the film is released, the rating will be even more irreversible. Therefore, Daenerys Pictures and Fox were not disturbed by this controversy, but secretly fueled it, further increasing the controversy of Basic Instinct to attract public attention. Fox also deliberately suppressed the statement that the MPAA rating committee attempted to explain to the outside world. On the other hand, in order to show that they do not lack social responsibility, Fox and Daenerys Pictures also issued a joint statement on the new Monday, urging theaters showing Basic Instincts to conduct stricter age review to ensure that no teenagers who do not meet the viewing conditions will enter the theater. Of course, whether this will arouse the curiosity of teenagers is not something that film companies can control, because teenagers are born rebellious. Chapter 179, Millionaire begins broadcasting. Simon did not have much time to pay attention to the strong controversy caused by Basic Instinct. He flew to New York on Saturday morning to participate in the official recording of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. After initially drafting a more than 20-page project plan based on his memory, Simon has also regularly attended the production meetings of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in the previous months of preparation, and continued to provide a lot of opinions on the creation of the question bank, link setting, contestant selection and even the most detailed on-site atmosphere of this reality show. When the real recording began, the project team, which had conducted multiple test shoots and rehearsals in advance, was already at ease, but Simon still decided to watch it in person. After all, the success or failure of this reality show is related to whether Daenerys Pictures can successfully enter the field of TV program production. Because Who Wants to Be a Millionaire itself tends to be a variety show, it is relatively simple to produce. The project team started recording 7 pilot programs for a week, starting on Saturday, and they could just complete the entire pilot plan while shooting and broadcasting. However, this process is not easy. Over the 2 days of the weekend, everyone in the project team worked for more than 10 hours, and Simon was no exception. On Sunday, he was busy until 10 o'clock in the evening. After watching the final sample of the first episode with everyone and confirming that it met his expectations, Simon relaxed a little. June 20th, Monday. A new week has arrived in a blink of an eye. The media discussion of Basic Instinct is still going on. Simon rarely sleeps in and gets up at 9 o'clock in the morning. In the morning, he went to the apartment on 5th Avenue to check the decoration effect. After that ridiculous night with the 3 of them, Kathryn happened to be producing Blue Angel in New York again. Janet forced her to supervise this matter. Kathryn had done some interior design work in the 1970s, and she had more experience in this area than Janet. At noon, he had lunch with Kathryn and talked about some things about Blue Angel. During the time, the woman rejected Simon's suggestion to go to his place tonight, claiming that she had to attend a party in the circle in the evening. Simon said that he was very happy to meet some people in the New York film circle with her, but he just rolled his eyes. After all, the woman didn't want the relationship between the two to be known by too many people. In the afternoon, he met with James Raybould as usual to discuss some matters of Westeros Company. After the debt for equity swap plan was confirmed, James Raybould had cleared out Westeros New World Entertainment shares again during this period. Although Simon was determined to acquire Marvel, he would not choose to be a sucker again if he could save half of the funds. There was no need to secretly buy New World Entertainment shares. After completing various acquisitions and investments during this period, the $100 million loan that Westeros had just obtained was almost gone again in a blink of an eye, and Simon had no plans to increase his debt in the short term. James Raybould will focus on managing Westeros' existing business for a long time. In the past 6 months, the North American stock market has continued to recover. However, because the Westeros portfolio stimulated a strong rebound in the technology sector last year, the rise in the technology stock market has slowed down significantly compared to other sectors in recent months. As of last week, The total value of Westeros's technology stock portfolio of listed companies was approximately $1.76 billion, and the scale of other non-listed company shares and real estate investments was approximately $150 million. Due to the success of When Harry Met Sally in Pulp Fiction, the industry's valuation of Deaneries Pictures is around $300 million. Minus the total debt of Deaneries Pictures and Westeros Company of $200 million, Simon's personal assets have reached $2 billion. Forbes' Global Rich List this year is expected to be released in August. If Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Basic Instincts can be successful, Simon's net worth will definitely continue to increase. More than $2 billion in personal assets are enough for him to squeeze into the top 50 of the Global Rich List. In the underground parking lot of the building where Westeros headquarters is located, James Raybould watched Simon's car leave, and a series of data flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh again. Feeling his daughter looking at him with confusion, he came back to his senses and said to Jennifer with a smile, "Let's go back. Your mother will prepare dinner tonight." The father and daughter got into their car. James Raybould started the car and left the parking lot before asking his daughter, "Do you think Who Wants to Be a Millionaire will be successful?" Simon had already told James Raybould in advance some ideas about using the reality show project in his hands as a bargaining chip to exchange for New World Entertainment from General Electric. Jennifer heard her father's question and said, "I think it's very interesting. As for the ratings, we'll know tomorrow." James Raybould paused and asked, "Didn't Simon tell you what he expected from the show?" Jennifer felt some other meaning in her father's words and felt a little embarrassed, but she still said, He is very confident in the show." James Raybould turned the steering wheel and passed a street. He turned his head and glanced at his daughter and said, "Jenny, you have to know that some things need to be fought for by yourself." This was very straightforward. Jennifer blushed slightly and couldn't help but think of every bit of working for Simon. To be fair, she did have the idea of snatching the man from Janet. It's just that staying by his side, maybe because she was too busy, or maybe because of something else, in short, it was basically difficult for her to have some thoughts about snatching men. In most cases, she just unconsciously thought that as long as she could stay by his side and work for him all the time, it would be enough. She always felt that she was a person who was easy to satisfy. The father and daughter returned to their home in the Upper East Side. Jennifer's mother, Carol Raybould, had returned early and was preparing dinner. James and Jennifer went to the kitchen to help. The family of three had a warm dinner, and then they sat in front of the TV in the living room together, chatting about some things, waiting for 9 o'clock. The broadcast time of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is 9 o'clock in the evening. ABC did not give the most golden 8 o'clock time slot, and of course, it did not throw this show to the least important 10 o'clock time slot. Deaneries Pictures could not ask for too much. Moreover, because ABC was unwilling to invest money to promote this reality show, Deaneries Pictures could only invest $2 million on its own to place TV, newspaper and magazine advertisements. However, this part of the expenditure was equivalent to the budget of a week's pilot episode, and the early audition work to build momentum for the show was also invested a lot. In addition, in order to retain the initiative as much as possible, Deaneries Pictures did not look for sponsors to share the investment for the pilot episode. Therefore, in the pilot phase alone, Deaneries Pictures invested nearly $5 million in all aspects of this project. This is equivalent to a quarter of the budget for the entire season of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It is conceivable that if the show fails, Deaneries Pictures' lavish investment will definitely become a laughingstock in the industry. 9 o'clock. On the TV screen, the picture switches, and the show officially begins with the host Regis Field's deliberately accelerated introduction. Regis Field is the original host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Before Deaneries Pictures found him, Regis Field was still a sports host at a local TV station in New York. After receiving the invitation from Deaneries Pictures and realizing that he could break into the programs of the four major mainstream TV networks, Regis Field did not hesitate to quit his original job and devote himself to the production of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. In the living room of the Raybould family, as the elite class of this society, because of their rich private social life, the Raybould couple have never been very interested in TV programs on weekdays. However, from the beginning of the show, the host's introduction, the hot atmosphere on the scene, and even the details such as lighting and music, unconsciously led them into a certain atmosphere, especially the ultimate prize of $1 million specially introduced by Regis Phil. Even the Raybould couple, whose annual income far exceeds this figure, found it difficult to calm down. Who doesn't want to become a millionaire in an instant by simply answering a series of questions? Coincidentally, the first contestant to appear was a lawyer, about 40 years old, in the prime of his life, with a very brilliant resume. Regis Phil did not rush to start answering questions, but skillfully talked to the lawyer about his motivation and determination to participate in this program. This seemingly inadvertent detail further set off the atmosphere on the scene. When the question answering officially began, the expectations of both the guests on the scene and the audience in front of the TV had reached the highest level. In the final analysis, the success of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire does not lie in answering questions, but in the mobilization of the audience's emotions during the question-answering process. Seeing that a question may determine the ownership of a large sum of money that one may only earn in a month, a year, or even a lifetime, it is bound to be difficult for the audience to divert their attention. This is actually the reason why the industry generally regards Who Wants to Be a Millionaire as a reality show rather than a traditional variety show. Because the core of the show is show. In front of the TV, the Raybould family was somewhat contemptuous when they saw the lawyer on the screen being eliminated because of a mistake about the Great Lakes and finally taking away only $8,000. Americans are still very familiar with the Great Lakes, at least many people think they are very familiar with the Great Lakes. This is actually a strategy. In the process of creating the question bank, Simon specifically emphasized that as much as possible, he should find questions that are closely related to North American audiences or at least make people feel familiar. If the questions are too niche, the audience will inevitably think that this show is just embarrassing people, and it will be difficult for the show to attract too much popularity. Although these questions are very down to earth, it is definitely not an easy thing to get the right answer, and this is still the case when the contestants have been selected in advance. If the contestants on the stage can only answer one or two questions correctly or even none of them, the show will be in trouble. After the lawyer left the stage in a somewhat dejected manner, Regis Phil quickly introduced another contestant. Such a quiz competition that always touches people's hearts makes the 1-hour show time pass quickly. The show did not deliberately pursue the integrity of the answering session. Because of time reasons, the first episode ended after the last contestant answered 5 questions correctly in a row and accumulated a considerable bonus. Although the actual recording has been completed, the subsequent plot will continue tomorrow. The pilot episodes of the next week will basically adopt this strategy of leaving the tail. Because of their familiarity with Robert Iger, the Raybould family also has some understanding of the TV network. When the 1-hour TV show ended unknowingly, the Raybould family had a premonition that this show would definitely be very successful. How could such a show fail to be successful if it can make people feel that time has passed for an hour without them feeling it at all, and they cannot be distracted by other things throughout the whole process? However, the Raybould family still didn't expect how successful this show would be. Because of the busyness of the past few days, Simon went to bed early last night and didn't watch the show in front of the TV. He had watched it too many times during the production stage, and it was impossible for him to increase the ratings of the show by sitting in front of the TV himself. Simon woke up early the next morning. He had to return to the West Coast today. He planned to finalize the casting of Batman in the last week of this month. The last surprise drug test eliminated 3 of the last 10 candidates. Simon was satisfied with this result, at least he didn't reduce the number of candidates by more than half. Moreover, based on information from all aspects, he had basically confirmed the last few targets. Next, he only needed to conduct some auditions and confirm the details of the contract. ABC had previously informed Simon that the first day's ratings data would be notified to him after work hours. However, around 8:30, Simon had just finished breakfast when the phone in the living room rang. Simon thought it was someone else, so he went to the living room to answer the phone. Robert Iger's voice, which was obviously suppressed with excitement, immediately came out. "Good morning, Simon." "Morning, Bob." Simon stood by the phone, without beating around the bush, and asked directly with a smile, "What's the result?" It was not yet time to go to work, but Robert Iger was already at the headquarters of ABC TV Network in Rockefeller Center in Midtown. Moreover, he was surrounded by many other ABC executives, even ABC Chairman Tom Murphy was here. Although there is a time difference between the East and West Coasts, according to the experience of Nielsen and other survey agencies that have been sampling and statistically analyzed for a long time, there will not be too much error between the relevant data and the actual ratings. So, The first-day audience of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire reached 13.65 million according to preliminary statistics. 13.65 million is more than twice the passing line of 6.5 million viewers set by ABC for this program, and this is only the first-day result, of the unpopular summer TV season. The show created a viewership figure that was beyond everyone's expectations on the first day of broadcast, and no one would doubt that the popularity of this show will continue to rise. Chapter 180 Ben. During Simon's call with Robert Iger, ABC also faxed more detailed audience data. On the first day of broadcast, the audience of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire reached 13.65 million, with an audience percentage of 13%. Moreover, the ratings of the core audience aged 18 to 49, which is the most important for TV networks and advertisers, also reached 5.9, which means that 5.9% of all core audiences aged 18 to 49 in North America watched the show last night, regardless of whether they turned on the TV. According to the total size of this group of people in North America, about 120 million, the specific core audience reached 7.1 million. All of these far exceeded ABC's previous expectations. Due to viewing habits, the number of viewers in North America during the summer is only 60% to 70% of the popular autumn season, so ABC set a passing line of 6.5 million viewers for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. The reality is that the core audience size of this show, which is only 18 to 49 years old, has reached this level. Next, even if the ratings of the pilot episode for a week are only 13.65 million on Monday, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is destined to become a popular program with a viewership of 20 million in the fall season. Seeing the first-day ratings of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, ABC executives generally began to regret not finalizing all the cooperation conditions in advance. Now, although they have a certain degree of initiative, at least Deanery's Pictures will not be able to sell Who Wants to Be a Millionaire to other TV networks, but ABC wants to ensure this program, but it has to pay a high price. Robert Iger said on the phone that ABC wanted to have a meeting with him immediately to finalize more details of the cooperation. However, since the program has been successful and may be more successful in the future, Simon will naturally not be as anxious as ABC. Declining Robert Iger's invitation to the meeting, Simon flew back to the West Coast as planned. In the next few days, as the popularity spread further, the ratings of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire continued to rise. Following 15.5 million on Tuesday and 16.8 million on Wednesday, the pilot episode also reached a peak in ratings on Thursday, with 17.3 million viewers, an audience percentage of 18%, and a core audience rating of 8.2, 10.2 million, for viewers aged 18 to 49. If we calculate based on the average that the summer season is equivalent to 65% of the autumn season's audience base, the 17.3 million viewers in June are equivalent to 26.6 million in the autumn season. Even in this era when cable TV is still dominant and public television networks are still dominant, there are only a handful of TV programs that can reach 26.6 million viewers. Therefore, when Who Wants to Be a Millionaire began to become popular among the audience, the North American media immediately noticed this reality show that suddenly appeared. The New York Times did not hide its amazement that Simon Westeros seemed to have suddenly created a miracle again, and even a cultural phenomenon that has not been seen for many years. In just a few days, Regis Phaire's scalp-numbing multiple-choice questions have become the most concerned topic of the entire American people. Some friends around me have even suggested that George Bush and Michael Dukakis give up those boring debates of mutual abuse and accusations, and decide who will become the next president of the United States by participating in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. The operating conditions of ABC TV network in recent years are actually not very good. After Warren Buffett and Tom Murphy acquired the TV network for a huge sum of $3.5 billion in 1985, due to internal turmoil caused by the change of ownership, ABC TV network lost $70 million and $30 million in 1986 and 1987 respectively. If there is no Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, ABC TV network is destined to continue to lose money this year due to the Hollywood screenwriters' strike. For a large media group, if it is just a simple loss, the loss of tens of millions of dollars is completely within its tolerance range, but the continuous decline in the stock price of ABC TV network's parent company Metropolitan ABC Group caused by the loss is not what shareholders and management want to see. As the pilot episodes became more and more successful, ABC became more and more eager to finalize the cooperation plan as soon as possible. ABC executives also generally hoped to make Who Wants to Be a Millionaire a permanent program on the TV network starting from July, rather than just the original 69 episodes to fill the schedule to cope with the lack of programs in this fall. So, after a few days of reluctantly holding on, Daniel Burke, president of the Metropolitan ABC Group, personally came to Los Angeles on Thursday to discuss the specific cooperation matters of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire with Deaneries Pictures, Santa Monica. In an audition room at the headquarters of Deaneries Pictures, Simon and Terry Semel sat in the middle, and other staff members stood or sat around. On the other side of the audition table, a man and a woman were performing. The woman was Valerie Garlino, who had been confirmed to play Catwoman Selena Kyle, and the other tall man was named Adam Baldwin. When it comes to the surname Baldwin, it is always easy to think of the famous Baldwin brothers in Hollywood. However, Adam Baldwin is not a member of the Baldwin family. Adam Baldwin is 26 years old this year. He made his debut in 1980. His most famous role before was a savage soldier in Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket. In Simon's memory, this Hollywood actor with a famous strip face has also starred in many films such as Independence Day, Firefly, and Serenity, but these are all supporting roles. Adam Baldwin was mainly a TV actor in the original Time and Space. He has played regular roles in well-known American TV series such as The X-Files, Bones, and CSI. Among the last batch of candidates for the leading actor of Batman of Deaneries Pictures, Adam Baldwin's advantages are very obvious. He debuted at the age of 18, has rich acting experience, has no bad habits, and his appearance, image and age also fit most of the characteristics of Bruce Wayne. Therefore, today is the last audition for Batman. If confirmed, Bruce Wayne will be completely finalized. In the performance venue, Adam Baldwin and Valerie Garlino were obviously well prepared, and they worked out a performance clip given by Simon in great detail. This audition scene is about Batman just finishing a battle with a villain, and Catwoman came out to help Batman at a critical moment. After spending many times together, Batman has developed feelings for Catwoman, but he stubbornly refuses this feeling, and Catwoman also has a good impression of Batman. Although they are just wearing ordinary clothes, both of them are already very into the role. Adam Baldwin, according to the script requirements, carried a staff member who served as a prop and placed it on a chair in the corner. This is a criminal that Batman has just caught. Valeria Garlino followed closely, her expression showing a bit of fatigue after the battle. Seeing that Batman ignored her, she couldn't help feeling some resentment. She changed herself into Batman's identity and said in a sarcastic tone, "Thank you, Selena, thank you for your help at the critical moment. You behaved like a hero." Batman still stood there, turned around hesitantly, and rarely said in defense, "Everything is under control." Catwoman came over like a little wildcat, put her hand on Batman's shoulder, and said, "Yes, yes, now, be a good girl and give your fearless hero a kiss." After saying this, Catwoman leaned forward to kiss Batman, but was firmly pushed away by Batman. The Catwoman who was so affectionate just now suddenly changed her attitude. With a fickle personality like a cat, she stretched out her claws and grabbed Batman's face without hesitation, but was easily caught by the wrist. After subduing Catwoman, Batman's tone remained cold. He looked down at the struggling little wildcat in front of him and said, "You acted well." Catwoman leaned forward again, and her tone turned charming again, "Then why don't you act along?" Batman shook off Catwoman's wrist, took a step back to distance himself from her, and shook his head slightly. "No, I'm not acting, and I never will." Catwoman watched Batman turn away, took a step forward, but stopped immediately, her tone adding a bit of sarcasm. "Oh, what does this mean?" "This means, Selena, we're done here," Batman said with his back to Catwoman, then turned around again and said, "This means that we can't, I can't. Gotham needs a guardian, I need to protect this city." Catwoman listened to Batman's words, stepped forward again, stretched out her hand and gently placed it on Batman's shoulder. The little wildcat just now had a bit more gentleness and compassion in her temperament, and said, "But I don't need your protection." Batman raised his hand, not knowing whether he wanted to press the back of Catwoman's hand on his shoulder or to push her away again. After a pause, he put his hand down again and said, "Selena, I have to go." Catwoman rubbed Batman's shoulder for a while, and finally took her hand back, saying, "Okay, see you next time. I don't want to see you again." "Oh, how is that possible?" You are Gotham's volunteer policeman, and I am a bad guy. The police must come to catch bad guys, right?" After saying this, without waiting for Batman to answer, Catwoman took the initiative to step back and walk away. Batman stood there and watched Catwoman disappear, and turned to leave. After the performance, everyone in the audition room applauded softly. Simon also clapped his hands. After Adam Baldwin and Valerie Garlino nodded to everyone and temporarily left the audition room, he asked Terry Semel beside him, "Terry, what do you think?" "Excellent," Terry Semel nodded affirmatively, and then said, "But, Simon, for a $50 million production, isn't it a bit hasty to choose the two of them? Valerie Garlino is okay, but Adam Baldwin, to be honest, if you hadn't put his information in front of me, I wouldn't even know who he is. Don't you know it now?" Simon said with a smile on his face, "and, by the end of next year, everyone will know this name, just like Christopher Reeve, the male lead of Superman back then." Terry Semel knew that Simon had made up his mind and Warner had no decision-making power on this matter. He said a few simple words and stopped persuading him. The two continued to talk about some production matters, and Terry Semel got up and said goodbye. Adam Baldwin and Valerie Garlino were already waiting in another meeting room. Simon sent Terry Semel away and sent away other staff in the audition room, leaving only Jonathan Friedman and two other agents, Matthew Stilter and Eileen Borman, who were the agents of the male and female protagonists of Batman. Although WMA has tried to strengthen the collaborative mechanism through reforms in the past 2 years, it is obviously not so easy for a talent agency that has been established longer than the Big Seven to make changes. Adam Baldwin and Valerie Garlino each have their own agents. Although Jonathan Friedman is the vice president of WMA, he cannot get a share from this cooperation. However, in order to expand his influence and strive for the opportunity to become the next president of WMA, Jonathan Friedman took the initiative to coordinate after trying to push Matt Dillon, who is in his hands, to the position of Batman in this casting process without success. The other two agents naturally joined Jonathan's faction. None of the four sat down. Simon stood beside the audition table and said to Adam Baldwin's agent Matthew Steele, "I heard that Adam is getting married soon." Matthew Steele nodded, "Yes, he has a girlfriend he's been dating for 5 years." Simon didn't beat around the bush and said, "Let him postpone the wedding for 2 years. I don't want to see something like Robin Williams, who divorced his wife of many years as soon as he became famous. If he is still willing to continue to marry his girlfriend after Batman is released, Daenerys Pictures will give him a generous wedding gift." Robin Williams rose to the top at the end of last year with Good Morning, Vietnam and divorced his first wife of 10 years this year. Matthew Stilter agreed, "I'll find time to talk to him." Simon shook his head and said, "Let's talk tonight and give me a result tomorrow. Tell him that this is a test of his relationship. Of course, if he insists on marrying his girlfriend, Daenerys Pictures has no objection. But, as I just said, I don't want to see a guy divorce his wife just after he becomes famous. So, let him sign a generous prenuptial agreement with his girlfriend, the kind that will make the man so distressed that he can't divorce." Jonathan Friedman and the other two couldn't help but smile bitterly when they heard this. Simon stopped bargaining with them. When they were about to leave the audition room, Amy Pascal hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in. She just glanced at the other three and said to Simon, "Simon, the Producers Guild has just issued a ban. The Producers Guild said they will no longer purchase any television shows from production companies that have signed contracts with the Writers Guild in advance." Chapter 181, A Fish in the Pond? Exclamation mark. Today is Friday, June 24th. Just yesterday, after a new round of voting, the Writers Guild of America once again rejected the latest contract proposed by the Motion Picture and Television Producers Alliance, which means that the Hollywood writers' strike, which has lasted for 3.5 months, will continue. The Motion Picture and Television Producers Alliance represents more than 350 film and television entertainment companies in the United States, with 7 major Hollywood studios and 4 major broadcasting networks as the core, but it cannot represent all of them after all. Due to the long-term strike, the business has been unsustainable. Since last month, many second and third-tier small production companies have been forced to sign the contracts required by the Writers Guild, including some defectors from the Producers Guild. The strike has been going on for so long, and a situation of both sides suffering has been completely formed. Many people have a premonition that the Producers Guild will settle accounts with those production companies that compromised in advance, and Simon remembers the actual progress of the matter. However, standing at the door of an audition room at the headquarters of Daenerys Pictures, Simon couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard the news Amy suddenly told him. He asked tentatively, "The Producers Guild didn't mention Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in the announcement, right?" Simon had not joined the Writers Guild, and Daenerys Pictures had not joined the Producers Guild yet. During the entire strike, he originally just wanted to watch from the sidelines. However, the emergence of a phenomenal reality show like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire that did not require the participation of screenwriters destined Daenerys Pictures to be unable to stay out of it. Feeling Simon's hopeful gaze, Amy shook her head regretfully, also smiled bitterly, and said, "It was mentioned." Jonathan Friedman and the other two listened to a few words of Simon and Amy's conversation, roughly understood what was going on, and took the initiative to avoid it. Simon returned to the audition table and sat down, frowning and thinking. Before the strike, because of his refusal to join the Writers Guild, Simon's several scripts last year had been ignored by the WGA, so he won nothing in the awards season at the beginning of the year, which was actually nothing. But now, the war between the Writers Guild and the Producers Guild has reached a fever pitch. Daenerys Pictures launched a popular show called Who Wants to Be a Millionaire that can completely get rid of the screenwriters, which is equivalent to giving the Producers Guild a nuclear weapon that can decide the outcome of the war. Moreover, Daenerys Pictures has more than one nuclear weapon in preparation. The Writers Guild rejected the Producers Guild's contract again yesterday. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire happened to achieve an impressive viewership of 17.3 million last night in such an unpopular summer season, which has already shown a certain tit-for-tat situation. The Producers Guild decisively announced a ban today and deliberately brought up Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and the counterattack was fierce. It can be imagined that in the next negotiations, the Writers Guild, which is already at the end of its strength, will definitely not have any advantage. Even if there is no tit-for-tat intention, in this situation, Daenerys Pictures has completely offended the Writers Guild. The relationship between the Writers Guild and production companies is essentially that of an employee and a boss. The Producers Guild can ban production companies that have signed contracts with the WGA in advance, but the Writers Guild cannot ban Daenerys Pictures without a clear reason. Reality shows such as Who Wants to Be a Millionaire obviously cannot constitute such a reason. However, as long as there is a chance, the Writers Guild will definitely make trouble for Daenerys Pictures in the future. The most direct thing is that it will become very difficult for Daenerys Pictures films to win awards such as the Oscar for Best Screenplay in the future. It can be said that in the war between the Producers Guild and the Writers Guild, Daenerys Pictures, a fish in the pond, can no longer stay out of it. When Amy closed the door and came over to sit down, Simon had already made up his mind to cover up the water. From beginning to end, he never had the idea of leaning on the side of the Writers Guild, which would not be of any benefit to Daenerys Pictures. Thinking of this, Simon looked up and asked Amy, "How is the negotiation with Daniel Burke?" Amy shook her head and said, "ABC rejected our offer of $2 million per episode. They were only willing to give $1 million. Based on 20 million viewers, in the 1980s, the price of a 30-second advertisement for such a program in the popular autumn season could reach $200,000. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is a 1-hour program, but the program content is actually only 45 minutes, and the other 15 minutes are advertising time. In this way, the revenue from each episode of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire can reach $6 million. The cost of operating a national television network is very high. Among the more than 200 affiliated TV stations in North America, the number of TV stations directly under the TV network is actually not large. A large number of local affiliated TV stations broadcast the TV network's programs in the prime time every night, just like movie theaters distribute studio films, and they must get enough returns. Counting the operating expenses and program purchase costs of the TV network, the income that the TV network can get is actually not much. Take Who Wants to Be a Millionaire for example. The estimated advertising fee for each episode is $6 million. The operating expenses of the TV network itself and the share of the franchise TV stations will account for a 50%, and the remaining 50% is the part of the revenue that the TV network and the producer can share. It is actually very reasonable for Daenerys Pictures to take $2 million of the $3 million in revenue. After all, in theory, Daenerys Pictures also has to bear the production costs of the program. However, the reality is not so. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is not one of those ordinary autumn TV series with 23 episodes per season. If there are only 23 episodes per season and $2 million per episode, Daenerys Pictures can only get a total of $46 million. Excluding the theoretical production costs, the net income that Daenerys Pictures can obtain is even lower. But, in fact, according to the original contract, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire will reach 69 episodes per season, which is 3 times the number of episodes of an ordinary one-hour TV series. At $2 million per episode, the total income that Daenerys Pictures can obtain will soar to $138 million. Let's talk about the cost. According to the initial estimate, the production cost of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is $20 million per season. However, Daenerys Pictures also holds the right to place advertisements in the program, such as the host's long list of brand names and the bottles and jars on the guests' desks. ABC was not optimistic about the ratings of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire at the beginning, so it took the initiative to let go of this part of the income so that Daenerys Pictures could offset part of the production costs. Now, with the current popularity of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, there are countless brands willing to spend a lot of money to sponsor it, and this part of the income is enough to completely offset the production costs of the program and make a profit. Daenerys Pictures sold the program to ABC, and no matter how much it can get per episode, it is equivalent to net income. If ABC follows Daenerys Pictures' offer, it can only make less than $70 million in profit from this project per season, perhaps not even half of Daenerys Pictures' income. It is obviously difficult for ABC to accept that Daenerys Pictures, a small program producer that has just entered the industry, earns more than twice as much as itself. Simon looked at Amy's expression and found that his female executive seemed unable to accept this, so he smiled and asked, "Amy, how much do you think we can negotiate?" $1.5 million. Amy noticed the smile on Simon's face and felt a little guilty for some reason, but she still quoted her own price and added, "The company has recently received sponsorship applications from many companies such as ET, Mars, HP and IBM. Mars alone has offered $20 million. They want to become the main sponsor of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. ABC's offer of $1.5 million per issue and everyone will share the profits equally should be the best result." Simon did not comment and said, "What about the others?" Amy said, "ABC also asked to change the contract. They hope to participate in the production of the program. In addition, they hope to order more episodes and start broadcasting officially from July. However, I don't think this is a good idea. Putting too many programs in a short period of time will cause the audience to quickly become aesthetically fatigued and shorten the screen life of the program. So, I think one season a year is enough. The half-year break between each season can keep the audience fresh as much as possible, and we also have more time to adjust and innovate the program." In Simon's memory, after Who Wants to Be a Millionaire became popular, ABC TV network continued to broadcast this program all year round without restraint, and even increased it to 4 episodes a week. As a result, all the potential of this reality show was tapped in just a few years. In comparison, Survivor, which has a better rhythm control, has been produced continuously for more than 10 years. Therefore, Simon agreed with Amy's point of view very much. "You are right, Amy. Rushing to produce more programs may bring us huge profits in the short term, but it is difficult to last long. So, we insist on this point and there is no room for bargaining." Amy nodded, and continued, "In addition, ABC also hopes to get Survivor. Survivor can't be given to them, and Big Brother can't be given to them." Simon rejected without hesitation and said, "If they still want it, the only option is the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. By the way, have you selected a few candidates for the Real Housewives?" Compared with the importance he attached to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Survivor, Simon invested much less time and energy in Big Brother in the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. When Amy heard Simon's question, she smiled in a different way and said, "Not many people signed up originally, but after the broadcast of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, many people called in the past few days to participate. The project team is reconfirming some candidates based on the situation. How about the company prepare a party and you choose them yourself?" Simon moved closer to Amy and whispered expectantly, "Will their husbands attend?" Amy rolled her eyes obviously and said, "Boss, if there's nothing else, I'm going to work." "Okay, just kidding." Simon sat up straight again, his expression turned serious, and said, "Amy, there is no law that states we can't make more money than the TV network. So, $2 million per episode, we won't bargain on this either. ABC can make $1 million from each episode, which is more than what most of the TV network's programs can bring it. The most important thing is, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire can also improve ABC's overall ratings, which is actually more meaningful to the TV network, and they can't be unaware of it. So, we insist on $2 million. If ABC disagrees, the project will be temporarily shelved, and they can look for programs that can make more money for the TV network. Amy moved her lips, but nodded, and said, "Then, Simon, what about Survivor and Big Brother?" Amy obviously didn't want to ask about Simon's bad taste anymore. Simon didn't mind and said, "I talked to Barry Diller last time. The basic strategy of these two programs is that we get profits and the TV network gets ratings. But we haven't proved that Survivor and Big Brother can achieve the success of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So, we can only take a gamble." Simon shrugged and said, "If the TV network doesn't even have this courage, there's no point in talking." After the two finished talking about these, they were about to get up and get busy, and Amy suddenly remembered something and said, "Simon, it's almost July, and we should prepare for next year's film projects." "I know that too." Simon spread his hands and said, "But, do you have time recently?" "No." Amy shook her head and glanced at Simon. Obviously, he didn't have time either. Studios usually start preparing for next year's film projects a year in advance. If it is a blockbuster film, it will often start production in the second half of the year. Deaneries Pictures' current production plan, excluding Batman, can only last until next year's Easter at most. Moreover, the projects that can be left for next year are basically Kathryn's Blue Angel and two low-cost independent films from Sundance, Metropolitan and Sisters, which are obviously not very attractive. However, although the scale of Deaneries Pictures has been expanding, the company now has a lot of projects, and everyone is so busy that they can't take care of next year at all. It takes time to cultivate a company team. The current projects under Deaneries Pictures have reached the limit of what Simon can take care of. He can't blindly continue to hire some people and then throw those projects that may be a big hit in his hands. Being too eager will only lead to failure. It would be a pity if some films fail. In the final analysis, Deaneries Pictures is still too weak. Simon couldn't help but want to take down New World Entertainment as soon as possible. After all, in addition to Marvel, which he must get anyway, New World Entertainment also has a complete film and television production and distribution team. Even if this team is not first-rate, it is definitely more reliable than searching for a team with equal pay everywhere. Thinking of this, Simon said to Amy, "Well, you can pay attention to whether there are some good projects in Hollywood recently. If possible, we can participate in the investment. When Harry Met Sally and Pulp Fiction have been confirmed to bring huge profits, but the payment cycle is very long." Amy Pascal has been carefully watching the company's cash flow. Now, with the success of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, these problems are immediately solved. Next, whether it is the sponsorship fees from advertisers or the advance deposit from ABC TV network, it can bring a large amount of cash flow to Deaneries Pictures in a short time. If it weren't for this, Amy would not have mentioned this to Simon temporarily. The small company has spread such a large stall, and Amy originally just wanted to finish all the projects in her hands seriously. As for next year's things, we can only talk about it next year. Standing up and walking out of the audition room with Simon, Amy nodded and said, "I will pay attention." Chapter 182 Rain Man wraps up. Over the 3 days of the weekend, the ratings of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire fell, but the average audience of the show in the 7 days of the full week of pilot episodes was still as high as 15.6 million, making it the highest-rated TV show in North America this summer. However, it was difficult for ABC to accept the $2 million per episode offer insisted by Deaneries Pictures. After several fruitless negotiations, the negotiation team led by ABC President Daniel Burke simply returned to New York, seemingly intending to stalemate with Deaneries Pictures. Deaneries Pictures was more calm and began to negotiate with several other TV networks for the remaining 3 reality shows. On the other hand, after the Producers Guild issued a ban on production companies that signed contracts with the Writers Guild in advance, the WGA filed an antitrust lawsuit with the federal Supreme Court on the following Monday against the Producers Guild's move, demanding that the Producers Guild's suspected monopoly and unfair competition be stopped. Both the entertainment industry and the media watching knew that the WGA's lawsuit would definitely win. But at the same time, Everyone also understands that the Producers Guild will never honestly implement the judgment in the future, and those production companies that signed contracts with the WGA in advance will not be able to avoid the fate of being bullied. After more than 3 months of strikes, the WGA began to show signs of instability. After a whole quarter without any income, some screenwriters who could not hold on began to ask the WGA to relax the strike regulations. On June 27, 16 members of the Writers Guild jointly submitted a plan to the WGA, proposing temporary terms that screenwriters can sign contracts with production companies during the strike but not perform them temporarily. Being able to sign contracts with production companies, screenwriters will be able to get part of the advance deposit to maintain their livelihoods. As for not performing the contract temporarily, this is completely a cover-up. The relevant proposal was rejected by the WGA without any surprise. However, this incident completely exposed the weak state of the WGA. Many media began to predict that if this situation continues, the strike organized by the Writers Guild of America is likely to have catastrophic consequences. In the worst case, a large number of screenwriters who can no longer sustain will announce their withdrawal from the union, and the WGA will face collapse. This is not without precedent. In the history of the United States, strikes in the textile industry, automobile industry, and newspaper industry have all failed and led to the disintegration of the union because the strike party refused to compromise. However, this situation has not happened in Hollywood yet. When things got to this point, the Producers Guild began to become strong. The new contract plan was voted down by the WGA, and the Producers Guild took the initiative to propose that the next negotiation would be held in August. Before that, the representatives of the Producers Guild would not have any contact with the WGA. At the same time, the Producers Guild also confidently stated that major TV networks would develop more reality shows that do not require the participation of screenwriters based on the successful experience of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire to fill the upcoming autumn schedule of TV series. Such an announcement almost doomed the 1988 strike to become the longest strike in Hollywood history. The WGA was in a bleak situation, but Daenerys Pictures seemed to be thriving. Not only was it exposed by the media that it expected to make hundreds of millions of dollars in profits from each season of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but it also continued to provide TV networks with so-called reality shows that were enough to destroy screenwriters' jobs. Therefore, the screenwriters, who were in the most anxious state, quickly pointed the finger at Daenerys Pictures. In the last few days of June, many people holding signs to express their dissatisfaction appeared outside the headquarters of Daenerys Pictures, which immediately attracted the attention and reports of the media. Cautiously dealing with this situation, the work inside Daenerys Pictures was not affected much. The contract between the male and female protagonists of Batman was finalized in the last week of June. Adam Baldwin, who will play Bruce Wayne, signed a 5-film contract with Daenerys Pictures for a period of 15 years. In the core salary clause, Adam Baldwin's first film salary is $300,000. This is a high number for a small actor who has only played supporting roles in some film and television dramas. However, considering the difficulty of shooting Batman, Simon still generously gave this salary. Daenerys Pictures will also bear the expenses of Adam Baldwin's physical training in the next 6 months. However, after the first part, Adam Baldwin's salary will increase with a base of up to $3 million. Simply put, Adam Baldwin can only get a maximum salary of $3 million from the second part of the sequel, $6 million for the third part, $9 million for the fourth part, and $12 million for the fifth part. Of course, there is no profit-sharing clause. In this era, in addition to the stars who rely on profit-sharing to get a salary of tens of millions of dollars, there are no superstars in Hollywood whose basic salary can reach tens of millions of dollars. Therefore, neither WMA nor Adam Baldwin himself has any objection to this contract. Simon knows that in the next few years, with the continued rapid expansion of the European market and the videotape market, the salary of Hollywood stars will increase significantly. Even if calculated according to the global box office performance of $500 million of the first Batman in the original time and space, Adam Baldwin may not be satisfied with only a salary of $3 million for the sequel. However, despite his dissatisfaction, Simon is not worried that Adam Baldwin will have a reversal. In addition to the 15-year contract period and the predetermined salary plan, the contract also stipulates many other restrictive terms. In order to avoid conflicts between the types of other film roles Adam Baldwin takes during the contract period and Batman, any film contract Adam Baldwin has outside of Batman needs to be approved by Daenerys Pictures. This means that if Daenerys Pictures does not nod, Adam Baldwin will not be able to play any role other than Batman during the next 15-year-long contract period. If Adam Baldwin wants to terminate the contract early, it is not impossible, but he must compensate Daenerys Pictures for 3 times all the income during the contract period he has fulfilled and within 3 years after the contract is terminated. This harsh and expensive breach of contract clause is enough to completely bring Adam Baldwin back to his original form. As for Valerie Garlino, who plays Catwoman, Daenerys Pictures has signed a contract with her for 3 films. Considering that in the original time and space, Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow in the Marvel Cinematic Universe was able to get a top salary of $20 million, second only to Robert Downey Jr., and even exceeded all other superhero actors, Daenerys Pictures also signed a rainy day clause with Valerie Garlino. Although she is the youngest actress at the Venice Film Festival, the value of European actresses in Hollywood has never been high. Good quality and low price, this is actually one of the important reasons why Simon chose her to play Catwoman. Valerie Garlino's salary for the first trilogy was $200,000, which is slightly lower than Adam Baldwin. For the next 2 film contracts, Daenerys Pictures gave a salary increase base of $2.5 million, with a maximum of $2.5 million for the second film and a maximum of $5 million for the third film. Simon does not intend to let Valerie Garlino play the first female lead in all 3 trilogies. If the actress performs well enough in the first part, Simon plans to take one of the 3 contracts she signed and make a standalone movie of Catwoman. Of course, all these plans depend on the market performance of the first part of Batman. It is unlikely that the casting of Batman, a major entertainment event that the entire North American media is closely watching, will be concealed. Although Daenerys Pictures has issued a gag order, under the pervasive media spying, the detailed information of Adam Baldwin and Valerie Garlino and the roles they are about to play have been exposed by the media before the contract is completely finalized. Just like every Batman casting in the original time and space, when the news was confirmed, many comic fans jumped out to express their dissatisfaction, believing that Adam Baldwin was not the Batman candidate in their minds. Daenerys Pictures received a lot of similar letters almost every day in the following days. Valerie Garlino did not escape similar doubts. Daenerys Pictures did not pay attention to these controversies. Since the news has been exposed and the contract has been signed, the company held a press conference to officially introduce the 2 protagonists to the public. However, after the press conference, Simon sent them to Australia and arranged the first phase of various training for them there. The reason for doing so is, on the one hand, to avoid media pursuit. There is still 1.5 years before the film is released, and overexposure is not a good thing. On the other hand, it is also to let the 2 familiarize themselves with the future shooting environment in advance. That's right. The first Batman will be filmed in Australia. In the comic setting, the prototype of Gotham City is more inclined to Chicago. However, the original author of Batman created a virtual city in order to express the concept that Gotham can be any city in the world. Simon actually preferred to shoot in Chicago at first. However, considering the start date of Batman, this is obviously not feasible. Batman is expected to start shooting at the beginning of next year, when Chicago is the coldest winter. Not only can the temperature easily reach -10 or 20 degrees, but it may also be hit by a blizzard at any time. In such a climatic environment, it is impossible for the crew to start work normally. By comparison, it would be summer in the southern hemisphere. Simon chose between Sydney and Melbourne, the 2 most prosperous cities in Australia, and finally decided to shoot in Melbourne under Janet's influence. Janet's family lives in Melbourne, and the pattern of rivers in Melbourne is somewhat similar to the Gotham City in the setting. Most importantly, as the foundation of the Johnston family, the Batman crew can also get the greatest administrative support by shooting in Melbourne. Filming also requires connections, which no one can deny. Simon is not so hypocritical as to leave such a deep resource and connection unused. Of course, during the months of filming, Simon will definitely frequently contact all the other members of the Johnston family, which is probably what Janet wants. In the midst of the turmoil, June 1988 passed quietly. July 1st happened to be another Friday. From June 3rd to June 30th, 28 days, Pulp Fiction was released for 4 weeks. After the first week's $27.53 million and the second week's $23.38 million, Pulp Fiction earned another $17.3 million and $15.03 million in the third and fourth weeks, respectively. As a result, the cumulative North American box office of Pulp Fiction in June finally reached $83.26 million, less than $20 million away from breaking the $100 million mark. Considering the film's strong box office performance, Pulp Fiction will successfully break the $100 million mark in the next 2 weeks, and will complete another relay with Basic Instinct, which will be released on July 15th. In the half-month preview, although various major events have been happening in Hollywood, the controversy and discussion caused by Basic Instinct has continued under the joint guidance of Fox and Intrigues Pictures. The two companies have continuously released various news to maintain the media's attention for the film. During the release of Pulp Fiction, Disney's Who Framed Roger Rabbit also opened on June 24th as scheduled. This animation and live-action film, which cost a huge amount of $70 million, finally earned $21.56 million in its first week. Although this box office start was not outstanding compared to the previous Crocodile Dundee 2, Rambo 3 and Pulp Fiction, Who Framed Roger Rabbit has received unanimous praise from the media and the audience, and is expected to achieve very good long-term data. A Fish Called Wanda, in which Sandra Bullock reduced her salary to participate in the film in exchange for profit sharing, was also released on July 1st. As the second work of the heroine who won the annual box office championship last year, due to Sandra's participation, the distributor MGM paid full attention to this film, not only invested a lot of publicity and promotion resources, but also provided 1,129 screens for the opening. In the preview before the release, A Fish Called Wanda also received widespread praise from the media. Now we just need to look forward to the film's subsequent box office performance. In addition to all these things, Rain Man, which Intrigues Pictures invested $25 million to produce, was successfully completed at the end of June. The two leading actors finally did not delay the filming cycle to July. However, the $25 million shooting budget of Rain Man was almost gone after the filming was completed. In the budget of the entire project, Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise were both paid $6 million, and director Barry Levinson also took $3 million. This was because Intrigues Pictures signed a director contract with him before Good Morning, Vietnam was released at the end of last year. Good Morning, Vietnam, which broke the box office of $100 million last year, not only made the leading actor Robin Williams famous, but also made Barry Levinson successfully join the ranks of first-line directors. If the contract was signed after the release of Good Morning, Vietnam, Intrigues Pictures would probably have to pay the same salary as the two leading actors, or offer a profit-sharing clause. The three main creators took away $15 million, and the remaining $10 million, and 3 months of shooting cost more than $7 million. Now, there is less than $3 million left for post-production. Fortunately, a feature film like Rain Man does not require too much post-production investment, and the main post-production work of the film is editing and soundtrack. Therefore, the last fund, with a little bit of delay, should be enough, and even if there is an overspending, it will not be too much. However, there is another very important problem. Rain Man is not a high-concept movie with a clear mainline. As an anti-type road movie with a smooth plot, editing and soundtrack are crucial for the film to achieve the same successes in the original time and space. Because if you don't pay attention, this movie composed of a lot of trivial plots may become unrecognizable compared to the original. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Marvel is in hand. Los Angeles Country Club in Beverly Hills. The time was July 3rd, Sunday. Simon had just gotten off the car in the parking lot when a young man wearing a white shirt who looked like an assistant came up to him and said respectfully, "Mr. Westeros, Mr. Welch and the others are waiting for you. Please follow me." Following the young man into the largest top golf course in Los Angeles, Simon soon saw 3 other people chatting and laughing on the edge of the golf course. Noticing Simon's arrival, the 3 of them came over together. One of them was a bald middle-aged man in his 50s, who was the current chairman and CEO of General Electric, Jack Welch. "Hello, Simon," "It's great to meet you," the few people approached. Jack Welch looked at Simon with a gentle smile, shook his hand familiarly, and introduced the other two people, saying, "This is Robert White, who is now in charge of the business of NBC TV network. This is Larry Coupin, who is the major shareholder of New World Entertainment, and you must know this." Simon unexpectedly received Jack Welch's invitation and made some preparations for this meeting in advance, so he naturally knew the other two people at this time. Robert White was originally the head of the financial services group of the General Electric system, and is currently the CEO and president of NBC Television Network. To be fair, Simon felt that Jack Welch's personnel appointment could only be described as bad, a typical example of an amateur leading professionals. Of course, this is an internal matter of General Electric, and Simon does not intend to comment on it. Larry Coupin is the major shareholder of New World Entertainment. He and another partner, Harry Sloan, jointly hold more than 40% of the shares of New World Entertainment. Simon greeted the three people separately, and everyone entered the court together. Everyone knew the purpose of this meeting, and none of them rushed to get to the point. They just chatted casually about some recent current affairs while playing ball. It is an election year, and the upcoming presidential election is naturally a very hot topic of conversation. The article about Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in the New York Times is very interesting. "I really think it's a good choice to let Bush and Dukakis participate in this show," Jack Welch said on the golf course, changing a club from the caddy, walking back and looking at Simon, and asked casually, "Speaking of which, Simon, Bush and Dukakis, who do you support?" The candidates of the two major parties in the United States were finalized in May this year. They are the current Vice President George Bush and Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis. Simon noticed that Robert White and Larry Coupin were looking at him intentionally or unintentionally, and he just shrugged casually and said, "As a Californian, of course I support Dukakis." Jack Welch swung a club and pushed the ball into the hole, nodded with satisfaction, and turned to Simon and said, "What if Bush wins?" Simon looked at Larry Coupin, who was assigned to his group, walking over with a golf club, stepped aside and said, "In this case, if I have spare funds, I will buy as many military and oil shares as possible." When Simon said this, Robert White and Larry Coupin's expressions obviously changed. This young man earned a fortune of $2 billion in just 2 years. Although he spoke in a nonchalant tone at this time, Robert White and Larry Coupin immediately remembered this sentence in their hearts and decided to study it carefully afterwards. Jack Welch concealed his inner turmoil and looked at Larry Cooper, who hit the ball off target as expected, and asked, "Simon, what do you mean?" Simon looked at the ball hit by Larry Cooper with some regret and said, "It's simple. When Bush comes to power, there will probably be a war, and war is the fastest factor driving up oil prices." Robert White interrupted, "Simon, if you make these words public, it will definitely cause controversy. So, of course I won't do that." Jack Welch and others chuckled in agreement. The four chatted like this and played a few holes leisurely. Jack Welch, who had been waiting for Simon to speak, found that the young man seemed to be more patient than the three middle-aged men. He had to take the initiative to change the subject and said, "Simon, regarding New World Entertainment, I still hope you can consider my suggestion some time ago." The two stood between the greens and watched Robert White and Larry Coupin hit the ball. Simon glanced at Jack Welch and said, "Jack, now, don't you plan to adjust your offer? The recently popular Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is expected to bring hundreds of millions of dollars in profits to Deaneries Pictures. If Deaneries Pictures is a listed company, even if it is calculated at a price-to-earnings ratio of 10 times, the market value of this company can exceed $1 billion. Jack Welch proposed to use New World Entertainment shares as a bargaining chip to participate in Deaneries Pictures in several phone calls with Simon, but his valuation of Deaneries Pictures was only about $200 million. "I have to say, your ability to make money is really amazing," Jack Welch said, "but, Simon, I heard that Deaneries Pictures and ABC have not reached an agreement on the distribution of benefits, and you are still in a stalemate. The prospects of this project are not so uncertain. The profit share I reserved for ABC exceeds the profit level of all the TV programs in recent years." Jack Welch said, "However, Deaneries Pictures seems to be asking for more. Simon, aren't you worried that ABC will really abandon this project? As far as I know, according to the contract, Deaneries Pictures can no longer transfer this project to other TV networks." Simon shook his head and said, if ABC gives up this project just because it feels that Deanery's Pictures has gained too much and it is unbalanced, then I can only let them continue to be unbalanced. Of course I will feel sorry, but the impact of giving up this show on Deanery's Pictures is not as great as imagined. On the contrary, it is actually beneficial, because in the next bargaining process, Deanery's Pictures competitors will realize that if I don't want to make concessions, then I won't make concessions. Jack Welch said, but you really want New World Entertainment, don't you? Simon, it's not okay for you to get what you want without paying a sufficient price. If I don't bid, Jack, the most likely outcome for New World Entertainment will be bankruptcy liquidation. At that time, the creditor's settlement priority will be very low. You may not even get back half of your $220 million loan. Now, I can guarantee that General Electric will recover all the funds. This is the price I pay. Simon, you seem to be very resistant to working with others. This is not good. Even for General Electric, we often establish joint ventures with other companies. Simon watched Larry Cooper and Robert White finish a hole, and everyone walked off the green together, and asked, Jack, why do you want to cooperate with other companies? This way, we can make full use of the resources of both parties to achieve a win-win situation. That's right, Simon nodded, and said, then, if I agree to General Electric's investment in Deanery's Pictures, what kind of help can you give me? We own the NBC TV network, which can help distribute the TV programs produced by Deanery's Pictures. We also have strong capital strength to support the rapid expansion of Deanery's Pictures. Simon nodded again, but with a smile on his face, he said, Jack, but the fact is that there is no shortage of buyers for the TV programs produced by Deanery's Pictures. On the contrary, if it weren't for the several projects in the hands of Deanery's Pictures, perhaps we would not be here today. This is a seller market. Therefore, the NBC platform is not that attractive to me. Secondly, perhaps most Hollywood companies are always in a state of lack of funds, but Deanery's Pictures is not the case. My personal assets are enough to support the expansion of my career, and Deanery's Pictures' profitability is also very strong, which is enough to ensure that I can easily get the loans I want from major banks. General Electric's advantage in capital is also not very attractive to me. Jack Welch shook his head and said, Simon, you are still young, and many things are not as simple as you think. Only those who are not strong enough will complicate simple things in order to win by surprise. Simon waved the club in the air with one hand, and said, Deanery's Pictures does not need this now, and I prefer simple and direct. Jack, I don't mind cooperating with others. The premise is, as you just said, both parties must be able to achieve a win-win situation, rather than me selling my rapidly growing company at a low price just to exchange for resources I don't need. In this case, Simon, General Electric can only strive for its own interests as much as possible. Jack Welch gestured to Larry Cooper and said, we have already reached an agreement with Larry. General Electric will exchange 90% of the shares of New World Entertainment in the form of debt-to-equity swaps. The relevant contract will be signed next week. Now, if Deanery's Pictures wants her shares, General Electric's offer is $300 million. In addition, NBC also hopes to get the two reality shows Survivor and Big Brother that Deanery's Pictures is developing. I really hope to get New World Entertainment, and I don't hide it. Simon stopped and said to Jack Welch, but, in the final analysis, this company is not as attractive to me as you think. I am more interested in Marvel Entertainment under this company, because I want to own a comic book company. As for the other assets of New World Entertainment, Jack, this is very helpful for the development of Deanery's Pictures, but it is completely dispensable for General Electric. If you hold this company in your hands, the final result will only be that it will slowly rot. Therefore, I will not accept such an offer. $250 million. This is the limit I can give, including all the shares of New World Entertainment, not just the 90% in your hands. Jack Welch obviously couldn't know Simon's determination to acquire Marvel. Simon's words were completely consistent with his judgment of New World Entertainment. Although New World Entertainment is not as large as the Big Seven, it is a well-equipped entertainment company. In addition to the comics department, it also includes New World Pictures, New World Television, New World International, New World Home Entertainment and several other previously merged production and distribution companies. However, with last year's stock market crash and the ongoing Hollywood screenwriters' strike, New World Entertainment's operations have fallen into trouble. Except for Marvel Entertainment, which is relatively independent and has not been affected much and can barely maintain profitability, Other departments of New World Entertainment are losing money. If Simon is unwilling to take over, after the debt-to-equity swap, General Electric can only choose to lay off employees and provide as few resources as possible to barely maintain these departments. The most direct consequence of this is that the value of New World Entertainment will depreciate more rapidly. In fact, if Simon was not interested in New World Entertainment, the management of General Electric would have been more inclined to liquidate New World Entertainment in bankruptcy in order to recover losses as much as possible. Jack Welch stopped with Simon, stroking the golf club in his hand and thinking for a moment. Then he said, "Simon, where are the 2 reality shows that NBC needs?" What Simon said just now was indeed correct. If it weren't for the success of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire that attracted the attention of General Electric to the other 3 reality shows in the hands of Deanery's Pictures, there would indeed be no meeting in the short term. It is already July, and the autumn season is about to come. Although NBC's situation in previous years was better than ABC and CBS, in this generally bleak autumn season after the strike, if the other few got reality shows like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire from Deanery's Pictures, NBC would be indifferent. Then, the result is likely to cause NBC's ratings to quickly slide below the other 2 TV networks after this autumn season. As for Fox TV network, it is not yet able to compete on an equal footing with the traditional 3 major TV networks. Simon felt a change in Jack Welch's attitude, smiled, and said, "Jack, if we reach an agreement on New World Entertainment, you can get a reality show. I prefer Survivor. However, in terms of profit distribution, just like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I will not make concessions." Jack Welch asked, "Simon, do you think Survivor can reach the ratings of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?" "I can't guarantee it, but of the remaining 3 reality shows, I am most optimistic about Survivor. You have already missed an opportunity. If you miss it again, I can only say it's a pity." Jack Welch held the club in silence for a moment, then looked at Larry Cupin. Larry Cupin knew that he did not have much say here, so he just nodded slightly. During this period, as the operating conditions further deteriorated, the share price of New World Entertainment had quickly fallen below $6, with a market value of less than $150 million, and it was still falling. Now that the opportunity had been missed, Larry Cupin also realized that Simon Westeros would never take over at a high price like at the beginning of the year. Once New World Entertainment goes bankrupt and liquidates, Larry Cupin, as a shareholder, will actually suffer the greatest loss, because New World Entertainment's shares will become worthless. Shareholders have the lowest settlement priority in bankruptcy liquidation, and the asset auction will not bring them a penny when they are already insolvent. Now, by accepting Simon's offer, they can more or less recover some funds. Jack Welch got Larry Cupin's confirmation, stretched out his hand to Simon, and said, "Well, Simon, we'll make a deal." Chapter 184 Integration Plan. Simon and Jack Welch reached a basic transaction framework for New World Entertainment, and the detailed contract terms still need further negotiation between the 2 parties. With the tacit consent of New World Entertainment's major shareholders and General Electric and other parties, Deanery's Pictures quickly intervened in the company's operations in the following days, requiring New World Entertainment CEO Robert Rem to temporarily stop the production and distribution of all film and television projects, and any expenditure exceeding $50,000 must be approved by Deanery's Pictures. Due to the long-term paparazzi following Simon, the news of his meeting with Jack Welch and others appeared in the newspapers the next day, and the media immediately sorted out the ins and outs of the matter. However, this time there was no situation of capital rushing in at the beginning of the year. In half a year, things have changed a lot. At the beginning of the year, the news that Simon suddenly became rich through the operation of the stock index futures market had just been exposed, and he was a fat sheep in the eyes of many people. Moreover, the Hollywood screenwriters' strike had not yet occurred, and the crisis of New World Entertainment was not as serious as it is now. Now, due to the Hollywood screenwriters' strike, the television production business that New World Entertainment relies on has almost stopped, which has further worsened the company's operating conditions that have already been in financial crisis. Simon also showed his attitude through the operation at the beginning of the year. Therefore, the transaction went quite smoothly. The second day after Simon met with Jack Welch was July 4th, the American Independence Day. After 4 consecutive days of holidays, Deanery's Pictures, New World Entertainment and General Electric jointly issued an announcement to officially disclose the news of the transaction. Deaneries Pictures plans to acquire all the shares of New World Entertainment after General Electric's debt-to-equity swap at a price of $250 million. Through this transaction, General Electric can recover $225 million in funds, and the original shareholders of New World Entertainment will receive a total of $25 million in compensation, which is equivalent to 1/6 of the share price before the transaction. Although some shareholders expressed dissatisfaction with the transaction, all parties knew that this was actually the best result. Without this transaction, New World Entertainment would either go bankrupt or sell assets to repay debts. Both options would only leave shareholders empty-handed. After finalizing these, Simon began to let James Raybould organize a team to conduct an asset and financial audit of New World Entertainment. In addition to the loans on the surface, many companies will accumulate certain hidden debts by means of falsely reporting operating income or defaulting on accounts payable. The worse the company's operating conditions, the more likely it is to do so. Once the acquirer ignores this, it often needs to bear this part of the expenditure after the transaction. Hidden debt is even more common in Hollywood, where the accounting system is complex. Simon did not choose to buy the debt rights held by General Electric first and then conduct the debt-to-equity swap operation on his own, because he was worried that New World Entertainment would suddenly have a large amount of hidden debt that would catch Deaneries Pictures off guard. If General Electric conducts debt-to-equity swap in advance, as long as the contract is not formally signed, the risks in this regard are still on the side of General Electric and New World Entertainment. The preliminary audit work will take about a month, and in addition to the financing issues for the acquisition of New World Entertainment, Deaneries Pictures may not be able to officially take over the company until August. In such a busy week, a new week has passed. Due to the 4-day Independence Day holiday, the overall North American box office for the week from July 1st to July 7th exceeded the $100 million mark, reaching $117 million. Paramount Pictures' Eddie Murphy's somewhat mainstream film Coming to America grossed $36.15 million in its first week on 2,065 screens, becoming the highest-grossing film in the summer. Previously, Paramount's Crocodile Dundee 2 grossed only $30.17 million in its first week on 2,837 screens. Disney's Who Framed Roger Rabbit grossed $21.65 million in its first week, and with the support of its hot word of mouth and a 4-day holiday, it grossed another $21.34 million in its second week, bringing its cumulative box office to $42.99 million in 2 weeks. Sandra Bullock's black comedy A Fish Called Wanda ranked third in its first week, grossing $13.96 million. Although the opening was not amazing, the film's production budget of only $8 million will be enough to recover all its production and distribution costs next week, and the word of mouth and topic popularity it has shown are enough to support it in a very beautiful long run. Pulp Fiction fell to 4th place this week, with a 17% drop in box office revenue, earning another $12.53 million. After 5 weeks of release, the film has accumulated a box office of $95.79 million, and is destined to break $100 million next week. Back to the Future starring Tom Hanks also entered its 5th week of release, earning another $9.24 million at the box office. This film, which has never won a weekly box office championship, has accumulated a box office of $55.46 million without knowing it, and its trend is strong. On July 8, North American theaters launched 4 new films from mainstream studios at once. However, judging from the box office data of the 3 days of the weekend, the 4 new films basically ended in failure. The Fox film comedy Driver's License, which is expected to have the best opening performance, will only have a box office of about $7.5 million in the first week, and no one can make it into the top 5 of the list. In addition, Basic Instincts also started the last week of sprint promotion before its release. On the other hand, after only a week of stalemate, ABC TV network resumed contact with Deaneries Pictures. As Simon had judged before, ABC did not have enough confidence to give up a TV program that could earn the network $1 million per episode. What's more, the number of episodes per season of this TV program is 3 times that of a traditional 1-hour TV series. After restarting the negotiations, Deaneries Pictures still insisted on the offer of $2 million per episode, but also made some concessions in other aspects, agreeing to provide ABC with an additional 15 episodes of programs in the next period before the fall season to make up for the shortage of TV network programs caused by the strike. Including the previous week's pilot episode, this additional total of 22 episodes, ABC will pay Daenerys Pictures $30 million in one lump sum. ABC wants to get this extra part of the program, more to grab more TV viewers before the fall season, which is actually the reason why ABC is willing to compromise so quickly. In comparison, although NBC also quickly signed a contract with Daenerys Pictures, the Survivor it got could not play this role. On Survivor, Daenerys Pictures and NBC also signed a binding clause similar to ABC. However, because it was impossible to test broadcast in advance to confirm the ratings, Daenerys Pictures only received a one-time buyout price of $1.2 million per episode on the first season. After the show is broadcast, the two parties can renegotiate the subsequent offer based on the specific ratings. Simon actually wanted to get a profit-sharing contract, but was firmly rejected by NBC. He later learned that this was more because the TV network did not want to expose its financial data to the outside world. The TV network also had an accounting system similar to the Hollywood Ledger, and it was more opaque. Compared with the standard 69 episodes of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire per season, Daenerys Pictures' plan for the first season of Survivor is only 13 episodes. It may be adjusted according to the broadcast schedule in the future, but it will basically be controlled within 20 episodes per season. The estimated production cost of the first season is about $5 million, which is much more expensive than Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Therefore, the revenue of Survivor cannot be compared with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Even if the price is renegotiated for the second season, Simon expects that this show will probably only get a similar offer to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. However, the expected screen life of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is much shorter than that of Survivor. Even if Daenerys Pictures actively controls the show to prevent it from being too popular, it will end in 3 to 5 years at most once the audience becomes aesthetically fatigued. In comparison, according to the production schedule of 2 seasons per year, Survivor can last for more than 10 years on TV screens. Although it cannot be compared with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the return rate of Survivor is still unmatched by traditional TV programs. As long as this show can achieve the same successes in the original time and space, with 2 seasons per year and appropriate expansion of the number of episodes, calculated based on 2 seasons and 30 episodes, plus the income from in-program advertising placements that Daenerys Pictures also retains, Survivor can bring Daenerys Pictures no less than $60 million in net income each year. In short, these 2 reality shows are actually like low-cost, high-grossing box office dark horses, which are rare. If Daenerys Pictures wants to develop its TV business for a long time, it also needs to produce various types of mainstream TV programs. Santa Monica. Daenerys Pictures headquarters, the time is July 12th. In Simon's office, opposite him is a middle-aged man in his 50s. Even when he is sitting, you can see that he is definitely over 1.9 meters tall. This is Robert Rem, the current CEO of New World Entertainment. The deal between the two parties has been finalized. In recent days, Robert Rem has been very proactive in keeping in touch with Simon. Simon has also carefully inquired about the career history of this middle-aged man through his contacts in the circle. Robert Rem is 53 years old this year. As early as the age of 16, he worked as a receptionist in a local cinema. After graduating from college, Robert Rem has worked in a series of film and television entertainment and has 30 years of experience in film and television production and distribution. Before serving as the CEO of New World Entertainment, Robert Rem was the vice president of the Market and Marketing Department of Universal Pictures. His previous work was also more inclined to film distribution. This is exactly what Daenerys Pictures urgently needs. The middle-aged man obviously saw this as well, so he was so active. After all, according to Robert Rem's resume, he is still a long way from grabbing the top position in a major studio. If he leaves after Daenerys Pictures completes the acquisition of New World Entertainment, he is more likely to become a solo producer, and perhaps he can receive some other second and third-tier film company executive job offers, but those jobs are obviously not comparable to the rapidly developing Daenerys Pictures. In just the first half of the year, the expected revenue brought by When Harry Met Sally, Pulp Fiction and the newly successful Who Wants to Be a Millionaire has exceeded all the second-tier film companies in Hollywood that are generally in poor operating conditions, and is even enough to be comparable to the profit levels of several of the bottom 7. Simon actually intended to let him stay, but he also had to be sure of Robert Rem's attitude. Compared with Robert Rem, Amy Pascal's qualifications in Hollywood are much shallower, and she is also a woman. However, Simon did not let Amy give up the idea of being the top leader, and he has always been very satisfied with Amy. If Robert Rem is unwilling to be second and wants to replace Amy, Simon can only regret it. The main purpose of Robert Rem's coming today was to send Simon the information of various projects in New World Entertainment. In 1983, when Larry Kuping and others acquired New World Entertainment from Roger Corman retained the copyrights of all films before 1983. But in recent years, due to the continuous large-scale expansion, New World Entertainment has rapidly accumulated the copyrights of nearly 100 movies and TV series in just 5 years through self-production and agency distribution. Simon is most concerned about the TV programs under this company. According to the information in hand, several major TV networks announced that they had booked projects from New World Entertainment last year, including The Last Policeman and Santa Barbara, which have very good ratings. In the spring of this year, before the Hollywood screenwriters' strike, New World Entertainment also launched another well-received new drama, The Age of Innocence. However, due to the Hollywood screenwriters' strike, the programs that the TV network announced to renew are temporarily stranded. If there is no acquisition by Deaneries Pictures, even if the TV network still has some needs, New World Entertainment will have to cut most of the projects in the future due to funding and other reasons. As for movies, inheriting the production style of Roger Corman's period, the films produced and distributed by New World Entertainment in recent years are generally low-cost B-level films, and most of them flow directly into the video market. Compared with the 8 production films last year, New World Entertainment's production plan this year is only 3, and there are several projects that are obviously uncertain in the pipeline. In terms of distribution, in the first half of the year, New World Entertainment launched a total of 7 films, of which the 4 films that entered the theaters all ended in failure. Zombie SWAT, which was released on the edge of the summer season in early May, cost $5 million to produce and opened on 1,012 screens, but ultimately only recovered $3.59 million in box office revenue, which was the best result among the 4 theater films. The other 3 films were only released on videotapes, which shows how bleak New World Entertainment's film business is. Simon didn't let Robert Rem wait too long. He quickly browsed through the information in his hand, then he looked up and said, "Bob, after completing this acquisition, I will integrate all of New World Entertainment into Deaneries Pictures. Deaneries Pictures will be reorganized into Deaneries Entertainment, and subsidiaries will be set up according to the model of New World Entertainment. In the short term, I don't plan to lay off employees in this company, but according to convention, you are an exception. However, I also understand your thoughts. Let's be honest. Are you willing to serve as Amy's deputy?" Robert Rem certainly didn't want to. Before he came to Deaneries Pictures, he had considered persuading Simon to let him be the top leader. However, Simon spoke as a prerequisite, and he also realized Simon's attitude. After thinking for a moment, Robert Rem nodded and said, "No problem, Simon. However, I can serve as Ms. Pascal's deputy in my position, but I hope to report directly to you personally and not be under Pascal's jurisdiction." Chapter 185 Trio. The power structure in Hollywood is complex and cannot be simply judged by a person's position. Usually, if you want to sort out the size of a person's apparent and potential power, you need to see which level of Hollywood he reports to. If the president of a large film company is directly responsible to the top management of the parent company, his power may be comparable to that of the CEO. And directors like Spielberg, because they can communicate directly with bigwigs such as Steve Ross, their potential influence is even higher than that of the CEO of a large film company. Robert Rem's proposal did not surprise Simon. In Hollywood today, Disney CEO Michael Eisner and President Frank Wells belong to this kind of equal relationship. Both of them report directly to the Disney Board of Directors. Michael Eisner is one level higher than Frank Wells in position, but he has no jurisdiction or power to appoint and dismiss Frank Wells. The two have their own work. According to the information in memory, Disney's power structure with clear division of labor and checks and balances to a large extent promoted the company's rapid rise from the late 1980s to the early 1990s. In the mid-1990s, Frank Wells died in a helicopter accident. Michael Eisner began to monopolize power. In order to maintain his rule over Disney, he did not hesitate to exclude dissidents. The fierce internal struggle made Disney gradually fall into mediocrity in the last 10 years of Eisner's rule. It was not until the Robert Iger era that it regained its vitality. Considering these factors, Simon did not hesitate too much and agreed to Robert Rem's request. If it is a listed public holding company, this kind of executive level setting can easily lead to internal struggles in the company. But for Deaneries Pictures, Simon is not worried about this. He has absolute control over the company. Once there is an internal struggle among executives, he has enough power to kick out unstable factors at any time to eliminate the incident. After confirming this, the two discussed the issue of Robert Rem's salary. Deaneries Pictures is developing rapidly, and its expected profitability is even more amazing. Simon naturally cannot promise Robert Rem a profit-sharing plan like Amy did at the beginning. However, Simon was not stingy. In addition to the agreed 3-year contract and the same basic annual salary of $250,000 as Amy, Simon also agreed to set a bonus of up to $3 million per year, and the amount of bonus he could get would be determined based on Robert Rem's performance. In Hollywood today, even among the 7 major studios, there are only a handful of executives who can earn more than $3 million per year. Even after integrating New World Entertainment, Deaneries Pictures can only be regarded as a second-tier film company, so Robert Rem gladly accepted the contract. There are many precedents for similar compensation plans in Hollywood, and how to judge Robert Rem's operating performance and other details only need to be negotiated by lawyers on both sides based on past experience. After these were settled, Robert Rem also began to talk to Simon openly about the operating status and various problems of New World Entertainment. The main dilemma facing New World Entertainment is still the lack of funds, and the Hollywood screenwriters' strike has prevented the company from starting the TV series projects that should have been prepared. In addition, Robert Rem took the initiative to confess to Simon that New World Entertainment has about $20 million in various types of hidden debts. $20 million did not surprise Simon, and this amount of money was within his budget. Since he had already secured Marvel, Simon did not intend to create any more complications for this money. After all, this was a common problem for Hollywood entertainment companies to make their financial situation look better, not for shareholders or management to enrich themselves. As long as New World Entertainment could resume operations, this money could be directly absorbed by the company's abundant cash flow in the future. The two talked for more than an hour before Robert Rem said goodbye and left. Simon saw Robert Rem off and had just sat down at his desk when Amy knocked on the door of his office. "Simon, this is the draft sponsorship contract that I have preliminarily agreed upon with Mars, @ and other companies. There are 5 companies in total. We can get a total of $56 million in advertising placement fees in the first season of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. In addition, this is the loan plan provided to us by several financing institutions such as Wells Fargo and Citibank. I think Citibank's plan is the best. It is a 7-year loan of $250 million, and the annual interest rate they offer is 4.6%. Wells Fargo's annual interest rate is 5%, but the loan term is 5 years. Although Citibank's plan will make us pay an additional $20 million in interest, it can minimize our annual debt repayment pressure." Simon glanced at Amy's face, who looked nonchalant, smiled, and flipped through the loan plans provided by several banks for Deaneries Pictures to acquire New World Entertainment. Although he had always resisted borrowing money in his heart, Simon had to take out loans to obtain funds for this acquisition of New World Entertainment. I quickly looked through the 2 plans from Wells Fargo and Citibank. For the 5-year loan contract from Wells Fargo, Deaneries Pictures will pay a total of $60 million in interest, and for the 7-year contract from Citibank, the total interest is $80 million. The interest alone for both plans is more than 20% of the principal, so it is not difficult to imagine why highly indebted companies like New World Entertainment are very likely to fall into crisis. Once the operating conditions are poor, such a company may not even be able to pay the loan interest with its annual profits. In the transaction of Deaneries Pictures acquiring New World Entertainment, General Electric has taken the initiative to waive a large amount of debt interest. Although the cost of borrowing is high, it is actually the only way for a company to expand rapidly. Moreover, due to its outstanding profitability, Deaneries Pictures' financing costs are already very low, and more companies often want to seek loans at higher interest rates but cannot. Simon actually understood Amy's thoughts at the moment. After looking through the information in his hand for a while, he took the initiative to say, "I have talked to Robert Rem, and he will stay." Amy's eyes flickered, and she nodded slightly, waiting for Simon to continue. Simon did not pause for too long and continued, "You know, Amy, we have already agreed on the dinner at Robert Iger's house last time. So, Iger will also join Deaneries Pictures next. My plan is that your position will be changed to CEO of the company, mainly responsible for the company's daily administrative management and film production business. Robert Rem and Robert Iger will serve as presidents at the same time. Rem will be responsible for film distribution, and Iger will be in charge of television business. Amy finally felt relieved after hearing what Simon said. During this period, Amy felt more and more that the experience of more than a year was somewhat incredible. A small company that was established less than 2 years ago has grown rapidly into a top second-tier film studio in her hands. This is something she could never imagine before. Let's not talk about other things for now, just the salary contract she asked Simon for at the beginning, the value of which is now a bit staggering. Her contract started in March last year and lasted for 4 years until March 1991. It is now her second year in the job. Daenerys Pictures was in its founding stage last year, and the revenue from Lola Run was not included in the contract period, so there was only a share of the revenue from Final Destination, and her salary was not much. But this year, with a 5% share of the company's net profit, according to Daenerys Pictures' operating performance so far, even if all other projects in the second half of the year are tepid, the revenue from previous projects such as When Harry Met Sally, Pulp Fiction, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Survivor are enough to bring her no less than $10 million. If the forward equity awards of equal value in the contract are taken into account, Amy's annual salary this year will exceed $20 million. In the entire Hollywood, unless the 7 executives who own shares in the company themselves, no pure professional manager can get an annual salary of more than $20 million. Many times, Amy herself doubted whether she was worth so much. This doubt has turned into worry in recent times. You know, she can get $20 million this year, so what about next year? If Daenerys Pictures maintains its current growth rate, her income will definitely be more by then. Simon will definitely not be able to evade this year's money. However, according to the original contract, if Simon does not want to continue to bear her huge salary, he only needs to pay a penalty of $1 million to let her go. Occasionally thinking about it, Amy feels that if it were her, she would most likely do the same. After all, such a horrible salary is enough for Simon to dig up company managers who are far better than her. Daenerys Pictures' merger with New World Entertainment has once again exacerbated Amy's concerns, because she found that the current CEO of New World Entertainment, Robert Rem, has far more qualifications than her in all aspects. Ever since Simon negotiated the deal with Jack Welch and others, Amy has been worried that Simon would let Robert Rem replace her. Across the desk, Simon saw Amy nod, with a look of obvious relaxation on her face, and then continued, "By the way, Robert also proposed a condition to me. Although his position is below yours, he hopes to report directly to me personally, and I agreed. Also, it will probably be the same after Iger joins the company. It is difficult for your qualifications to suppress the two of them, and you should also know this. So, I hope you can accept this and work with the two of them." Amy was a little surprised, but she quickly agreed. After thinking about it, she took the initiative to say, "Simon, since the position adjustment is going to be made, I think I can re-sign a salary contract." Simon turned a page of the information in his hand, looked up at Amy, and said with a smile, "Are you dissatisfied with the current salary plan?" Amy felt Simon's relaxed and somewhat teasing tone. She wanted to roll her eyes at her young boss, but she held back and said, "What I mean is that the current salary is too generous. I can take less. Probably, 2% will be enough." "There's no need for that." Simon shook his head and said, "Amy, you took a big risk when you quit your position as vice president of Fox Films to work for a young man like me. For more than a year, you have worked almost 7 days a week and have not had a vacation yet. As a boss, I can definitely give you full marks. I always think that diligence is more important than talent. Without you to manage this company, Daenerys Pictures would not have reached its current level with just me. So, you are fully worthy of this remuneration. Of course, after the expiration of the contract, Daenerys Pictures will definitely develop and grow further. If you still plan to stay at that time, I will no longer offer you such a high profit-sharing clause." After persuading Amy to let go of her worries, the two began to discuss the 2 documents in front of Simon. In the following days, Daenerys Pictures continued to audit New World Entertainment, and another week of the North American summer season passed quietly. From July 8th to July 14th, the most-watched event in Hollywood was undoubtedly the successful box office of Pulp Fiction that exceeded 100 million yuan. In the 6th week of its release, Pulp Fiction earned another $9.87 million, bringing its cumulative box office to $105.66 million, becoming the second film produced by Deaneries Pictures to break the $100 million box office mark in 1988. As Pulp Fiction broke the $100 million box office mark, many people turned their attention to Basic Instinct, which was released on July 15, wondering if the new film could complete the relay with Pulp Fiction and continue to sprint to the $100 million box office club. During this period, the media has never stopped talking about Basic Instinct. In the last week before the release, a Los Angeles gossip newspaper revealed that the lead actor Michael Douglas refused to attend the Basic Instinct promotion event because of a poster issue, which once again attracted media attention. As the release approached, Fox Pictures launched a giant poster of Basic Instinct several stories high in the bustling areas of major central cities in North America. The poster even appeared in New York's Times Square. However, in this poster, Michael Douglas, the newly crowned Best Actor in the absolute male lead of Basic Instinct, is completely invisible. In the entire poster, there is only the female lead Linda Fiorentino, who is sitting on the sofa with legs crossed in sexy clothes like a queen, holding a cigarette in her hand, with her chin slightly raised, and her expression is dangerous and arrogant. Those who have seen the original Basic Instinct will definitely remember a scene in which Sharon Stone sat on the sofa with legs crossed and exposed during the interrogation. Many crazy fans will pause and watch it frame by frame. Of course, they can't actually see anything. But that scene has been talked about with relish for many years. The new version of Basic Instinct will still have this scene, and the scene shot by Brian De Palma is no less than Paul Verhoeven. In order to stir up the topic as much as possible, Simon specially prepared this poster. Due to the hot market attention of Basic Instinct, after a period of hard work, Fox Films once again expanded the scale of the release. When it was released on July 15, the number of screens for the opening of Basic Instinct finally reached 1,776. As expected, the official release of Basic Instinct has unsurprisingly caused even stronger media controversy. Moreover, although Simon's previous works have also caused various discussions, if you count carefully, whether it is Run Lola Run or Pulp Fiction directed by Simon himself or The Butterfly Effect and Final Destination directed by others, the scripts of those films are excellent. However, this time, in the eyes of many people, Basic Instinct is completely a naked erotic film. This movie, which has no highlights except for long sections of sex scenes, was rated as Simon Westeros' worst work in just a few days, and even attracted many condemnations from Simon's personal fans. Chapter 186 First Weekend Box Office. Malibu. It was a new Monday. The window was not closed last night. The cool morning breeze kept teasing the floor-length curtains leading to the terrace and slipped into the bedroom. It was completely light. Janet opened her eyes and knew that Simon must have woken up. She just didn't move because she was accommodating herself to him. So she rubbed her body and soon she was completely lying on the man, her face pressed against his chest and said in a daze, "Can we sleep a little longer?" Simon put his arm around Janet's waist, feeling the feeling of skin touching, and whispered, "The designer hired by the company has made a model of the Batmobile. Do you want to see it this afternoon?" Janet hummed a little slowly, and then said, "Not interested." "Okay." Simon smiled and patiently let Janet stay on him for a while, then lifted her up and put her aside amid the woman's dissatisfied hums, and began to dress and wash. The time was 7 o'clock in the morning. After jogging on the treadmill for half an hour, Simon simply took a shower, changed his clothes, and began to prepare breakfast for the two of them. Simon had just put 2 sandwiches into the oven and was about to make juice by taking out a few oranges from the refrigerator when Janet, wearing only a loose men's shirt, floated in from outside. Simon cut the orange with a knife, turned his head to look at the woman, and smiled. "Why aren't you sleeping?" "Without you by my side." Janet came over and hugged Simon, slightly tiptoed and raised her face to kiss the man on the lips, suddenly stopped, raised her hand across her head to Simon's mouth, gestured several times in a row, and suddenly widened her eyes. "You've grown taller again." Janet's beautiful eyes always have an attraction that Simon finds hard to resist, especially when her eyes widen in surprise. Nodding, Simon looked at the woman's beautiful eyes and smiled. "It seems to have grown a little." Janet was immediately sad. She reached out and hugged Simon tightly, buried her head in his shoulder and moaned, "Oh my God, my boyfriend is still growing taller. Woo, I'm already an old woman." Simon sensed the obvious insecurity in Janet's half-true and half-false muttering, picked up the woman's delicate face that was no less than that of an 18-year-old girl, bent over and kissed her, and comforted her. "Okay, baby, you pay so much attention to maintenance, even in 10 or 20 years, you will definitely be the same as now." Janet put her face against Simon's cheek, but asked a little cunningly, "What about 30 years later?" In 30 years, I will be 50 years old." Hearing this, Janet buried her head in Simon's shoulder again and whimpered, "50-year-old men must be more attractive to little girls." Simon was helpless and said, "I am very attractive to little girls now, this kind of thing can't be prevented." Janet raised her hand and punched Simon, "Little bastard." The two of them were intimate for a while. Simon sent the woman to get dressed, and quickly brought 2 breakfasts to the restaurant. When Janet came back, she had changed into a casual t-shirt and casual pants. Although she was very sad to find that her boyfriend had grown taller, since she realized some of Simon's potential tendencies, the woman rarely wore the high heels she used to like. High heels will deform your feet after wearing them for a long time. People always sit opposite each other at the table during daily meals, but Janet likes to sit next to Simon. After taking a sip of orange juice, Janet picked up the sandwich and took a light bite, as if she had completely forgotten what happened just now, and said, "Mom called yesterday and asked when you are going to Australia." After confirming that the filming location of Batman will be arranged in Melbourne, Daenerys Pictures has sent people to scout the location, and Simon himself will definitely go to Melbourne to see it in person before filming begins. After thinking for a moment, Simon said, "Next month, after taking over New World Entertainment, I will focus my main energy on the preparation of Batman." In recent years, Australia has been very supportive of the film industry. Shooting there, this project can get a large tax refund. Janet tilted her head, obviously not very clear, and said, "Anyway, Dad will definitely help you." After breakfast, Neil Bennett and Ken Dixon had already prepared the car. Simon rushed to Santa Monica to work, and Janet was going to an architectural design company in Beverly Hills. The land of Cape Dumay Park has been acquired. Simon provided a sketch based on his memory of the Iron Man mansion. During this period, Janet has been keeping an eye on the specific design work. The project is expected to start next year. However, it is not easy to build such a villa in the sharp corner of Cape Dumay. If Simon wants to live in it, he may need to wait patiently for 2 or 3 years. Because it is on the way, Janet and Simon took a car to downtown Santa Monica, and then changed to the burgundy Land Rover driven by Ken Dixon to rush to Beverly Hills. Simon's original Chevrolet SUV had been disposed of by Janet and replaced with a black Land Rover. As soon as the car entered 4th Street in downtown Santa Monica, where the headquarters of Daenerys Pictures is located, Simon saw that there were many more people gathered outside the company's headquarters today. After the success of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, not only Daenerys Pictures' several reality shows, but many other production companies and TV networks themselves are brewing reality show projects that do not require the participation of screenwriters. Moreover, after the proposal provided by the Producers Guild was rejected by the Writers Guild last month, Simon heard that the new contract being brewed by the Producers Guild was even more stringent than the previous one because of the change in the situation brought about by Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. The strike has lasted for half a year, and the WGA has not had many choices. If the two sides cannot reach an agreement next month, the autumn season has been completely delayed anyway, and the Producers Guild may break the jar and continue the stalemate. But with tens of thousands of mouths waiting to be fed, if the WGA continues, it may really cause the tragedy of the collapse of the union. As the initiator of the current reversal of the situation, these days, there are always screenwriters gathering outside the headquarters of Daenerys Pictures to express their dissatisfaction. This kind of thing is very common in Western society, and Simon has gradually become accustomed to it. As long as these people do not interfere with the operation of Daenerys Pictures, the two sides will be at peace. However, when Simon's car arrived outside the parking lot of the headquarters, he found that the new group of people were not members of the Writers Guild, or in other words, there were two groups of people today. There are still some WGA union members who are tirelessly outside the headquarters of Daenerys Pictures, but more people today are running to protest Basic Instinct. Moreover, looking at those slogans such as Basic Instinct is garbage, Westeros, San Francisco no longer welcomes you, discrimination, this is discrimination, stop smearing homosexuals and the rainbow flags in some people's hands, Simon understands what is going on. In recent days, Basic Instinct has indeed caused strong controversy in the media, but it has not reached the level of Wrath of Heaven released by Lionsgate in the original time and space, which touched the fundamental beliefs and caused thousands of people to gather. However, as the base camp of homosexuals in North America, gay organizations in San Francisco are very dissatisfied with the portrayal of homosexuality in Basic Instinct. As an Oriental, Simon neither approves nor opposes homosexuality, or simply has no feelings about it. Therefore, it is difficult for Simon to understand why homosexuals are so resistant to this movie. He even heard that in the past few days, many gay organizations in San Francisco specifically distributed spoiler leaflets such as "Kathryn is the murderer" at the entrance of the theater to prevent audiences from entering the theater. The Land Rover slowly passed through the crowd and entered the company's parking lot. Simon entered the office building from the side door. After holding a weekly meeting for an hour to confirm the progress of various projects under the company, the executives dispersed their busy work. Simon and Amy continued to stay in the meeting room. Jennifer sent over the box office data report for the past weekend. After being busy for so long, we finally have to see the results today. Although the media's response was mixed, and more inclined to criticism, Basic Instinct still achieved a box office of $16.75 million in the first 3 days of its release, successfully winning the championship of the North American box office rankings for 3 days on the weekend. With 1,776 screens, the box office of each theater is close to $10,000, which is the average standard for a hit movie. Coming to America, starring Eddie Murphy, is still ranked second in the rankings in its third week. After a box office drop of 45% last week, Coming to America narrowed its box office drop to 21% this weekend, earning another $10.41 million. Due to its stunning opening of $36.15 million in the first week, the film has already accumulated a box office of $66.51 million in 2.5 weeks. In comparison, the third-ranked new film this week, The Detective, produced by Warner Bros. Pictures and starring Clint Eastwood, only earned $9.07 million in the first 3 days of its opening. Although this box office result is not too bad, and the first week box office is expected to reach about $13 million, it can only be described as a failure compared to the $16.75 million of Basic Instinct. Speaking of which, two Warner Bros. Films this summer, Funny Farm on June 3rd and Basic Instinct on July 15th, happened to collide with two films produced by Deaneries Pictures, Pulp Fiction and Basic Instinct. Due to the cold market response, Chevy Chase's Funny Farm is now approaching the end of the schedule, and the cumulative box office is less than $25 million. The box office performance of Basic Instinct may be slightly better, but it is also far below the expectations of Warner Bros. Pictures. In addition, A Fish Called Wanda starring Sandra earned another $5.63 million in 3 days last weekend. Due to strong word of mouth, the cumulative box office of this movie has reached $30.96 million in 2.5 weeks of release. When Simon and Amy checked the box office data of the past weekend at the headquarters of Deaneries Pictures, the same box office report had spread throughout Hollywood. It earned $16.75 million in 3 days. Even if the 3-day weekend box office accounts for 70% of the entire week's box office, the first week box office of Basic Instinct will not be less than $23 million. Although Coming to America just earned $36.15 million in its first week, there are only a handful of films that have earned more than $20 million in their first week. As long as there is number 45% drop in the second week like Coming to America, Basic Instinct has enough potential to continue to break through the $100 million mark in North America. In fact, when seeing the first weekend box office figures of Basic Instinct, most people would not doubt that this film will break through the $100 million mark like Deaneries Pictures' other two films, When Harry Met Sally and Pulp Fiction. Basic Instinct is so popular that even if it did not enter the cinema in its first week due to controversy, in the following weeks, audiences are likely to choose to watch it due to the further spread of the film's topicality and some word-of-mouth effects. With $23 million in its first week, the film can earn another $18 million in the second week, assuming a 20% drop in the second week. The revenue of more than $40 million in 2 weeks is not only enough for Fox and Deaneries Pictures to recover all the production costs of $20 million, but also enough to squeeze into the top 20 of the annual North American box office list. So, with the release of the box office of the first weekend, the whole of Hollywood began to study the success of Basic Instinct. Femme fatale. This is an important element that many film companies generally capture. In addition, of course, there's sex. Although the Hollywood strike is still going on, various studios have begun to collect scripts with similar elements. Simon knows that the fundamental reason for the success of Basic Instinct is actually the strong topic of the film caused by various controversies. The box office performance of the film industry is certainly important for the quality of the film itself, but when the topic of the film reaches a certain level, even if it is a completely bad film, it can still achieve very good box office. The 1997 Blair Witch and the original Time and Space proved this point. Because of the phenomenal discussion, a DV movie with a production cost of only tens of thousands of dollars actually got nearly $250 million in the global box office, a return rate of thousands of times, which is a miracle. To be fair, Simon's previous works, in addition to their own quality, were also greatly blessed by the halo of topicality. The 18-year-old director of Run, Lola Run, the youngest Palme d'Or winner of Pulp Fiction, and now the strong controversy of Basic Instinct. Simon also knows that after 2 consecutive years of multiple films, the public's curiosity about him is bound to gradually cool down. If Deaneries Pictures wants to continue to succeed in the films produced by Deaneries Pictures, in addition to ensuring the quality of the films themselves, Deaneries Pictures needs to invest more energy in the promotion of the films, and there will be no shortcuts now. The first week passed quickly in the continuous media discussion. From July 15th to July 21st, the box office performance of Basic Instinct was higher than the general expectations of the media, reaching $23.92 million. Following closely behind, Coming to America had a box office of $16.03 million in its third week of release, with a cumulative box office of $72.34 million. Warner Bros. The Detective ranked third, with a final box office of $13.19 million in its first week. According to the current situation, Warner is likely to repeat the mistakes of last year. In 1987, the best-performing movie of Warner was Lethal Weapon, which was released in the early period of the year. So far this year, the best-performing movie of Warner is still Tim Burton's new film Beetlejuice, which was not very optimistic about the Easter period. This fantasy comedy, which is about to be released, has accumulated a box office of just over $70 million. Chapter 187 Birthday Party. Santa Monica. In a 5-story office building on 2nd Street not far from Deaneries Pictures headquarters, this was originally the headquarters of a real estate company. Last year's stock market crash caused the collapse of the North American real estate market. In order to save money, the real estate company moved to the Ocean Park area in the south. Simon rented the entire 5-story office building as the office space for Deaneries Special Effects. Although this office building is not as large as the 2-story office building of Deaneries Pictures headquarters and does not have a separate parking lot, the total area of the 5-story office building is still much larger than that of Deaneries Pictures headquarters, which just meets the needs of Deaneries Special Effects. After several months of adjustments, Simon has integrated the 2 companies that were acquired, Alias Research and Wavefront Technologies, and Mark Silvers, the original founder of Wavefront Technologies, serves as the president of the new company. During this period, Deaneries Special Effects has been continuously recruiting people. In just over 3 months, the number of employees has reached more than 110, which is twice the size of Deaneries Pictures. However, compared with Deaneries Pictures, which continued to make huge profits through projects such as When Harry Met Sally and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Deaneries Special Effects was still completely burning money. Simon also planned to merge Deaneries Special Effects into the upgraded Deaneries Entertainment Company in the process of integrating New World Entertainment. It was already the afternoon of July 26th. In a small meeting room of Deaneries Special Effects, Simon, Terry Semel, and Mark Silvers of the Special Effects Company and several other senior executives were sitting around the desk watching a shot on the projector. Over the past few months, Simon had spent more than $10 million on a series of actions such as acquiring 2 companies, hiring employees, and purchasing expensive graphics workstation equipment. Naturally, he would not let these more than 100 people sit idle. The development of film special effects is actually driven by various projects. Simon has been providing Deaneries Special Effects with various ideas about projects such as Batman and even The Planned Ghost, and asked these people to study solutions and make various CG special effects shots for practice, just like making 3D animated shorts. On the projector screen, a large group of bats passed through the city streets like a terrifying black cloud. Although there was no sound, such a scene still made people feel scalp tingling. Mark Silvers personally operated a video recorder to play this less than 10 seconds of footage several times, and the staff reopened the curtains that had just been closed. Simon played with a pencil in his hand, and when the room was lit up, he said to Mark Silvers, "The synthesis effect is very good, but the bats don't look real enough. I hope it can be more refined by then." "This is a rendering problem," Mark Silvers explained, and then said, "Simon, if possible, we want to redevelop a set of rendering software based on existing technology. If there is sufficient funding and manpower, it will be completed in about a year." The production of movie CG special effects is roughly divided into several steps: modeling, rendering and synthesis. Simon previously acquired two companies. Alias developed 3D modeling software, which is actually the predecessor of Maya. Wavefront's technical achievements are more inclined to post-synthesis. Between the two, there is a technical shortcoming of rendering. The so-called rendering is to make the original digital CG model present the effect of a real object through a series of complex lighting, shadows and texture operations. Speaking of which, Pixar's famous RenderMan rendering tool has been developed. This software can not only be used for 3D animation production, but is also suitable for CG special effects rendering of live-action movies. However, Jobs still has no intention of giving in, and Simon does not intend to pin his hopes on Pixar. "I can agree with you to do this," Simon nodded, and then said, "but Batman can't wait for a year. From now on, you only have 8 months at most. After 8 months, Batman will enter the post-production stage." Mark Silvers thought about it and said, 8 months is no problem. We can take the lead in perfecting the technology needed for Batman." The two chatted for a while, and Mark Silvers left a meeting room with several executives. After everyone left, Terry Semel, CEO of Warner Bros. Pictures, who had been listening quietly, smiled and said, "Apart from the schedule at the end of next year, I am more and more optimistic about Batman." Simon knew that Terry Semel had called in recent days specifically to check on the preparation progress of Batman, and his fundamental purpose was not this. At this time, he just followed the other party's topic and said, "Good movies always take time to polish." Terry Semel no longer beat around the bush. "Simon, I heard that Pascal is looking for a new project recently." Simon did not deny it. "Yes, the company is too small, and suddenly I found that everyone has finished their work, and we have no films to produce during the popular schedule next year." "Then, how about our cooperation?" "Huh?" Terry Semel said, "I remember that you were very interested in the copyright of the Bourne Supremacy novel in Warner's hands at the beginning of the year. It just so happens that our company also wants to start this project recently, so why don't Warner and Deaneries Pictures cooperate?" Simon smiled and didn't expose him. If he was not interested in the film, Warner would probably have made the Bourne Supremacy into a mini-series and sold it to the TV network this fall, which is a common practice for production companies after the writers' strike. Paramount's long-planned Mission Impossible movie was also aborted because of the strike. However, Paramount has already released $2 billion box office club-level blockbuster movies Crocodile Dundee 2 and Coming to America this summer, and it will definitely have a good harvest this year, so there is no need to seek cooperation with Deaneries Pictures like Warner. Simon heard that after the movie version was aborted, Paramount has planned to restart the production of the TV version this fall. Terry Semel noticed the smile on Simon's mouth and felt bitter. Unlike the consecutive blockbuster films of Paramount, Fox, Deaneries and even Orion this summer, Warner Bros. Pictures, which should have been ranked at the top of the 7 majors, had a mediocre box office performance in the summer. Chevy Chase's Funny Farm in June has grossed less than $25 million so far. Eastwood's new film, The Detective, released at the same time as Basic Instinct this month, saw a 33% drop in box office revenue compared to its first week last weekend. It is difficult for such a drop to continue in the long term, and the total North American box office is expected to be only more than $30 million. In comparison, although Basic Instinct has caused various controversies, its box office fell by only 17% in the 3 days of the second weekend, earning another $13.91 million. Including the $23.92 million in the first week, The total North American box office of Basic Instinct has reached $37.83 million in 10 days of release. This number is probably difficult for the detective to catch up with until it is released. Moreover, in the past weekend, another family comedy, Caddyshack 2 from Warner Brothers, with a production cost of $20 million and 1,556 screens, only grossed a pitiful $3.96 million in the first 3 days of the first weekend, and the total North American box office is expected to be just over $10 million. So far, Warner Brothers Pictures has released a total of 24 films this year, and the best box office performance is only Tim Burton's Beetlejuice, which was not optimistic about it. The total box office in North America after the past weekend was $71.63 million. Before it is closed, the total box office in North America will be around $73 million. What's more frustrating is that after Beetlejuice, the second-ranked film released by Warner Brothers in the first half of the year is Chevy Chase's Farmhouse, which only has a box office of more than $20 million. Such film performance can only be described as bleak. Terry Semel is a direct descendant of Steve Ross, chairman of Warner Brothers, so he is not too worried that the company's poor performance will affect his future. Steve Ross is a very protective person. However, as a listed company, Warner's film business is too bleak, and he, as the person in charge, still has to take responsibility. Recently, even Steve Ross has begun to knock him to improve the operating conditions of Warner Brothers Pictures as soon as possible. In a high-risk business like movies, no one can guarantee success. Even Spielberg, who has been highly sought after in recent years, burned through a production budget of $35 million for the film Empire of the Sun that he collaborated with Warner last year, but the total box office in North America was only a pitiful $22.23 million. However, the emergence of Daenerys Pictures has completely broken the conventional perception of many people. Since the emergence of Run, Lola Run, a series of films related to Simon Westeros, Run, Lola Run, The Butterfly Effect, Final Destination, When Harry Met Sally, Pulp Fiction and even the recent Basic Instinct, have reached the level of the billion-dollar box office club. This can't even be described as a miracle, it's simply a miracle. If Simon Westeros was not a young man in his early 20s, his prestige in Hollywood would definitely reach the god level now, and this is not an exaggeration. After the success of The Alien, some people in Hollywood pointed to Spielberg and said, "Look, that's God." But Spielberg failed to continue the miracle of The Alien, and the films he produced over the years have also made losses and profits. Simon was also very aware that his popularity had been getting too high over the past year, and he had wanted to make a few mediocre films more than once to make Daenerys Pictures seem less dazzling. However, just as it was difficult for anyone with a normal mind to convince themselves to walk over and trip over a big pit, Simon had always been very reluctant to deliberately make a few failed films. Noticing Terry Semel's expectant eyes, Simon spread his hands and said, "Terry, you can see that I'm very busy now and I don't have time to take care of more projects." "You don't have to do that, Simon, none of us have that much energy," Terry Semel said immediately when he saw Simon's tone loosen up. "As long as you agree to cooperate with Warner, we can invite any staff you want and make this film exactly as you wish." Simon felt Terry Semel's earnest tone and suddenly understood one thing. Daenerys Pictures has been in the limelight for more than a year, but his company has not encountered huge pressure from traditional Hollywood forces. Now, Simon realized that this was mainly because the projects under Daenerys Pictures were basically in cooperation with major film companies. In addition to Orion, Daenerys Pictures' previous 6 projects, Fox, Warner and Disney, 3 of the 7 major companies, all benefited greatly from them. Now Daenerys Pictures still has Rain Man and Batman in its hands, which are still in contact with MGM and Warner among the 7 major companies. Since these major film companies have received profit sharing, they naturally will not think of suppressing Daenerys Pictures. As his thoughts raced, Simon quickly made up his mind. Since he couldn't convince himself to deliberately trip himself up, then continuing the current state of cooperation was obviously a very good way. Moreover, by keeping the major studios flocking to Daenerys Pictures at all times, Simon's power in Hollywood can also be rapidly expanded. Thinking of this, Simon said calmly, "Terry, what is the specific cooperation plan?" Terry Semel had obviously made preparations, and said without thinking, "We can adopt the cooperation model of Basic Instinct. Simon, Warner and Daenerys will each hold half of the rights and interests in this project. Deaneries Pictures will be solely responsible for production, and Warner Brothers will be responsible for distribution. A big factor in the success of the Bourne series lies in the crisp and sharp action style and realistic shooting techniques. It is not impossible to produce it more than 10 years in advance. However, Simon also knows that if he cannot supervise the whole process, there is no director in Hollywood who can handle this project, and it is more likely to end up with a film that is different from the original. In fact, in the Rain Man project, although it is the original team, Simon has recently faced this problem. After thinking for a moment, Simon shook his head and said, "Terry, I have a lot of novel ideas for the Bourne supremacy, but I haven't found anyone in Hollywood who can perfectly present my ideas." Terry Semel is of course not unaware of adaptation. "Simon, other projects are certainly possible, it doesn't have to be the Bourne supremacy." Simon shook his head slightly and smiled, and said, "Terry, if it is other projects, I don't have to cooperate with Warner." Terry Semel also smiled. "Simon, what do you want?" Simon put forward his own conditions. Deaneries Pictures can cooperate with Warner on a project, the profit-sharing model of Battle of the Instinct. In exchange, I need to get the 2 copyrights from Warner, the Bourne Supremacy and Wonder Woman. "No problem," Terry Semel said very straightforwardly. "However, Warner must retain the investment and distribution rights of these 2 projects." "That's definitely not possible," Simon refused. "I can't always tie the company's projects to other studios. For projects like Basic Instinct, if the North American box office exceeds 100 million, it will probably also achieve such box office results overseas. Counting the subsequent operation of various channels, Fox may earn hundreds of millions of dollars in the entire profit cycle with only half of the rights. Therefore, the Bourne Supremacy and Wonder Woman are bargaining chips." "Simon, but you can't guarantee that the project we cooperate on can reach the level of Basic Instinct." "Yes, no one can guarantee it." Simon spread his hands and said with a smile, "Let's take a gamble." The 2 bargained for a while, and Terry Semel finally did not agree immediately. The Bourne Supremacy was still okay, but the copyright of Wonder Woman was in the hands of DC, and the parent company still needed to intervene and make the final decision. Simon was not too worried that Warner would start these projects on its own. Everyone knows that different projects often have 2 completely different results in the hands of different people. After a busy afternoon, Simon got off work at around 6 o'clock. Instead of returning to Malibu, he rushed to Beverly Hills. Today is Sandra's birthday, and Simon had received an invitation to attend the girl's birthday party last week. However, although Janet knew about this, she did not attend with Simon this time, but just gave him a fierce look and told him to go home before 12 o'clock. Chapter 188 Differences. Sandra's residence is located in the Bird Street community of Beverly Hills, close to the Truesdale Manor where many celebrities gather. The Range Rover drove into the mansion covering an area of about a quarter of an acre. Before Simon got out of the car, Sandra, wearing a white dress with a mesh suspender at the waist, trotted out of the villa. Simon looked at the various cars parked in the yard and the people gathering at the villa, hugged Sandra, took the gift from Neil Bennett and handed it to her, then asked curiously, "Why are there so many people?" After Sandra hugged Simon, she took the man's arm and walked towards the villa with a gift in one hand, saying, "I just wanted to celebrate quietly, but half a month ago, people kept asking me about this and asked you if Simon Westeros would attend. I couldn't say no, that would be so embarrassing. And then it became like this." Simon smiled and said, "If you had told me earlier, I would have lent you the house in Palisade." Sandra rolled her eyes and refused. "Forget it, I can't afford the expenses of your birthday party." It was already evening, and the 2 walked into the villa. Many guests who were chatting or pretending to be chatting looked over at once. During this period, Deaneries Pictures became more and more brilliant in Hollywood. Not only did the 2 summer movies Pulp Fiction and Basic Instincts both achieve great success, but it also successfully entered the TV market. The ratings of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire were simply eye-popping. As the person who created all this, Simon naturally became the focus of attention in the circle. Although there are some controversies, everyone knows that in Hollywood, apart from box office and ratings, everything else is fake. As long as you can make a hit movie and a popular TV show, then, in the eyes of the studio and TV network, you are God. Similarly, Pulp Fiction and Basic Instincts once again made a lot of people famous. In the eyes of countless Hollywood actors who are always looking forward to pursuing such opportunities, Simon is also a god who can make them rise to the top. Because of his busy work, Simon rarely attends parties during this period, and Sandra's birthday party has become a great opportunity for many people to seek contact with him. As the first female star Simon made famous, there are also various public or private scandals between the two, and no one thinks that Simon and Sandra are innocent. Simon was held arm by Sandra and walked through the crowd, entertaining like a host for more than half an hour. When he was free, he and Sandra hid in a rather private living room on the second floor. The mansion was not large, but the location was very good. There was a gentle slope on the south side. Leaning on the sun lounger on the terrace of the living room, you could see the lights of downtown Los Angeles. Sandra brought a glass of red wine and sat on the edge of the lounge chair. Seeing Simon leaning on the lounge chair and flipping through a magazine, she handed the red wine to him and asked jokingly, "Why didn't Jenny come with you?" Simon took the red wine and took a sip, enjoying the pleasant smell coming from Sandra, and said, "Do you want her to come?" Sandra leaned down and simply lay on Simon's chest, saying, "So, do you want to stay tonight?" As a normal man, Simon did not resist a feeling of being close to Sandra. However, being close is being close, but if he stayed tonight, it would be a bit troublesome. Shaking his head regretfully, Simon imitated Janet's tone and said, "You must be home before midnight." "You are so strict." Sandra immediately showed a look of contempt on her face. She grabbed Simon's wrist, took a sip of red wine from the glass in his hand, and said, "So, dump her, I can allow you to go home at 2 in the morning." Simon carefully held the glass to prevent the wine from spilling, and said with a smile, "Then aren't you afraid that I will find someone who allows me to stay out all night?" Sandra frowned in distress. This was indeed a big problem. After thinking for a while, she quickly compromised and said, "We can discuss it. I don't like women without a stance." "Humph, spineless man, you can go home whenever a woman tells you to." Since it concerns the dignity of a man, Simon immediately refused. "How is that possible? Of course I do whatever I want." To prove this, I decided to go back at 11 o'clock. More guests came one after another. As the host, Sandra could not leave for too long. The two stayed on the second floor for a while and then went downstairs quickly. The guests in the living room saw the two of them coming down from upstairs together, and they all looked nonchalant, but their eyes were more or less ambiguous, and some of the female guests looked a little disappointed. It was less than half an hour. As night fell, the lively birthday party officially began. This party was naturally not as grand as Simon's birthday party at the beginning of the year, but there were definitely many Hollywood celebrities attending. The senior executives of WMA and the bosses of several major film companies all came over. Although many of them only showed up, exchanged a few words with everyone and left again, this was enough to make many young stars at the party envious. However, even Sandra herself actually understood that these people came mainly for Simon. Just like Terry Semmel's intention in the afternoon, Hollywood knew that Daenerys Pictures was looking for new film projects recently. The two projects, Pulp Fiction and Basic Instinct, made Orion and Fox, which cooperated with Daenerys Pictures, earn a lot of money. Pulp Fiction directly supported Orion's performance this year. Seeing this, Hollywood filmmakers are naturally trying every means to establish relationships with Daenerys Pictures. Nancy is a trader in the Chicago commodity futures market, but her performance is not very good, and she is even about to face layoffs. By chance, she met the devil Nike, who has the ability to predict the future. Nancy, who is eager to succeed, made a deal with Nike. She exchanged her soul for information about futures price increases and decreases from Nike. On the lawn in the backyard of the mansion, Simon patiently listened to the script introduced by George Crane, a producer introduced by Jonathan, and said with a smile, "George, this is a very interesting idea. However, the setting of a futures trader is a little far from ordinary people." George Crane seemed to be suddenly enlightened, and immediately said, "This is indeed a problem, Simon. If necessary, we can change you to a stock trader." Simon did not intend to be too perfunctory with the other party. It is difficult to shoot new tricks with this setting of making a deal with the devil. The final result is nothing more than the heroine repenting, giving up the devil's conditions or passing the devil's test, and then the lovers finally get married. How about this, George? You can have someone send a copy of the script to Daenerys Pictures tomorrow. If I think it's good after I read it, I'll contact you. When George Crane heard what Simon said, he naturally realized that there was not much hope. He continued to chat with Simon for a few more words and then walked away tactfully. Jonathan looked at George Crane's leaving figure and said to Simon, "I like this script very much, Simon. Do you think it won't work?" Simon shook his head frankly and said, "The story is too old-fashioned, and I don't see anything that will make people's eyes shine. In fact, Hollywood has never lacked creative scripts, but people have always been more inclined to add a little bit to the proven successful ideas, involving tens of millions of dollars in investment, which is safer." Jonathan talked about his own experience, glanced at Sandra beside Simon, and said, "Speaking of which, the movie A Fish Called Wanda that you introduced to Sandy was really surprising. It is expected to get more than $60 million in box office in North America alone." Sandra signed a 10% full-channel profit-sharing contract. This remuneration is enough to make her the highest-paid actress in Hollywood this year. Simon shrugged and said, "I was a little surprised too. I just thought the script was very interesting at the time." Jonathan had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he instinctively thought that this was not a surprise. Having just heard about an idea of making a deal with the devil in exchange for foreseeing the future, Jonathan even felt that everything Simon had shown since his debut, whether it was what he did in Hollywood or the operation that made more than $1 billion in the stock index futures market last year, was just like making a deal with the devil. Thinking this in his heart, Jonathan naturally would not say it out loud. Although he was not an atheist, he also felt that his idea was a bit ridiculous. Sandra waited for Jonathan to leave, but she did not hide her thoughts. She hugged Simon's arm and touched it, lowered her voice and asked, "Hey, did you also make a deal with the devil?" Simon nodded mysteriously, and deliberately looked around, and said, "Actually, it was an angel. I met her in the mental hospital 2 years ago." Sandra showed an exaggerated expression of surprise on her face. "Introduce her to me." Simon said regretfully, "What a pity, she has returned to God." The two whispered nonsense, and a tall girl in a black evening dress came over. It was Nicole Kidman. "Simon, Sandy, what are you talking about?" Sandra said casually. Simon said he saw God. Nicole was stunned for a moment, and could only nod and said, "This, is very interesting." Simon was helpless. He was living a good life. How could he have seen God? He simply ignored Sandra's words and asked Nicole, "How is George's Over the Horizon going?" Although Deanery's Pictures still had to film contracts with Nicole, it was not suitable for her at the moment, so Simon agreed that Nicole should shoot George Miller's Over the Horizon first. For similar reasons, Samuel Jackson and Meg Ryan, who signed option contracts with Deanery's Pictures, did the same. "It's too cold in Australia now. We probably have to wait until September to start filming," Nicole said, looking at Simon with a moving look, and said, "I heard that you plan to shoot Batman in Australia." Yes, Simon did not deny it, saying, "It's also due to the season. It's just right to shoot there at the beginning of next year." Nicole did not hide it, saying, "Speaking of which, Simon, is there really no role suitable for me? Even a small supporting role will do." Simon shook his head regretfully and said, "I can't bear to waste your film contract on a small supporting role." "Then it's not included in the contract." Nicole was very straightforward, and said with a compliment, "After all, who would refuse Simon Westeros' invitation?" With such socializing, the lively party time passed quickly. After 10 o'clock, guests kept leaving one after another. Near 11 o'clock, the whole mansion was basically empty. Although there were many guests tonight, Sandra did not hire a party company. Simon and Sandra saw off the last wave of guests. Seeing Sandra's assistant Gina Kloss cleaning up the mess in the living room, Simon asked, "Do you want to call someone to clean up?" "Let's talk about it tomorrow," Sandra said, sending Gina to rest. She pulled Simon to sit on the sofa in the living room, curled up in the man's arms, and said, "Are you really not going to stay tonight?" Simon's fingers reached into the mesh at the waist of Sandra's long skirt and scratched it gently, saying, "You don't want to be on the gossip headlines early tomorrow morning, do you?" Sandra smiled and opened Simon's mischievous fingers, saying, "If I can snatch Simon Westeros away, I don't mind." Simon smiled and nodded, leaned over to kiss the woman on the forehead and then said goodbye, but Sandra hugged her neck and kissed her on the lips. The two huddled on the sofa for a while, and Simon still got up and left. Even if he and Sandra didn't care about gossip, they had to consider Janet's feelings. The next day was Wednesday. Although Simon did not stay at Sandra's house, his attendance at the girl's birthday party last night was still exaggerated by the tabloids, but it did not cause much waves. At the age of 20, he has fame and wealth that others can hardly reach. For such a guy who is the center of attention, it is normal for many people to have various scandals with women. Simon has no time to care about these things. He needs to deal with the thorny issues about Rain Man. Before last year's Good Morning, Vietnam, Barry Levinson, who started out with TV series, was just a second-tier director like Robin Williams. Good Morning, Vietnam eventually grossed $123 million in North America, which exceeded the total box office performance of all the films Barry Levinson had directed before. In this era, any director who can produce a film with a North American box office of over $100 million will be sought after by the entire Hollywood. As Barry Levinson's status rises, his temper and thoughts naturally rise. In the process of directing Rain Man, he was as free as the two male protagonists. The film budget was stretched, and Barry Levinson also contributed a lot. In order to prevent the project from getting out of control, Simon has been following the entire filming process in person. When the post-production work began, he also handed Barry Levinson a 17-page memo that he had accumulated from watching the shooting samples every week, hoping that the other party would refer to his opinions for editing. So things happened. During this period, Simon could hear Barry Levinson constantly complaining publicly on various occasions about Simon's excessive interference in the Rain Man project. If Deaneries Pictures had not suppressed a press release, these rumors would have appeared in The Hollywood Reporter. In the original contract, Michael Ovitz fought for a month of post-production editing time for Barry Levinson. Simon naturally did not expect the current situation. Considering the original team, he agreed, but now he regrets his original decision. Fortunately, a month has finally passed. Simon also asked to watch the rough cut sample without giving in. In the viewing room of Deaneries Pictures headquarters, Simon watched the 3.5-hour rough cut for less than an hour before turning off the projector himself. He looked at Barry Levinson beside him and said, "Barry, in just this hour, I found at least 5 details that I mentioned in the memo but did not appear in the film. I need an explanation." Barry Levinson said in a nonchalant tone, "Simon, I think this is a good cut. I don't think it's necessary to keep the details you mentioned." Simon continued to stare at Barry Levinson and said, "Barry, you did it on purpose, right?" Barry Levinson was not to be outdone and said, "Simon, I really don't like others interfering with my work. But you have to understand," Simon said with a cold tone, "I gave you this job. You spent $25 million of my money, or even more than $25 million, so you have an obligation to produce a result that satisfies me." Hearing what Simon said, Barry Levinson's temper flared up, and he said, "Westeros, I'm a director, not your slave. I will only do my best on this project based on my own ideas. If you can't accept it, you shouldn't have hired me. Do you know how many film companies in Hollywood are willing to pay me $25 million to make a movie? It looks like we have nothing to say." Simon didn't intend to waste words with Barry Levinson anymore, so he stood up and said, "Deaneries Pictures will completely take back the post-production rights of this project. In addition, I need to remind you, Barry, that according to the contract, you are obligated to maintain the reputation of this film. So, I don't want to hear you discuss Rain Man in public again. This is good for both of us." Chapter 189, Blame. Simon did not expect Barry Levinson to remain silent as he wished after taking back the post-production rights of Rain Man. What Simon did not expect was that the next day, The Hollywood Reporter quickly published a front-page news of Barry Levinson was forced to withdraw from the post-production of Rain Man. The article completely put Barry Levinson in the position of a victim and described the whole process of Simon's wanton interference in the film production from the shooting stage of Rain Man until Barry Levinson was fired yesterday. As if it was arranged in advance, on the day the news was published, the two leading actors of Rain Man, Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise, also accepted interviews with CNN at the same time, publicly accusing Simon of disrespecting the filmmakers. Then, the Directors Guild of America also jumped out and publicly issued a statement on Friday, claiming that it would investigate whether Deaneries Pictures had violated the rights of directors. So, in just a few days, Deaneries Pictures was quickly pushed to the center of another public opinion storm. Hollywood has always been a producer-centered system. Whether it was the sensational incident in the early 1980s when Tobe Hooper, the director of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, was sidelined by producer Spielberg in the Poltergeist project, or the tragic director change of Justice League many years later in Simon's memory, directors were kicked out during the film production process. However, Ordinary people obviously don't care too much about these industry rules. Under the media's hype, a common thing in Hollywood was quickly exaggerated into a major event that was almost a scandal. New York. Morton Street in Greenwich Village, Lower Manhattan. Less than 1 kilometer away from New York University, a 9-story red brick building is the East Coast headquarters of New World Entertainment. New World Entertainment occupies 6 of the 9-story red brick building. Half of the company's more than 110 employees, excluding Marvel, are here, and the other half are in Los Angeles. The 6-story office space is obviously more than enough to accommodate more than 50 employees. This is actually the result of several layoffs experienced by New World Entertainment. Because the company's business focuses on TV program production, New World Entertainment originally had hundreds of employees on the East Coast. Nearly half of them have been laid off in the past 6 months, but the lease of the office building has not expired, which led to the current situation. Today is August 2nd. After a month of financing and auditing processes, Simon officially signed an acquisition agreement with Larry Cuban, chairman of New World Entertainment, and senior executives of both companies gathered in New York. After the signing ceremony in the morning, the main executives of the two companies gathered in the largest conference room in the office building for a meeting after lunch. Although several buildings with better conditions have been purchased in the upper city, according to the contract, the residents there will not move out until around 1990, and then they will face demolition. At the afternoon meeting, Simon asked the management to buy the red brick building where New World Entertainment is now located as soon as possible and use it as the East Coast headquarters of Deaneries Entertainment. The North American real estate market has been declining for more than half a year, and Greenwich Village is not a prime location. It probably costs less than $20 million to buy this not-so-large straight-tube red brick building, and the expansion of Deaneries Entertainment in the next few years will be enough to fill the entire building. The extra space and time can be used for redecoration. The company is growing so rapidly, and it is necessary to purchase additional properties. Of course. The biggest reason is Simon's personal preference for opening up private territory, and he happens to be able to afford the expense. As for the West Coast, Simon has never been interested in the location of the company's headquarters, so this matter can only be put on hold for the time being. Although it is the longest season in summer, a long meeting involving a series of topics such as personnel adjustments, financial planning and project discussions was held until nightfall in Manhattan. Fortunately, Deaneries Pictures is thriving, and many people have just escaped the disaster of losing their jobs due to company bankruptcy, and have also joined a new employer with great prospects. All executives of the two companies have no complaints about this. After the meeting, Deaneries Pictures also arranged a welcome reception for all New World Entertainment employees at a nearby hotel. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that many people dispersed contentedly. Simon, however, could not be idle. Before the cocktail party was over, he returned to the headquarters of New World Entertainment with Amy Pascal, Robert Rem, and Robert Iger, who had successfully resigned from ABC to join Deaneries Entertainment. Everyone sat down in a small meeting room of the company. Jennifer personally made coffee for everyone and brought it up. Simon took the coffee handed over by the female assistant and said thank you softly, but his expression was not so relaxed. Simon, if things continue to ferment, many well-known Hollywood directors may avoid working with us out of concern. This is a very difficult problem, Robert Rem, who is the most senior among the people at the scene, said first. We must make clarifications and fight back as soon as possible. If it is not necessary, after a busy day, everyone will naturally not gather together late at night. At this time, the discussion is naturally the Barry Levinson dismissal incident that broke out in recent days. Simon did not let this incident affect the expansion rhythm of Deaneries Pictures. He completed the acquisition of New World Entertainment step by step, and finally took this company and Marvel Entertainment, which he valued most, into his pocket. However, in recent days, Simon simply cannot ignore this matter. The media and public relations team of Deaneries Pictures has been working hard to prevent the situation from getting out of control. However, what Simon has not understood in recent days is why Barry Levinson wants to make this matter known to everyone. Moreover, there is obviously the shadow of CAA behind this. Although he has become a highly sought-after first-line director with Good Morning, Vietnam, if there is no support from CAA, Barry Levinson alone cannot make such a big deal in just a few days. In the final analysis, everyone is a businessman. Although Simon does not intend to compromise, according to convention, CAA should first try to contact Daenerys Pictures instead of tearing their faces so ostentatiously. After all, although the media generally tends to favor Barry Levinson, Hollywood is not short of discerning people. Which film company has not fired a few directors? CAA people want to make a big deal when they are slightly wronged. Can everyone still cooperate well in the future? However, Simon has not received any news from CAA these days. Simon habitually played with a pencil in his hand, and he glanced down, and suddenly realized that he seemed to always be able to find a pencil at hand. However, he stopped worrying when he noticed Jennifer quietly sitting down beside him after serving coffee to everyone. Glancing at the thin white neck of the female assistant after she tied her hair into a ponytail, Simon retracted his attention, nodded to Robert Rem, who was already in the mood, and looked at the others. "What do you think?" Amy frowned slightly and thought, but did not speak. When Robert Iger heard Simon's inquiry, he said, "Regarding this recent incident, I always feel that Barry Levinson and the others seem a little too impatient." Simon was puzzled. "Huh?" Robert Iger organized his thoughts and said, "If the information I have is correct, you just fired Barry Levinson, and the matter broke out the next day. This is obviously too deliberate and too impatient." Robert Rem said, "Bob, Ovitz has great power in Hollywood. He only needs to make a few phone calls to do this." "Indeed, but if it were me, I would definitely choose to communicate with Simon first, and only use these means if the negotiations fail," Robert Iger said, looking at Simon, and said, "But, Simon, Ovitz didn't contact you, right?" Simon nodded and looked at Amy. Amy understood and explained to Iger and the others, "We tried to contact CAA, but they said Ovitz went to Japan. If CAA is willing to reconcile, this is not a problem." Iger shook his head and said, "The problem now is that CAA has no intention of reconciliation. They seem to just want to embarrass us." Amy said, "I am also wondering about this. Although we are not as good as the Big Seven, CAA should not be stupid enough to completely fall out with us." Robert Rem also said at this time, "Perhaps, is it possible that the Big Seven are actually behind this?" Amy and Iger fell silent after hearing this. This year's summer season has come to an end. Although Paramount Pictures has successfully landed two films with a box office of over $100 million in North America through two wonderful saturation-style full releases, during this period, the light of Hollywood has almost all been concentrated on Daenerys Pictures. In addition to Pulp Fiction and Basic Instinct, Daenerys Pictures also launched Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, a popular reality show that affected the entire Hollywood screenwriters' strike. In addition, at the end of last month, the company also sold another reality show, Big Brother, to Fox TV network at a high price of $1 million per episode. Compared with Survivor, which has only more than 10 episodes per season, Big Brother has a standard 23 episodes per season. Moreover, the production cost of Big Brother, which is completely filmed in a closed environment in a house, is only comparable to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, both of which are very cheap. Because of the exemplary success of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the sponsorship fees received by Big Brother also offset the production budget and generated profits. The $23 million Daenerys Pictures received from Fox TV network is completely net income, and it also retains the right to renegotiate the next season based on the ratings of the show. Calculated, the 3 reality shows that have been sold, just the first season alone, can bring Daenerys Pictures a total of about $200 million in net income. Among the 7 major companies, Columbia and MGM, whose performance has not been very good in recent years, may not be able to reach this figure in terms of net profit for the whole year. The principle that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind is applicable in any country and any industry. Daenerys Pictures' performance is too dazzling, and competitors will definitely not remain indifferent. However, in the meeting room, Simon immediately ruled out the possibility of the 7 majors making a move. Although Pulp Fiction and Basic Instinct are very successful, the studios have obtained profit sharing. Just like Pulp Fiction, it is expected to earn more than $150 million in box office in North America alone. Simon's original contract was signed in the name of the company. After the settlement, Daenerys Pictures can only get 10% of the box office share and 5% of the North American local video sales share in the later period. The bulk of the money still belongs to Orion. The income of Basic Instinct is also shared equally with Fox, and it is also a big profit. There is no way that the 2 companies will be dissatisfied. As for the other companies, They are still maintaining a cooperative relationship with Deanery's Pictures or looking forward to a cooperative relationship, and they do not have enough motivation to do such a thing that harms others and does not benefit themselves. Even among the 4 major TV networks, except for CBS, which failed to snatch Big Brother and looked down on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and got nothing, the other 3 also had no motivation to do so in order to ensure that there would be no accidents during the production and broadcast of several reality shows. Motivation? Motivation. Thinking quickly in his mind. Suddenly, Simon finally grasped the key to the matter. Michael Ovitz is not a fool, but very shrewd and realistic. So, if there is no sufficient motivation, and Barry Levinson just wants to vent his emotions, he obviously will not support the other party to do so. The question now is, what is the motive of this whole thing? Silently listening to Amy and others' discussions, Simon repeatedly sorted out the ins and outs of the whole thing. After a moment, he finally realized it. I think I understand what's going on now, Simon interrupted Amy and the others by tapping the table. He then looked at the female assistant and said, Jenny, please arrange a flight for tomorrow morning and contact Ovitz. He should have returned from Japan. I will meet him after I arrive in Los Angeles tomorrow. Jennifer nodded to indicate that she would take note. The other 3 were confused and looked at him at the same time with puzzled expressions. Simon said, Amy, do you still remember the bad things that happened during the filming of Rain Man? Whether it was Dustin Hoffman, Tom Cruise, or Barry Levinson, they were all very pessimistic about the project after the filming started. Amy nodded. Because of the pessimism about Rain Man, the entire crew showed a negative and casual mentality during the filming. In the second week of the filming, Dustin Hoffman, due to this reason and some other dissatisfaction, even shouted to the producer, "You can go find Jack Nicholson, I don't want to shoot anymore," and then he really gave up. It took a lot of trouble to persuade him to come back. Later in the filming, Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise both directly referred to their respective characters as 2 idiots sitting in a convertible. Obviously, judging from Barry Levinson's actions in the later stages of the film, the director's mentality was the same. Simon felt the curious eyes of several people and explained, after all, Rain Man is a big production that cost $25 million. Barry Levinson, Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise all believed that this project would fail at the box office, which would in turn affect their reputation and status in Hollywood. So, if you encounter such a thing, what would you do? Amy Pascal, Robert Rem and Robert Iger looked at each other at the same time, and a certain idea flashed through their minds. However, none of them spoke. The answer couldn't be more obvious. Shifting the blame. It's just that. It's definitely better not to react too quickly to this problem. Probably few bosses would like to see employees who like to shift the blame. Simon looked at the expressions on the faces of the 3 people and knew that they had understood. Since Simon handed Barry Levinson a memo on his revisions to Rain Man a few days ago, Barry Levinson has been complaining about Simon's excessive interference in the project. Now think about it. This is simply Barry Levinson paving the way for the box office failure of Rain Man. He just became a first-tier film last year with Good Morning Vietnam. If he immediately encounters a box office failure of a $25 million big production, it will definitely affect his value and status. Simon even felt that Barry Levinson deliberately went against him in the film editing just to irritate him, and this strategy was obviously successful. Then, the main creators who didn't want to bear the bad reputation of making a box office failure, of course, decisively put the blame on Simon. Now, the matter has become a big deal. Even if Rain Man fails at the box office again, the media and the public will only think that the responsibility lies with Simon, and the main creators of the film have become victims. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, New Contract of the Producers Union. In the south of Venice Beach, in an office park near the famous Marina del Rey in Los Angeles, Michael Ovitz had just gotten off the car in the parking lot when Jennifer Raybould came up to him and said politely, "Mr. Ovitz, the boss is waiting for you. Please follow me." Ovitz was somewhat displeased when he didn't see Simon to greet him, but he nodded gracefully in front of the beautiful woman and followed Jennifer into a large factory building in the park. The factory building was full of various types of vehicle assembly parts. Simon was whispering with a white middle-aged man around a peculiarly shaped motorcycle. "Good afternoon, Michael." Simon stopped talking and walked over when he saw Ovitz, shook hands with Ovitz, and introduced another middle-aged man. "This is Adam Locklet. He used to be a designer for General Motors and now runs his own studio." Ovitz shook hands with Adam Locklet again before looking at the motorcycle in front of him again. The reason why it can be called a motorcycle is simply because this vehicle has only two wheels, two wide wheels that are obviously only used in racing cars. But apart from that, the exaggerated shape of the whole vehicle with a full sense of technology is completely out of the category of motorcycle. Because he has been paying attention to Simon's movements intentionally or unintentionally, Ovitz quickly understood the purpose of this motorcycle and asked tentatively, "Simon, is this the prop you designed for Batman?" The motorcycle in front of him is actually the super cool Batmobile in the original Dark Knight series. Simon was not interested in the completely pragmatic Batmobile in Nolan's Batman version, and designed the shape of the Batmobile separately, but retained the concept of this Batmobile. After confirming the filming of Batman, he asked someone to start designing this vehicle. Simon took Ovitz to the side of the Batmobile and said, "Yeah, what do you think?" Ovitz stepped forward and carefully looked at the cool vehicle, saying, "The shape is very novel, but I didn't see the power system. Can it run?" Adam Locklet, who was beside the two of them, took the initiative to explain, "Mr. Ovitz, this motorcycle uses hub motor technology. Its power system, transmission system and braking system are all integrated in the wheel hub and driven by electricity, so it can run." Ovitz has always been a very curious person. Hearing this, he immediately became more interested and carefully asked about the various details of this vehicle. The three of them chatted like this. Ovitz finally tried to drive a short distance in the factory himself. Because many details are still being perfected, although it can run, the speed of the Batmobile at this time is very slow. Simon's expectation for this vehicle is that it can reach a speed of about 30 km per hour during the filming process. After getting off the Batmobile, Ovitz thought of the advantages of the wheel hub motor technology that Adam Locklet had just introduced, and exclaimed, "It's really surprising. I didn't expect that there is such advanced technology in the world. Perhaps in a few years, we will usher in a new revolution in the automotive industry." Adam Locklet carefully pushed the Batmobile back to the center of the factory, but shook his head and said, "Mr. Ovitz, the wheel hub motor technology is actually not advanced at all. It has almost the same long history as the internal combustion engine. As early as 1900, Fernand Porsche, the founder of Porsche, designed the first electric car using wheel hub motor technology. It's just that in the past century, our automobile industry has always focused on the research and development of internal combustion engines, and wheel hub motors and electric-driven vehicles have not been popularized." Ovitz suddenly realized and said, "This is really a pity." Simon couldn't help but sighed. "I always feel that we have missed too many things because of fundamental interests rather than the pursuit of science. The Apollo program sent humans to the moon in the 1960s, but over the years, the aerospace industry has not continued to develop, but has been regressing." Ovitz said, "I think the Apollo program is a bit of a waste of money and labor." Simon retorted, "Before the age of exploration, some countries on this planet had too many opportunities to dominate the world, but in the end it was Britain, which had only a few million people at the time, that created the British Empire. The starry sky above us, which is only accessible to humans, is thousands of times more vast than the ocean. Who knows what it can bring us?" After chatting casually for a while, Simon and Ovitz sat down at a workbench in the factory, and Adam Locklet took the initiative to leave. Picking up a wrench from the workbench and playing with it, Simon asked Ovitz, "How is the negotiation with Sony?" Ovitz was a little surprised. Although he did not hide his trip to Japan, there were definitely not many people who knew that he was rushing to Tokyo to discuss the acquisition of a Hollywood film company with Sony Group. However, since Simon had pointed it out, Ovitz did not deny it and said, "Sony wants to acquire a major Hollywood film company, and CAA just happens to expand its own business. Speaking of which, Simon, the Japanese are very interested in you, and they specifically asked about Deanery's pictures." "I'm not interested in the Japanese," Simon said, without commenting too much, and got to the point, "Now that you're back, Michael, I think the recent farce should be over. Levinson and the others have achieved their goals, so I hope they will all shut up next." Ovitz's smiling expression turned serious, and he said, "Simon, you shouldn't fire Barry for a disagreement." Simon looked at Ovitz and said, "Michael, everyone is smart. They all think that Rain Man will not be successful. Levinson doesn't want his newly promoted first-tier status with Good Morning Vietnam to be damaged, and Hoffman is also worried about repeating the box office failure of I Still last year, so several people put the blame on me. Now, they have all got what they wanted, and this matter should end here." Ovitz originally wanted to get some more benefits from Simon for his clients, but after Simon pointed out the problem, he couldn't say anything more. He always felt that he and Simon were the same kind, two smart people, and if he deliberately made trouble, it would make him look very stupid. He didn't want to become a fool. "I'll talk to Barry and the others," Ovitz nodded in agreement after a moment of silence, and then said, "Next, Simon, what are you going to do? I remember you like this script very much, Michael, and so do I. Next, I will personally take over the post-production work of this project until it enters the theaters." Simon explained a few words, and then said, "Since the three of them don't want to have anything to do with Rain Man anymore, this project has nothing to do with them anymore. Deanery's Pictures will pay all the balances in their contracts in full, and all they have to do is shut up. Moreover, at least now the entire Federation knows that there is a movie like Rain Man, which is actually a good thing. Movie marketing, whether it is marketing in a good direction or a bad direction, as long as it can make more audiences pay attention to the movie, its marketing is successful." Ovitz did not express any indignation at Simon's contempt for his clients. Instead, he said with enlightenment, "Did you use this strategy on basic instinct? Yes, this should be considered controversial marketing. It's very useful. You can also try it when you are in charge of a film company in the future." Ovitz shook his head subconsciously and said, "I don't plan to run a film company. If you don't seize the opportunity, it will only be your loss. CAA is too small after all. You should be tired of it, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't try to do consulting work for Sony." Simon recalled Ovitz's personal career experience in his memory, and added casually, "However, if you run a film company but fail to gain absolute control, your loss will be greater." Ovitz couldn't help but think of the invitation from Sony executives during his trip to Japan to let him run a major Hollywood film company after acquiring it. CAA's influence in Hollywood seems to be growing, but due to the limitations of the industry itself, it can only be regarded as a small plate after all. More than 600 clients can actually only bring the company a total income of $100 to $200 million each year. After paying the salaries and dividends of more than 100 agents in the company, not much can fall into Ovitz's hands. In comparison, even the now impoverished MGM has an annual income of more than $100 million or $200 million. The Universal Pictures parent company MCA, Music Corporation of America, that he recommended to Sony for acquisition this time is even more of a behemoth. Neither party is a person who does nothing. Since the matter has been settled, Ovitz quickly said goodbye and left. Simon continued to discuss some design details of the Batmobile with Adam Locklet, and also rushed back to the Deanery's Pictures headquarters in Santa Monica. Just after sitting down in the office, Amy knocked on the door and walked in with a document. Handing the folder in her hand to Simon, Amy explained, "This is the new contract that the Producers Guild has just provided to the WGA." Simon flipped through it casually. There were two plans in the folder. One was today's new contract, and the other was the plan that was voted down by the WGA in mid-June. After a simple browse, Simon found that the Producers Guild was completely ruthless this time. In the new plan, compared with a previous 3-year contract, the Producers Guild directly requested to extend the contract to 4 years. In addition, regarding the syndicated revenue of one-hour TV programs on TV networks, which is the core of the strike dispute, the Producers Guild completely rejected the WGA's request to share revenue based on the number of reruns in the new contract, insisting on calculating the screenwriter's income based on the proportion of rerun revenue, and the share ratio given is only 1.2%, far lower than the 2% generally expected by the industry. In comparison, although the June contract stipulated a payment cap, the Producers Guild provided a compromise clause that screenwriters can choose between a fixed share and a proportional share. As for the WGA's demands for other film share ratios, minimum salary standards, and even more creative a control in the strike, the Producers Guild also compressed them to varying degrees based on the June contract. All calculated, this contract is worth $50 million less than the June plan, which is equivalent to an average loss of at least 1 month's salary for each of the more than 10,000 WGA members. Moreover, The Producers Guild also strongly demanded that the WGA must give a response within a week. If the new contract still cannot be passed, the negotiations between the two sides will be postponed for another month. Today is August 5th. At the end of last month, after officially signing a contract with Daenerys Pictures, ABC quickly relaunched the show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Although there are only 2 episodes left per week, this has not stopped the audience from pursuing this reality show. Compared with the initial pilot episode, the number of viewers in recent weeks has even reached 20 million. In addition to ABC, the 2 major TV networks NBC and Fox have also begun to promote the other 2 reality shows they just got from Daenerys Pictures. Although CBS failed to cooperate with Daenerys Pictures, it also tinkered with a game-breaking reality show and also started promoting it. In recent days, the 4 major TV networks have also publicly stated that they will develop more reality shows, and at the same time announce that they will promote more TV drama projects for non-union members. This is obviously a clear pressure. After Simon finished reading the documents in his hand, he looked at Amy and asked, "Do you think the WGA will agree to this contract?" "The WGA doesn't have many choices anymore," Amy nodded, and then said, "I'm just worried that our TV business may be affected." After completing the acquisition of New World Entertainment, Simon's first request to the senior management of New World Entertainment was to restart the TV business that had been suspended as soon as possible. Now, although those projects are no longer short of funds, Daenerys Pictures' reality show project caused the WGA to fail miserably in this strike. Obviously, the company's TV series are very likely to be boycotted by screenwriters. TV series are much more dependent on screenwriters than movies. Frowning and thinking for a while, Simon said, "It depends on the situation. Everyone is trying to make a living. I don't believe that the screenwriter has the courage to refuse the job in front of him after losing income for half a year. If they really do this, we will invite non-union members or seek overseas screenwriters from overseas." Amy knew that this was the only way for the time being, so she changed the subject and asked, "How was your meeting with Ovitz?" "It's settled," Simon nodded, and said, "CAA has no intention of completely breaking up with us." Amy was a little worried again. Barry Levinson would definitely not get involved in this project again, but she didn't think it was a good choice for Simon to be personally responsible for the post-production of Rain Man. "Simon, do you really want to personally supervise the re-editing of Rain Man? Otherwise, apart from Barry Levinson, I'm probably the only one in Hollywood who is familiar with this project." Amy suggested, "Maybe we can invite the editor of Rain Man over." "I checked." Simon shook his head and said, "Stu Lind is Barry Levinson's long-term partner, so forget it. I don't plan to let this project have anything to do with Barry Levinson and his team." Chapter 191 HBO. After Simon and Ovitz met, the public opinion storm caused by Barry Levinson's dismissal did not dissipate immediately, but the main creators of Rain Man all stopped talking about it in the media. However, this matter will not end here. During the production of Rain Man, compared with many more powerful film companies in Hollywood, Simon has given several main creators enough room to play, and his intervention in this film is even limited to preventing the project from going completely out of control. Everything Barry Levinson and others did to avoid the negative impact that the failure of the film might have on themselves has far exceeded Simon's tolerance limit. He did not intend to let this matter go from the beginning. However, although it was created by several people he disliked very much, Rain Man is a project that Daenerys Pictures spent a lot of money on. Simon will not deliberately destroy this project. Doing so is equivalent to being angry with others and smashing his own pot, which is a double loss. Only when Rain Man achieves the annual box office champion level of the original time and space can this slap be hit back hard. Simon does not intend to just slap back and leave it at that. It is not painful enough. It is always too easy for people to forget such minor injuries and pains that are not impressive enough. While Simon personally took over Rain Man, another film of Daenerys Pictures, Scream, was successfully completed after the filming was completed at the end of July. With both parties communicating about the creative ideas, Simon was very satisfied with Wes Craven's work results. The film will be completed in early September at the latest, and nearly 2 months of publicity and distribution time can be reserved for the Halloween schedule at the end of October. In addition, the filming of Steel Magnolias and Dead Poets Society is also nearing its end, which will not delay the end-of-the-year schedule. On the other hand, after the American Film and Television Producers Association proposed the latest contract plan to the WGA, The WGA, which was completely forced into a corner, had to initiate a vote again. Because the Producers Association only gave a week to respond, this vote could only be conducted by lottery in the two major cities of New York and Los Angeles. Of the 2,500 screenwriters who participated in the vote, 2,137 voted in favor. Finally, on August 12, the strike that lasted for more than 5 months finally came to an end. The whole process lasted 160 days, 5 days longer than the 155 days in the original time and space. Although the WGA announced a compromise, the aftermath of the strike is still continuing. The most serious point is that after reaching a new agreement with the WGA, the Producers Guild still did not forgive those second and third tier production companies that had signed contracts with the WGA in advance. The WGA did not withdraw the original antitrust lawsuit. Although it may win the case in the end, those production companies that have been blocked will find it difficult to get business from the 7 major film companies and the 4 major TV networks at least this year. The strike lasted for more than 5 months. Not only the TV autumn schedule, but also the movie schedule in the second half of the year has also seen a shortage of content, which has created very favorable external conditions for the release of several films by Deaneries Pictures at the end of the year. After the strike ended, a large number of Hollywood projects that had been stranded due to lack of screenwriters quickly resumed production. Robert Iger, who was originally responsible for TV program production at ABC, successfully took over and restarted a series of TV series projects under New World Entertainment. New World Entertainment has accumulated a very good foundation in the past few years, and this matter did not encounter too many difficulties. Although there are some voices within the Writers Guild of America who hope that members will boycott cooperation with Deaneries Pictures, the ban on a large number of second and third tier film companies in Hollywood has greatly reduced the choice space for screenwriters. In the face of the large number of job opportunities for Deaneries Pictures to launch multiple projects at one time, not many screenwriters have enough confidence to launch a boycott. It is difficult for a union of more than 10,000 people to work together without mandatory constraints. If you don't want this job, there are too many people waiting in line to take over. While restarting the television business, the integration of Deaneries Pictures and New World Entertainment is also progressing rapidly. On August 15, the new company, which completed the initial adjustment, officially held a press conference to announce the reorganization of the original Deaneries Pictures and New World Entertainment into Deaneries Entertainment Group. After this integration, Deaneries Entertainment will retain 3 film labels, namely Deaneries Pictures, New World Pictures and Highgate Film, another independent label originally owned by New World Entertainment. Before this, because the company was just starting out, all the romantic films like When Harry Met Sally, anti-genre films like Pulp Fiction, and B-level horror films like Final Destination were produced by Deaneries Pictures, which was actually not conducive to the branding of the company. Now, Simon plans to use these 3 labels to be responsible for different types of films. Deaneries Pictures will focus on mainstream commercial films such as When Harry Met Sally, Rain Man, and Batman, while New World Pictures will take over the production of violent, thriller, and horror films such as Scream and Final Destination. As for Highgate Pictures, Simon plans to let it get involved in the field of art films. Miramax of the Weinstein brothers has not yet risen, and art films are just a tasteless existence in the eyes of many major film companies, and reality does tend to this. In Hollywood today, a good art film, after a few months or even a year or 2 of operation, is lucky enough to make a profit of $10 million, which is considered very successful. But in the eyes of major studios, this may only be equivalent to their weekly income. However, what many people in Hollywood have not noticed is that if they can operate multiple successful art films every year, the cumulative revenue from this business will be very considerable. Moreover, there are certainly box office dark horses in art films. Not only that, doing so can also quickly expand the film library resources of a film company. Hollywood's videotape and DVD industries will flourish for at least another 20 years, and the development of the cable TV industry continues to increase the demand for film content. In such an industry context, it is very beneficial for any film company to have a film library with rich content resources. In order to implement this as soon as possible, Simon placed all the original external film purchasing teams under New World Entertainment under Gaoman Films. The film production cycle is long, but when it is expanded to the world, new films will be completed every day. The first thing the Yeoman Films team has to do next is to collect various high-quality film copyrights from around the world and bring them to North America for distribution. In addition to the three major brands, the company also reorganized the original distribution team. Also for brand building, the company's theatrical distribution team will be divided into two, a Deaneries distribution company for the distribution of mainstream commercial films, and a New World distribution company, which is responsible for the distribution of films under the two labels of New World Pictures and Highgate Pictures. Deaneries Entertainment will also set up Deaneries Home Entertainment for videotape and television broadcast distribution. Both theatrical distribution teams and Deaneries Home Entertainment are under the charge of Robert Rem. In terms of television business, the company will set up Deaneries Television, which will be headed by Robert Iger and will be responsible for the production and distribution of all television projects under the company. Deaneries Special Effects, which is in charge of Mark Silvers, was also incorporated into Deaneries Entertainment in this reorganization, focusing on the research and development of film CG special effects and 3D animation technology. As for Marvel Entertainment, this comic book company, which did not attract much attention from the industry in this acquisition, will not launch any film plans in the short term. However, this company will not only remain completely independent in the future, but will also bypass the three executives Amy, Iger and Rem and be directly responsible to Simon personally. After all this was done, the 1988 summer season came to an end. On August 11th, When Harry Met Sally, which had been screened in North American theaters for exactly 20 weeks, was completely removed from the shelves, and the final cumulative box office was $110.92 million. According to the contract signed with Disney, Deaneries Pictures will recover $35.5 million of box office revenue from the box office. After the settlement is completed in the next 2 months, plus the previous $30 million of overseas copyright buyout fees, Deaneries Pictures will recover a total of $65.5 million. Excluding the production cost of $15 million and the share with British Craft Pictures, Deaneries Pictures can obtain a net profit of $30.3 million from these two parts of income. After the next 3-month window period, Deaneries Pictures will also start the videotape distribution of this film, which will continue to bring rich profit returns to the company. Although it can only get 40% of the net income, Craft Pictures has become the envy of many independent producers. Many independent Hollywood producers may not be able to earn the returns that Craft Pictures got from When Harry Met Sally even after several years of operation. Dennis O'Brien, head of Craft Pictures, has been in frequent contact with Deaneries Pictures recently, hoping to continue cooperation. On August 18th, in its 11th week of release, Pulp Fiction's North American box office cumulatively reached $131.51 million, temporarily ranking first in the North American annual box office list. Orion Pictures only relied on this project to clear the haze of the company's mediocre performance in the first half of the year. In its 5th week of release, Basic Instinct took in another $10.21 million at the box office, and the cumulative box office has reached $82.76 million. This controversial film has significantly better box office performance than the original version, and is destined to break the 100 million mark in the next 3 weeks, becoming the third movie produced by Deaneries Pictures to break the 100 million mark in 1988. Santa Monica. Although New World Entertainment also has an office space in Burbank, and it is larger in scale, Deaneries Entertainment's headquarters is temporarily located in an office building on 4th Street in Santa Monica. It was already August 22nd in the blink of an eye. Although Simon has handed over the company's business to several executives as much as possible, he is still very busy during this period. In addition to the preparation of Batman, he also has to take care of the post-production work of 4 films, Rain Man, Scream, Steel Magnolias and Dead Poets Society. This aspect alone basically consumes most of Simon's time in a week. After the initial integration, Simon also needs to personally participate in the sorting out of the original film projects under New World Entertainment, and he can't completely ignore the several TV series being promoted by the TV department. Although New World Entertainment had fallen into serious difficulties before the acquisition, it still has a large number of film and television projects in its hands. Although he has not found any film with the potential to be a big hit at the box office, Simon cannot cut off all these projects that have already invested a lot of manpower and material resources. In addition, in order to avoid the embarrassing situation of Deaneries Entertainment's film release next year, Simon also needs to devote his energy to selecting new film projects. In this busy situation, Simon's planned trip to Australia can only be delayed. In the conference room of Daenerys Pictures headquarters. Next, this is the film that New World Pictures originally planned to invest in with two other independent production companies. It is called Angel Messenger. It tells the adventure story of a cartoonist entering his own work and the heroine. The original production team has invested $300,000 in pre-development, and has signed a letter of intent with Timothy Dalton, the male lead of 007, and Brooke Shields, the heroine of the year's Pretty Baby. The initial budget of the film is $15 million, and the three companies will each bear $5 million. After Amy Pascal gave a brief introduction, she looked at Simon, who was sitting on the other side, and suggested, "I think this project is very interesting and can be promoted. Timothy Dalton and Brooke Shields are both well known. If necessary, we can cancel the cooperation with the other two companies and invest separately." After Simon flipped through the project information in his hand, he looked up at Amy and said, "What do you think is the selling point of this movie?" Amy thought for a moment and said, "The biggest selling point is the creativity of comic book writers in their own works, which will give the audience a very wonderful sense of substitution. Moreover, Timothy Dalton and Brooke Shields have enough box office appeal. Brooke Shields seems to be dating Michael Jackson, which is also a very favorable publicity point for us." Simon listened to Amy and said, "If you think it's okay, then go ahead. However, the script must be revised. I need a clearer storyline." Amy paused, looked at Simon and said, "You don't think this movie is good?" Simon only remembered some sporadic information about the box office failure of this movie. Brooke Shields also completely lost her foothold in Hollywood because of the box office failure of this movie. However, combined with various information, Simon also knew that the failure of this project in the original time and space was largely due to the internal turmoil of New World Entertainment. At that time, it was a problem whether the company could continue to survive, and it could no longer focus on film production. A film has to go through too many links from script to finished film. If the script is reprocessed, combined with Daenerys Entertainment's current production and distribution capabilities, it is unlikely to repeat the same mistakes. As the company expands, Simon can't just invest in movies that are box office hits. That's simply not realistic. Moreover, even if the $15 million investment fails, Daenerys Entertainment can afford it now. My opinion is not important, Amy. You need to use your own judgment. However, for this project, forget about Brooke Shields. Her acting skills are too poor, and the audience is only interested in the movies she starred in before she was 18. I remember that her last movie, Sahara, was a box office failure, and it seemed to be a big production. Amy looked at Simon and said, "Then, shall we continue to push this project? You decide." Simon waved his hand and said, "You are the CEO of the company. There will be more projects under the company in the future. It is impossible for me to decide all of them alone. Of course, if the loss is too great, I will also scold people." Amy hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind decisively and said, "I will ask someone to revise the script. In addition, if Brooke Shields is not okay, maybe Miss Kidman can try. The film will start shooting early next year, and she should have finished filming Over the Horizon by then." Simon nodded and said, "Nicole is good. The heroine of this script has a very extroverted personality, and Nicole's acting skills are enough to support it." As the two were chatting, Robert Egger knocked on the door of the conference room and walked in, carrying his briefcase in his hand. Because he had just flown here from the East Coast, Iger looked a bit tired. After greeting each other, everyone sat down at the conference table again. "Simon, Amy, this is the draft agreement that HBO and I have just reached." Robert Iger took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Simon, saying, "HBO is willing to order a season of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills at a price of $600,000 per episode, but they require only 13 episodes in the first season." There was only one copy of the agreement, and Amy came over to read it with Simon. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Survivor and Big Brother were bought by the three major TV networks, but the last The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills has not been settled because it was not optimistic. This is not because the TV network does not want it, but the offer and various additional conditions from Daenerys Entertainment are unacceptable to the TV network. As a reality show about daily life, The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills has a lower budget, only about $200,000 per episode. The 6 wives who confirmed their participation were mainly interested in the benefits that this reality show could bring to their family business and personal fame, so their pay was not high. In the first season contract, each person was paid $5,000 per episode, and the 6 people only had a total of $30,000. The rest was team salaries and equipment consumption. Daenerys Pictures originally offered $800,000 per episode, and it was just the first round of broadcast rights in North America. The subsequent domestic and international syndicate distribution rights and all the posters, music, books, recipes and other peripheral income of the series also belonged to Daenerys Pictures. Therefore, the 4 major TV networks chose to refuse. After several twists and turns, HBO, a paid cable station under Time Incorporated, became interested in this reality show. Simon did not think it was a good idea for HBO to take over the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, but if someone was willing to buy the series, Simon would naturally not object. He also hoped to establish business relations with the most profitable paid cable TV network in the original time and space, so he asked Iger to contact HBO. Chapter 192 Unexpected Forbes Ranking. Robert Iger came from the East Coast, not just for the matter of the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. After finishing the meeting with Simon and Amy, he hurried to Burbank to attend the production meeting of the new season of The Detective. Although the strike has ended, Daenerys Entertainment does not have enough time to select new TV series projects this year. However, as long as it can ensure the production of the company's 4 reality shows and successfully complete the 5 TV series projects that New World Entertainment renewed last year, Daenerys Entertainment will be able to completely consolidate its strong position in the field of TV program suppliers after this fall. Burbank. New World Entertainment's original headquarters was located on Ventura Boulevard, where film and television production companies are clustered at the northern foot of the Santa Monica Mountains. Within a 5-kilometer radius, there are many studios such as Disney, Universal Studios and Warner Studios. However, compared with large parks such as Universal Studios, which cover an area of dozens of hectares, New World Entertainment only has a 3-story office building. It is now temporarily a branch of Daenerys Entertainment. The company's distribution department and TV department are both located here. In the screening room, the sample of Scream without the end credits was played. The lights came on, and Simon walked to the front of the stage, looking at Amy Pascal, Robert Rem and other core employees of the company's distribution department, clapped his hands, and said, "Let's start with a light topic, which can be called Horror Movie Survival Guide. If you are the protagonist of a horror movie and want to survive, what do you think you should do and what you shouldn't do?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Simon waited for a moment and simply pointed at his female executive. "Amy, you go first." Amy thought for a while and said, "Never say I'll be right back, because then you will never be able to come back." Everyone laughed. Simon also smiled and said, "Okay, although it has been said in the movie just now, you still passed the test. What about the others, Bob?" This is the distribution meeting of Scream. Robert Rem had previously provided Simon with a publicity and distribution plan for Scream, saying that it could ensure that at least 1,000 screens were opened, and a marketing strategy was formulated mainly for the youth audience group. Decades of experience in Hollywood made Robert Rem very comfortable with this aspect of his work, but it was inevitably a bit conventional and did not satisfy Simon. Hearing Simon point to him, Robert Rem could only think for a moment and said, "Don't get entangled with strangers on the phone. That counts." Simon nodded and casually pointed to the other people in the screening room. Everyone discussed it enthusiastically, and Simon finally said, "Look, this is a good promotion point. Wes shot a very good film. From the beginning when Kathy was killed to the end of the film, it was full of thrills and suspense, and the horror atmosphere of the film reached a peak. But on the other hand, I guess you must have felt that this movie used too many conventional plots of traditional horror films, so you would think it was a bit old-fashioned, right?" Some employees in the screening room nodded subconsciously. Without waiting for anyone to answer, Simon put away his expression and said seriously, "But this is wrong. As a film distributor, what you need to do is to find the advantages of a movie as much as possible. Even if it has no advantages, you must find ways to turn its disadvantages into advantages and convey this concept to the audience. Just like just now, you think the plot is repetitive and old-fashioned, but I think that this is the selling point. We can say that this film is a tribute and ridicule to many traditional horror movie routines. What you have to do next is to carefully prepare a horror movie survival guide and link it with Scream. Publish it in newspapers and magazines that the target audience will notice, and make this matter a topic that people talk about with relish. Now, can you give me some other ideas? Feeling Simon's gaze on the stage, the surroundings were silent for a moment. Finally, a young employee raised his hand and said, "Mr. Westeros, I heard that the original idea of this film came from you, but you didn't sign the screenwriter." Simon nodded and said, "That's right." "Well," the young man hesitated, and said courageously, "we can reveal this." Simon Westeros gave up his right to be credited for fear of causing another controversy like Basic Instinct. This can greatly stimulate the audience's strong curiosity. "Very good," Simon nodded and said, "What's your name?" The young man was relieved when he heard Simon's praise and said, "Mark Belford." "Let Mark join the publicity and promotion team of Scream," Simon directly instructed Robert Rem, who was sitting in the front row, then looked at everyone and said, "Who else has ideas?" Being able to attract the boss's attention, everyone else began to speak enthusiastically. After discussing for about half an hour, Simon concluded, "If you are careful enough, you will find that many things in Hollywood have been changing rapidly in recent years. This summer, Paramount Pictures' two films, Crocodile Dundee 2 and Coming to America, which were fully released in a saturated manner, have achieved unexpected success. This is destined to become the future promotion and distribution trend of Hollywood movies. The traditional distribution strategy of relying on long-term screenings to accumulate word of mouth and continuously attract audiences to theaters will gradually be eliminated. We must follow the changes and try to get a movie into the audience's field of vision before it is released." Simon paused briefly here to let everyone digest the information before continuing. "To achieve this, we must abandon the traditional film marketing concept and try to find various publicity and promotion methods that will not reveal the content of the film in advance but can still attract the attention of the audience. Taking the initiative to provoke controversy, hype up the protagonist's scandals, release inside information in advance, etc., are actually very effective methods. Of course, you also have to understand that these are fundamentally auxiliary. Theater posters, TV trailers and magazine advertisements are the mainstream channels to increase the popularity of a film. However, the relationship between the two is like the branches and leaves of a tree, and neither is indispensable. You need to flexibly combine various publicity and promotion strategies according to the specific situation of a film. After saying this, Simon looked at the people in the screening room and said, "I'm very busy. I will only say these words once today. It's up to you to understand and execute them. If you do well, you will get a generous salary. If you don't do well, I will kick you out of the company without hesitation. So, always remember, don't be biased against any film. As long as the distribution of a film is launched, it should be the best in your eyes. What you have to do is to explore all its selling points as much as possible and then push it to the market." In the screening room, when Simon finished speaking, everyone applauded softly. Simon didn't say too much nonsense. When everyone was quiet again, he announced the adjournment of the meeting. Amy Pascal and Robert Rem both stayed. Simon sat back in his seat, took a bottle of water from Jennifer and took a few sips. Then he said to Robert Rem, "Bob, I will give you a publicity budget of $5 million for each of the three movies, Scream, Steel Magnolias and Dead Poets Society. I need you to spend all this money in the last few months of the year." Before Robert Rem could react, Amy said in surprise, "Simon, this is too much? Besides, Steel Magnolias and Dead Poets Society haven't been completed yet. I've been keeping an eye on these movies personally, and I know very well how good their quality is." Simon shook his head, and added, "Besides, this money is not just for the publicity of the three films. Amy, you should have discovered one thing over the past year or so. As long as there is some news about me personally and about Deanery's Pictures, the media will rush to hype it up. I don't want this situation to continue. However, we don't have enough time to make friends with these media, so we can only use money." Amy Pascal and Robert Rem immediately understood when they heard Simon's words. These days, the incident about Simon firing Barry Levinson, the director of Rain Man, has not completely subsided. From time to time, the media will also appear the aftermath of the controversy of Basic Instinct and the serious impact of Deanery's Pictures reality show on the results of the screenwriters' strike. Deanery's Entertainment has too shallow a foundation and has no time to establish extensive connections with various media channels, which will cause frequent out-of-control of public opinion. To deal with this situation, the strategy Simon just proposed is very effective. The three movies have a publicity and distribution budget of $5 million each, which can not only promote the films to the greatest extent, but also make Deanery's Entertainment a major customer of major newspapers, magazines and even TV networks in North America in a very short time. As long as this situation continues, if there is negative news such as Simon Westeros arbitrarily interferes with a director's creation in the future, newspapers, media and TV stations must consider whether they will lose the lucrative advertising orders that Deanery's Entertainment puts on their own platforms every year before reporting. In a capitalist society, the most effective means to control media public opinion is still capital-level control. Other so-called good relationships and personal friendships are all illusions. Whether it is the 7 major studios or the brokerage industry giants such as CAA, the reason why they can form close ties with the media and rarely have too many explosive scandals is that the fundamental reason is the interest relationship between the parties. Today is Thursday, August 25th. Simon has planned to fly to Australia next Monday to finish a day's work. He also talked to Amy about this matter. Since he is going to Australia, it is naturally impossible to come back in just 1 or 2 days. Confirming the filming location of Batman, negotiating tax refunds and coordinating filming matters with the Australian government, visiting Janet's home, etc., conservatively estimated to take a week. However, before Simon had time to go to Australia, another thing happened suddenly. The next day, that is, Friday, August 26th, Forbes magazine officially released the 2 major lists of the Forbes Global Rich List and the North American 400 Rich List in 1988. In Simon's memory, the release time of the Forbes Rich List is always a bit erratic, sometimes in March at the beginning of the year, sometimes in the autumn months, and occasionally at the end of the year. Of course, these are just details. Before the release of this year's list, Forbes contacted Simon, hoping that he could cooperate with the statistics of relevant data. Because of the deep-rooted idea that wealth should not be exposed, Simon instinctively chose to refuse, and Forbes did not bother him again. Now, the sudden list results not only caught Simon off guard, but also surprised the whole world. In the New Year's list, Forbes' statistics on Simon's personal wealth finally reached $3.1 billion $3.1 billion. If it were 30 years later, such a personal wealth figure would not be noticed by too many people. But in the 1980s, it was a very conspicuous and huge fortune. You know, in this year's list, the first place, the boss of Japan's Cebu Group, Yoshiaki Susumi, has a personal net worth of only $19 billion. There are only 2 people on the list with a personal wealth of $10 billion, and the other one is also Japanese, named Murao Yoshiro. Japan's real estate bubble has not yet burst, and this real estate tycoon who owns 68 office buildings in Tokyo has a personal net worth of $18 billion. After the 2 billionaires, the third-ranked Canadian Lakeman family, the assets of which dropped directly to $9 billion. In the United States, Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, became the richest man in the Federation with a personal asset of $6.7 billion and ranks 7th on the global list. Then, let's look at Simon's $3.1 billion. On the global rich list, this wealth made him rank 16th. If this ranking is barely not too glaring, in the United States, Simon's personal assets are second only to Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, with $6.7 billion and John Kruger, the media tycoon, with $3.2 billion, ranked third. From 1986 to 1988, in just 2 years, a young man who had just turned 20 and had no family background, suddenly relied on a huge wealth of $3.1 billion to surpass most of the traditional wealthy families in North America that had accumulated for decades or even hundreds of years, becoming the 3rd in the U.S. private wealth ranking and the 16th in the world. How can this not be surprising? After the list was announced, many people's first reaction was even that this was absolutely impossible. However, the statistical basis given by Forbes magazine is irrefutable. Among Simon's assets, the value of technology stocks that can be found in the public market reached $1.8 billion in the previous month's statistical cycle of Forbes. In addition, With the continuous launch of successful film and television projects such as Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Basic Instinct and the completion of the acquisition of New World Entertainment, Deaneries Entertainment's recent valuation has also increased significantly. Just considering the decline in popularity and ratings of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which is considered to be extremely profitable, it will be enough for Deaneries Entertainment to earn no less than $500 million in net profit in the next 3 years. After integrating New World Entertainment, Deaneries Entertainment Group has not only become the top second-tier film company in North America after the 7 major studios, but also has become an important TV network program supplier in North America. Combining various data, Forbes magazine finally confirmed that the valuation of Deaneries Entertainment Group is $1.5 billion. In order to make this valuation more convincing, Forbes also conducted a special survey. As a result, 96 of the 100 fund managers of various types consulted on Wall Street expressed their willingness to invest in Deaneries Entertainment according to this valuation. In addition, Forbes gave a valuation of $250 million for various real estate and non-listed company investments under Simon's name. This data is also based on something. Westeros company used more than $300 million to reduce its holdings in Motorola, half of which was used to increase its holdings in technology stocks, and the other half, about $150 million, was used for non-public investments in other fields. Moreover, the $100 million loan that Westeros company applied for from Wells Fargo some time ago was also used for private investment and consumption. Together, it is exactly $250 million. Finally, the total of these assets minus the total debt of Westeros company and Deaneries Entertainment of $450 million, Simon Westeros' personal wealth is exactly $3.1 billion. Chapter 193 What happened? Since entering the public eye with the script of The Butterfly Effect, Simon has basically been in the spotlight of the media for 2 years. However, Simon's influence before was more limited to Hollywood. Even if he suddenly made more than $1 billion from the stock index futures market at the end of last year, the sensational effect caused by the media's hype gradually faded. Billions of dollars of wealth are too far away from the lives of ordinary people, and most people find it difficult to understand what it means. However, when Forbes magazine released the New Year's list, the wealth ranking of the United States, which ranked 16th in the world, immediately concretized Simon's personal wealth. Although it is always easy for people to only pay attention to the first one in their minds, Simon is too conspicuous in the list. Among the top 10 local billionaires, the average age of the other 9 billionaires is over 65 years old, but Simon is only 20 years old. Such an obvious age advantage makes almost everyone have no doubt that Simon Westeros will get the top spot one day. In just 2 years, an unknown person who had nothing to do with the rich list suddenly became the third richest person in the United States. This miraculous creation instantly made Simon the focus of attention of the entire United States and even the world. Many people, in addition to envy and amazement, could not help but have some strong doubts again. Why can Simon Westeros do this? What happened? In the following weekend, almost all mainstream media around the world were discussing various topics about Simon. All of Simon's experiences from childhood to adulthood before and after he became famous were reheated. Forbes magazine's estimate of Simon's personal wealth naturally became the focus of heated discussion. Although there is no lack of hatred for the rich in any country or region, the overall concept of Westerners is still very much admiring of wealth. Many rich people prefer to make their wealth ranking appear higher on various lists, and sometimes even file lawsuits for this. As for Simon, although Forbes magazine gave a very detailed evaluation basis, most media generally expressed objections. Moreover, in similar discussions, many media believe that Simon's personal wealth should be higher, not just $3.1 billion. There is no dispute about the amount of assets and liabilities of technology stocks under Simon's name, and private corporate investments and real estate are not relevant to the overall situation. The focus of discussion is still on the valuation of Deaneries Entertainment Group. If it were not for the difficulties in funding and operations, the value of New World Entertainment would definitely be more than $250 million. After the merger and integration of Deaneries Pictures and New World Entertainment was completed, the two companies completely achieved a synergistic effect of 1 + 1 greater than 1 + 2. Deaneries Pictures' strength in movies and New World Entertainment's background in the television business have made the overall strength of the new Deaneries Entertainment far surpass any of the companies before the merger. As long as this rapid development momentum continues, it will not take a few years for Deaneries Entertainment to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 7 major companies. Even now, Deaneries Entertainment's strength has surpassed the old MGM Pictures. Through the analysis of the 2 major mainstream businesses of Deaneries Entertainment, film and television, it is not difficult to find that even if the company will bear a lot of additional operating and debt costs after the merger with New World Entertainment, Deaneries Entertainment's expected net profit after tax in 1988 will not be less than $200 million. After all, just for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the revenue of the pilot episode plus the extra episodes before the season is $30 million, $2 million per episode on the first season, a total of $138 million for 69 episodes in a single season, and a total of $56 million in advertising revenue. All the income added up to $224 million, not counting the subsequent syndicate distribution and overseas licensing income. Simon himself did not expect that the reality show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire would become the mainstay of Deaneries Entertainment's income. In addition to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the other 3 reality shows also brought very considerable profits, and Survivor has the same commercial potential as Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Coupled with the successful film projects of Deaneries Pictures, such as When Harry Met Sally, Pulp Fiction, and Basic Instinct, the media's forecast of Deaneries Entertainment's full-year net profit of $200 million is even a bit conservative. Usually, the market value of a company is equal to the size of its net profit multiplied by its price-earnings ratio. In mature stock markets, the price-earnings ratio of a company is usually between 10 and 30 times. The greater the development potential of a company, the higher the price-earnings ratio. During the internet bubble around 2000, the price-earnings ratio of many companies could even reach more than 1,000 times. However, even if only calculated at a low price-earnings ratio of 10 times, Deaneries Entertainment's valuation should reach $2 billion. In fact, the price-earnings ratio of Hollywood's similar listed companies in the North American stock market is generally around 15 times. Looking at Deaneries Entertainment again, based on the company's high growth momentum, if it is a listed company, it is fully capable of getting a price-earnings ratio of 30 times or even higher because of the capital market's optimism. With a price-earnings ratio of 30 times and a net profit scale of $200 million, the result is obvious. Deaneries Entertainment's market value will reach $6 billion. Therefore, after taking into account Simon's stocks and other assets and deducting debts, his personal net worth will reach $7.6 billion, which is enough for Simon to surpass Sam Walton and become the richest man in the United States. Even in the global market, Simon's ranking can rise to 6th. When the relevant data came out, someone immediately refuted that in the whole Hollywood, if the overall size of the parent company is not calculated, no film company can reach a market value of $6 billion. In addition to the copyrights of a series of film and television works, Deaneries Entertainment's other net assets are pitiful and it is impossible to reach this market value. However, someone soon gave an example that Microsoft, which Westeros company holds a large stake in, had a net asset of less than $5 million during its IPO in 1986, but its market value exceeded $300 million on the day of listing. In comparison, Deaneries Entertainment's net asset scale is far greater than that of Microsoft at the time. The copyright value of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire alone can reach hundreds of millions of dollars, which is enough to offset all the debts of Deaneries Entertainment. The copyrights of hundreds of film and television works of various types that Deaneries Entertainment took over from New World Entertainment, as well as a series of projects accumulated by Deaneries Pictures, also have very considerable asset value. Therefore, Deaneries Entertainment is completely worthy of a higher valuation far exceeding $1.5 billion. The media was noisy, but Simon didn't pay much attention to it. He even regretted not cooperating with the statistics of Forbes magazine and trying to keep his personal assets as low as possible. Simon spent the whole weekend in various disturbances. In just 2 days, various media interview invitations, congratulations from familiar and unfamiliar people around him, various charity offers, and even various changes in Deaneries Entertainment due to this list made Simon very worried. Although he wanted to fly to Australia in advance to get some peace and quiet, escaping was obviously not the way to deal with things. He even had to postpone his trip to Australia again. Early on Saturday morning, Simon received a call from Robert Iger in New York. It was unknown whether it was influenced by media opinion or some other reason, but CBS suddenly changed its mind and hoped to regain the broadcast rights of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. CBS was not only willing to accept the various conditions of Daenerys Pictures, but also agreed to order a full season of 23 episodes on the basis of the same offer of $600,000 per episode as HBO. Daenerys Entertainment had originally decided to sign a contract with HBO next week, and CBS's sudden change of mind immediately caused another twist in the matter. However, Simon did not hesitate too much. The four major TV networks were still very powerful in this era. Between CBS and HBO, he decisively chose the former. As for how to deal with the agreement that had been reached with HBO, that was Robert Iger's business. In addition, Terry Semel, who had no movement after a brief contact with Simon some time ago, also hoped to talk to him again about the cooperation between the two companies. There were a lot of things to do over the weekend, so Simon could only make an appointment with Semel for lunch on Monday. In such a busy time, the weekend passed quickly. August 29th, Monday. Los Angeles finally had a rare rainy day in late summer and early autumn. Simon was supposed to board a plane to Australia with Janet today, but because of the sudden incident last Friday that disrupted many things, he had to rush to the company today. Inside the villa in Malibu, looking at Janet, who came over to help him tie his tie carefully, feeling the damp breeze blowing in from the outdoors, Simon lowered his head and kissed the woman on the face, smiling and saying, "Isn't it because you are in a bad mood that the weather outside is like that?" Janet let Simon kiss her face, and opened her little mouth towards him, but did not bite him, saying, "If I had this ability, there should be at least hail outside." Simon smiled and said, "We can definitely leave the day after tomorrow, I promise." Janet pouted and said very knowledgeably, "Men's promises are the most unreliable." Simon said helplessly, "Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything." Janet tied her tie, took a step back to look at her, nodded to herself, and said, "Actually, Sophia is flying in from France today, and should be here at 9 o'clock. After returning from Cannes in May, Simon handed over the European affairs to Janet, and heard what he said. "How is she doing recently?" "Of course she's working for you. This time she'll bring a batch of real estate information in major European cities, and there are some other things, but it's none of your business," Janet said casually, and finally glanced at Simon and said, "Do you want to invite her to dinner tonight?" "Not tonight. Let's talk about it later when we're free." Simon didn't notice Janet's look, picked up the suit on the hanger next to him and put it on, explaining, "I have a dinner date with Peter tonight, Peter Butler, do you remember him?" Janet nodded and said, "The reporter from the Los Angeles Times, he wrote an interview for you last year." Although he didn't like to be in touch with the media, Pat Kingsley suggested to Simon that in order to avoid the outside world from making groundless speculations or even fabricating stories without any personal information about Simon, he should accept some interviews. Simon agreed, so he contacted Peter Butler for a less formal dinner interview. After seeing Simon off, Janet came to the living room and took out a folder from under the coffee table and opened it. In the folder was an interview transcript from a nurse at Watsonville Mental Hospital in San Francisco. The content of the transcript was naturally related to Simon. It was originally going to be published in the San Francisco Chronicle, but it was suppressed. After rereading the interview transcript, Janet leaned on the sofa and called Simon's private lawyer George Norman. They talked for a full hour. Seeing that the time was approaching 9 o'clock, she hung up. Ken Dixon had already picked up Simon's housekeeper in Europe, Sophia Fessy, from Los Angeles International Airport. In the courtyard, Sophia Fessy had just got off the car, and Janet immediately went to meet her. The housekeeper wore a black women's professional suit today, with light makeup. The well-cut suit and tude skirt not only set off the woman's mature and charming temperament, but also made her look intellectual. The two women hugged and greeted each other familiarly, then walked into the villa together. Janet asked, "How are the two little guys doing lately?" Sophia Fessy nodded with a grateful expression and said, "Very well, I've sent them to their parents for the time being. If that guy dares to bother you again, tell me immediately," Janet said with a vicious expression. "I just happen to want a few wineries." Sitting down on the sofa in the living room, Sophia Fessy put the suitcase she carried with her on her knees and opened it. She looked at Janet, who was walking towards the small bar in the corner of the living room, and said, "If you are interested, I can help you find one. I know something about this." Janet brought back 2 cups of coffee and said, "Sure, but it must be the best." Well, what information about houses did you bring this time? Let me see. I have been to many cities including Paris, London, Venice, Barcelona, Amsterdam, etc., and picked out a total of 16 properties, said Sophia Fessy, taking out several stacks of information from her suitcase and placing them neatly on the coffee table, and then said, by the way, congratulations to Simon. His ranking on the Forbes rich list is really surprising. Janet picked up a piece of real estate information and leaned comfortably on the sofa, smiling and said, it is indeed a happy thing, but there are also a lot of troubles. We were all going to fly to Australia, but now we have to postpone the trip. Sophia Fessy nodded in understanding and said, yes, Simon is too young after all. Janet remembered another thing and said, how is Natasha recently? The last time she called, she said she was going to Italy. Sophia Fessy said, she is currently filming Jerzy Skolimowski's new film Spring in the Torrent. Janet tilted her head and said, I remember that this matter was mentioned in the media some time ago. The Catwoman chosen by Simon, Valeria Garlino, was originally going to play in this movie. Sophia Fessy smiled. Yes, Skolimowski had been preparing for the film for 2 years, but the heroine was suddenly snatched away, so he had to delay the casting. I don't know much about this person, but he certainly can't be compared to my man, Janet said as a matter of course, looking at the information in her hand, and suddenly said, this house is nice, Kensington Garden Street, next to Kensington Palace. Sophia Fessy came over and said, yes, if you buy it, you can be neighbors with Prince Charles and his wife. Janet curled her lips and said disdainfully, that messy pair. Sophia Fessy reluctantly laughed in agreement. Many people are always eager to be close to the royal family. Janet's disdainful reaction was completely beyond her expectations. Janet flipped through a few more pages, tilting her head and muttering, this house is really nice, but it would be great if we could kick those two guys out of Kensington Palace. I really don't want to be neighbors with them. Sophia Fessy's smile almost froze. The idea of kicking the British royal family out of Kensington Palace was probably only something that the women around her could think of. Janet, however, didn't seem to realize how unrealistic her idea was, and looked at Sophia. Hey, how do you think we can kick them out of Kensington Palace? This, Sophia Fessy could only shake her head and said, Jenny, this is unlikely. Janet noticed the expression on Sophia's face, shrugged her shoulders, and said, nothing is impossible. Maybe one day I will even buy Kensington Palace. However, Simon doesn't like those castle-like houses, so he may have to tear them down and rebuild them. Sophia Fessy was not a woman without knowledge. After hearing Janet's words, she couldn't help but start thinking about this matter in her mind. It was indeed not impossible for Janet to achieve her vision. However, the prerequisite is that either the royal family is on the verge of bankruptcy, or, probably, the royal family is abolished. Chapter 194 Deal. At noon, in an Italian restaurant near Santa Monica Beach, when Simon arrived, Terry Semel had already arrived and was sitting at the table reading a newspaper. Seeing Simon, Terry Semel stood up and shook hands with him, and the two sat down together. Simon took the menu from the tall waitress next to him with eager eyes, opened it, and casually asked Semel across from him, what's the news today? Because he has been too busy recently, it is difficult for Simon to spare much time to pay attention to news information. Terry Semel also opened his menu and said with a smile, both presidential candidates said at the same time in the interview that once elected, they will formulate stricter financial derivatives market supervision measures to prevent the Westeros incident from happening again. Simon quickly ordered a lunch, handed the menu to the waitress, and said, this has nothing to do with me. If they do this, they will only offend their Wall Street sponsors. Terry Semel raised his eyes from the menu and looked at Simon, with a vague tentative, are you going to tell me that you will never get involved in the futures market again? Simon did not comment on Semel's question and said, stricter supervision measures will only affect those who want to make huge profits through unconventional means such as insider speculation. In the Forbes list, at least no one in the top 10 squeezed into the list by those means, and I certainly am not one of them. Terry Semel couldn't help but think of some rumors in the circle. The Southern District Court of New York and several other major regulatory agencies have never completely given up their secret investigation of Simon. However, so far, there has been no news that is unfavorable to Simon. As time goes by, those investigations are bound to come to nothing. After ordering and sending away the waitress who kept glancing at Simon, Terry Semel said, Simon, we recently acquired Lorimar. You must know about this, right? Simon nodded, probably understanding why Semmel mentioned this. Founded in the 1960s, Lorimar Production Company is the largest TV program production company of this era. The company rose in the 1970s and reached its peak in the past few years, and then declined rapidly with last year's stock market crash and this year's screenwriters' strike. A few months ago, Simon and Amy went to see the MGM studio in Culver City that Lorimar wanted to sell. When Simon heard the news of Warner's acquisition of Lorimar at the beginning of the month, he also realized that this was probably the foundation for Warner's TV department to produce many popular American TV series, such as Friends and ER in the 1990s. Before that, Warner's TV business was not outstanding. Seeing Simon nod, Terry Semmel continued, I heard that you were interested in the MGM studio in Culver City. We happen to be planning to sell this property. Do you still want it now? I promise the price will be very affordable. Warner Brothers already has a very large filming base in Burbank and obviously does not need a second studio. However, Simon did not hesitate and shook his head and said, Terry, that studio is too dilapidated. Instead of buying it for large-scale renovation, I might as well choose a new piece of land and start from scratch. This will be cheaper. Terry Semmel said, but, Simon, unless it is in the suburbs, it will be difficult for you to find a 50-acre plot of land in downtown Los Angeles. Simon said indifferently, the suburbs are nothing. When these studios were first built, they were all in the suburbs. It was only because of the continuous development of the city that they were enclosed in the city. Terry Semmel thought he could easily push the MGM studio to Simon, but he didn't expect him to look uninterested, so he had to give up and said, So, Simon, about the matter we discussed last time, you have already obtained Marvel Entertainment and have mastered a large number of superhero copyrights such as Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, and X-Men. I'm curious, why are you still interested in DC's superheroes? If there is no sufficient reason, it will be difficult for Warner to hand Wonder Woman to you. Marvel's superhero movies are too difficult to shoot. Take Spider-Man for example. With current technology, it's difficult for us to realize the scene where Peter Parker flies over rooftops and walls in the metropolis, Simon answered without much thought. In comparison, the possibility of DC's superhero movies is very high. As for my purpose, Terry, it's obvious that I want to accumulate more copyrights. Hollywood film companies will do this and there's nothing to hide. Before me, Canon Pictures bought the filming rights for Marvel's most popular Spider-Man and DC's Superman at the same time. Of course, the copyrights of these two superheroes are now in the hands of Deaneries Entertainment. You're different from them, Terry Semmel shook his head. I remember at the Oscar after party at the beginning of the year, you told me that you were going to link Superman and Batman, Batman v Superman. That's what you said, right? Now, you want Wonder Woman again. Terry, I don't want to waste time on these meaningless arguments. Can you just state Warner's conditions? Terry Semmel stopped beating around the bush and said, Simon, Warner can give you both the Bourne Supremacy and Wonder Woman. We are willing to let go of the Bourne Supremacy completely, but for Wonder Woman, Warner must retain 50% of the investment rights. However, unlike Superman and Batman, Deaneries Entertainment can be responsible for the distribution of Wonder Woman on its own. In exchange, Deaneries and Warner need to cooperate on a project with a box office of over $100 million, the profit-sharing model of Basic Instinct. If the local box office of this project that we cooperate on does not exceed $100 million, the contract will be automatically extended for one more year until this goal is achieved. Simon pondered the conditions offered by Terry Semmel in his mind, and quickly said, in that case, I can't give the distribution rights to Warner. It's difficult to make a movie break the $100 million box office in North America, but it's too easy to prevent it from achieving that goal. Of course I understand, Terry Semmel said with a smile on his face. So, if you insist, the distribution rights can belong to Deaneries Entertainment. Simon suddenly realized that Deaneries Entertainment would suffer a lot by doing this. In the profit-sharing model of Basic Instinct, the two companies not only shared the production costs equally, but Deaneries Pictures provided the copyright of the script of Basic Instinct and invested in the production, while Fox was responsible for the publicity and distribution of the film. The investment of both parties in various aspects was basically equal. Now, if the distribution rights are retained, it is equivalent to Warner only investing half of the film production budget, and then completely waiting to share half of the profits, while Deaneries Entertainment will be responsible for the entire process of production, publicity and distribution. This is obviously impossible. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Simon added, Deaneries Entertainment retains the distribution rights, and Warner must also share an additional half of the publicity and distribution budget. Terry Semel nodded readily and said, no problem. The two only set a general framework for cooperation, and the specific plan must still be negotiated in detail to meet the interests of both parties. Therefore, Simon did not hesitate any longer, stretched out his hand to Semel, and said, deal. Chapter 195 Production and Distribution Plan. After lunch with Terry Semel, Simon returned to Deaneries Entertainment headquarters to resume afternoon work. These days, Simon and Amy and other senior executives have been rediscussing the arrangement of the new company's film and television production and distribution plans. Originally, they planned to work overtime for 2 days on the weekend to complete these things before the trip to Australia. Because of the release of the Forbes Rich List, Simon was entangled in various things on the weekend and had to delay it until the working day. In addition to several reality shows that Deaneries Pictures had already prepared and TV series that New World Entertainment had renewed, the company did not plan to develop new projects this year. Therefore, the business in this area was quickly straightened out. In terms of movies, it is mainly production and distribution. After the completion of the merger, the new company's distribution business will start next month. In addition to the 7 movies released in the first half of the year, New World Entertainment has another 6 films of various types waiting to be released. After the film review and discussion, New World Entertainment finally determined that there are a total of 3 films that will be released in theaters, namely Elvira's Horror, Heads and Sisters and Hellraiser 2, and the other 3 will be released directly on videotapes. Elvira is a horror film brand that actress Cassandra Peterson has been focusing on creating over the years. It is generally a horror comedy style. However, the biggest selling point of the film is probably the half-exposed breasts of the heroine under her black clothes. Simon had a low opinion of this B-level movie and did not find any box office potential. He wanted to throw it into the video market. However, New World Entertainment had already carried out some pre-promotions and even asked Marvel to develop a set of comics specifically for this movie. Considering that the company had no other theater distribution plans in September, Simon reluctantly agreed to re-edit the film and send it to the theaters, but limited the number of screens to 500. Heathers is a low-cost independent film starring Winona Ryder, an actress who just made her mark in Tim Burton's Beetlejuice in the first half of the year. The story explores the disappointment and confusion of teenagers in life through a series of campus murders. After watching the sample film, Simon decisively decided to let this film participate in the Sundance Film Festival next year together with Sisters and Metropolitans previously invested by Deaneries Pictures. Because the box office potential of the film is too low, the release date will be determined in February or March next year. The Last Hellraiser 2 is a horror film series developed by New World Entertainment, imitating New Lines, A Nightmare on Elm Street. The first film earned more than $14 million at the box office, with a production cost of $1 million. Although it cannot be compared with the A Nightmare on Elm Street series, it is also a big profit. The production cost of this sequel has increased to $3 million. With the word-of-mouth accumulation of the first film, the profit seems very guaranteed. New World Entertainment originally planned to arrange this film in the Christmas period, at the end of the year. If it was before the merger of the two companies, this would obviously be a good choice, but now, the distribution team of the new company must focus on the promotion of several films set by Deaneries Pictures. Therefore, the release date of Hellraiser 2 has been postponed to Easter next year. In addition to Rain Man, which MGM has scheduled for release on December 16th, the release dates of 3 films produced by Deaneries Pictures, Scream, Steel Magnolias and Dead Poets Society, which will be released independently, were also finalized in this discussion. Scream will be released on October 28th. Steel Magnolias will be released on November 18th. Dead Poets Society will be released on December 23rd. Michael Hoffman's Sisters, Whit Dillon's Metropolitans and Kathryn's Blue Angel are also in the late stage. The specific release date has not yet been determined, but it is expected that they will enter the theaters in the first half of next year. In terms of film production, among the several projects that New World Entertainment was originally planning, Simon finally only retained Angel, which was originally scheduled to star Brooke Shields, and all others were cancelled. Among the projects that were cancelled were Revenge, starring Kevin Costner, and The Punisher, a Marvel comic adaptation starring Dolph Lundgren. Revenge is an ethical film about a retired naval officer who seduces his friend's wife, and both are retaliated. It was originally scheduled to be directed by Tony Scott, the younger brother of Ridley Scott. He has previously directed well-known films such as Beverly Hills Cop 2 and is also considered a first-line Hollywood director. However, Simon could not understand the concept that Revenge wanted to express at all. Although the film was co-invested with a subsidiary company of Columbia Pictures, the production budget of $20 million still exceeded Simon's expectations, so he chose to give up. As for The Punisher, Simon read the script and found that except for the name, the story was completely separated from the classic Marvel comic setting. It was purely a B-level gunfight film imitating Stallone's First Blood style, and naturally there was no need to keep it. During the strike, Bruce Joy Robin completed the scripts of the other two films that Simon had originally booked from him, The Sixth Sense and Ghost. Simon temporarily put Ghost on hold and instead established a project for The Sixth Sense. Robert De Niro had signed a two-film package contract for Dead Poets Society and The Sixth Sense. Dead Poets Society had been completed, and it was just right for him to take over The Sixth Sense. In addition, with the end of the Hollywood screenwriter strike, Deaneries Entertainment has also begun to intensively accept various project recommendations during this period. Simon chose several very good scripts from them. One of them is called The Bodyguard. Yes, it is the one starring Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston in the original time and space. The screenwriter of the film, Lawrence Kasdan, is a well-known name in Hollywood. He was once the screenwriter of the Star Wars series and the Indiana Jones series. However, the script of The Bodyguard has been coldly received since it was written in the mid-1970s. It is said that before Simon took over, the film had been rejected by more than 60 producers in a row. Most film companies thought that the plot of the film was too old-fashioned, and the mansion scene of the female singer Rachel in the film was too expensive. Therefore, although Lawrence Kasdan is a big name, Deaneries Entertainment bought the script for only $300,000. Another script is Over Innocence by Hollywood female screenwriter and director Amy Heckerling. The biggest feature of this comedy is that it lets babies learn to think and speak like adults. In the original time and space, Over Innocence was starred by John Travolta, and Bruce Willis dubbed the baby, and successfully squeezed into the top 10 of the annual box office rankings of that year. Previously, this script was also not optimistic, so it was taken by Deaneries Entertainment. This is actually not surprising. Hollywood's generally optimistic projects have basically fallen into the hands of major film companies a few years in advance. There's only one thing. Because of his participation in Pulp Fiction, John Travolta is no longer suitable for the warm comedy Over Innocence, and Deaneries Entertainment can only choose other male protagonists. In the end, The Sixth Sense, Batman, The Bodyguard and Over Innocence will be the main projects of Deaneries Entertainment next year. The Sixth Sense, which has achieved an astonishing global box office of over $600 million in the original time and space, and the relatively inferior The Bodyguard are initially confirmed to be released in the summer of next year. The Beyond and Batman are scheduled for Thanksgiving and Christmas next year respectively. However, to be more specific, this is actually just Simon's idea. Because these four projects are basically not popular Hollywood movie types, scripts like The Bodyguard have been ignored by Hollywood for more than 10 years. Simon does not intend to explain too much to others. He just needs Amy and others to do their best to complete their work. Moreover, according to preliminary statistics, Deaneries Entertainment has confirmed that the films to be released next year include Heathers, Sisters, Metropolitan People, Blue Angel, The Sixth Sense, The Bodyguard, The Rampant, Beyond, and Batman. The number of films that the company is still brewing and the number of films that the film purchasing department plans to buy will not be less than this number. This means that Deaneries Entertainment's production and distribution plans for next year will reach the level of the 7 major studios. Therefore, surrounded by this piece of sand, 4 expected hot-selling films such as The Sixth Sense are mixed in. Even if they can achieve the same box office as in the original time and space, they will not be as prominent as this year. Chapter 196 Rent. I had several phone calls with John Hughes regarding Uncle Buck, and he expressed great interest in working with us. However, the salary contract offered by Hughes is a base salary of $6 million plus a 10% share of the North American box office. In the meeting room, Simon noticed the smile on Amy's face when she introduced the proposal, and said, if he is willing to accept a base salary of $1 plus a share of the box office and videotapes, I might agree immediately. John Hughes is the screenwriter and producer of Home Alone in the original time and space. Since the filming of Spring is Not a Day to Read, Simon has been paying attention to his movements. Most of the works of this Hollywood filmmaker, who created a standard Hughes model, are basically a rebellious protagonist with a bare attribute to his tossing around. The method of Kevin in Home Alone using the form of playing videos to scare off the two stupid thieves is exactly the same as the details of the male protagonist Phyllis in Spring is Not a Day to Read pretending to be sick and asking for leave through electronic onomatopoeia. After No Time to Read, the box office of John Hughes's films in the past 2 years was very average. If it weren't for Uncle Buck, Simon would not have been very interested in working with him. However, Simon happened to remember that John Hughes got the inspiration for Home Alone during the filming of Uncle Buck. Amy listened to Simon's ridicule and explained, Hughes' previous films all required a 10% profit share of all channels on the basis of the base salary. However, he should not have confidence in our distribution capabilities, so he imitated your cooperation model with Fox and Orion and shouted out the offer of box office share. In fact, the remuneration he can get from the two methods is not much different, but the direct collection from the box office will get a return a few years earlier than the profit-sharing model. Although the film model is single, John Hughes films basically rarely lose money. In addition, this filmmaker personally writes and produces every project, and sometimes directs it himself. It is not too much to ask for a 10% profit share model of all channels. Simon looked through the information of John Hughes' previous works. After No Time to Read, John Hughes has written a total of 4 scripts in the past 2 years, 2 of which have box office revenues of more than $40 million, and 2 of which have box office revenues of only more than $10 million, which can be said to be half profit and half loss. Of course, this is already a very good result in Hollywood. As for Uncle Buck, the initial budget cost was $15 million, and John Hughes was personally responsible for the 3 positions of screenwriter, director and producer. Simon is not clear about the box office performance of this movie. If it is calculated based on the North American box office of $40 million, the production cost is $15 million, and Hughes will take $10 million. Counting the publicity and distribution costs, Deanery's Entertainment will definitely lose millions of dollars at the box office, and can only rely on the later sales of videotapes and television broadcast rights to recover the costs. Since the fundamental purpose is Home Alone, Simon quickly made a decision and said, the base salary of $6 million is too high, the maximum is $5 million, and the budget cost of $15 million must also be fixed. If it exceeds, it must be deducted from Hughes' share. In addition, Deanery's Entertainment needs the priority to choose a future script of Hughes under the same contract. Amy, you can talk to Hughes according to this framework. Speaking of which, Simon actually expects the script of Home Alone to be butterflied. This possibility is actually very high. Unlike some screenwriters who often brew an idea in their minds for many years, John Hughes is a typical model-based mass-production screenwriter. This filmmaker creates 2 scripts every year, and then produces and distributes them. Under the frequency of an assembly line, perhaps just a thought difference, the original wonderful script is gone. If the script of Home Alone is fanned out, the next thing will be much easier. There are countless filmmakers in Hollywood who imitate the Hughes model, even the Weinstein brothers have done so. It would not be too abrupt for Simon to come up with a Hughes-style script in the future. He can even be said to have gotten inspiration from Uncle Buck. In that case, I'll take some time in the next few days to fly to Chicago to have a meeting with Hughes. It won't be a problem to get this project. Amy wrote down the matter in her memo, looked at her watch, and realized that it was almost 6 o'clock and it was past the time to get off work, so she closed the memo and asked about what happened at noon. How did your talk with Semmel go? Simon briefly recounted the terms of cooperation agreed upon with Semmel at noon. While I'm in Australia, you should work out the specific contract with Warner as soon as possible. Amy reopened the memo to write down these things, and then asked, so, which project do you plan to choose for cooperation with Warner? Amy Heckerling's Flying Beyond Innocence. Amy paused while writing, and said, Simon, I think the best one is The Sixth Sense. This is a script signed by you personally, and the creativity is also very outstanding. It should have no problem breaking the $100 million box office. As for Flying Beyond Innocence, The story is indeed very interesting, but if the box office fails to break the 100 million, we will have to pay Warner another movie as compensation. The original version of The Sixth Sense grossed over $290 million in North America and nearly $700 million worldwide. Simon was reluctant to cooperate with Warner on this project, even if the new version's box office shrank to only $500 million worldwide. Simon chose The Bodyguard over Park and Child because Park and Child is a comedy with a strong local style and has little overseas box office potential compared to The Bodyguard. Simon didn't explain too much to Amy and decided, I don't want to give my script to anyone else, so I'll go with Beyond the Innocents. Since we're working with Warner, we can increase the budget and invite some more famous protagonists. I'm still very confident in this project. Amy had no choice but to nod and continue writing, and then asked, Simon, when I discussed the script of The Bodyguard with Costner last Friday, he asked about Dances with Wolves. We bought a lot of copyrights at the beginning of the year. When do you plan to do it? Those are projects I'm very optimistic about. Let's wait for the company's strength to consolidate for another 1 or 2 years. I don't want to mess up any of them, Simon said, closing the document in front of him, and said, also, you just said you were going to fly to Chicago. Amy explained, John Hughes has always lived in Chicago, and most of his movies were shot in Chicago. He doesn't like Los Angeles. In that case, Simon tapped his fingers on the table and said, let's add another business jet to the company. Iger has to travel back and forth between the East and West Coasts every week for television business. You and Rem also need to travel frequently. There are also other executives of the company and James. One plane is definitely not enough. Amy looked up, rent or buy? Simon smiled and said, rent. I don't want to add so many small planes. But I don't even want that Gulfstream now. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Hidden Concerns. After get off work, he met with Los Angeles Times reporter Peter Butler at the same restaurant as at noon. Although they occasionally met over the past year and were invited to the grand birthday party at the beginning of the year, Peter Butler still felt as if he was in another world when he saw Simon again. At the beginning of last year, the article he published about Simon in the Los Angeles Times caused controversy because of the extreme praise for an 18-year-old boy. But now, even the most conceited person can only describe Simon's achievements over the past year as a miracle. After casually exchanging pleasantries and ordering dinner, Peter Butler got down to business when the waiter left and asked, Simon, how do you feel about the ranking on the Forbes list? Simon smiled and said truthfully, I've been too busy these days and haven't had time to form much of an opinion. I wonder how many people would envy your busyness, Peter Butler joked, and continued, recently, there has been a lot of controversy over the assessment of your personal wealth on the Forbes list. Do you personally think that the figure of $3.1 billion is accurate? Simon didn't want to trigger a series of related chain issues, so he simply nodded and said, Forbes is still very professional. There was still a lot of time left for dinner, and Peter Butler was not in a hurry to discuss the issue in depth. Instead, he said, speaking of which, I recently got a set of data. Obviously, influenced by your series of successes in Hollywood, the number of students applying for film and television colleges in North America this year has more than tripled compared to the past. Do you want to give these young people some advice? Actually, I'm a young person too, Simon smiled and said, besides, I don't like to give advice to others because I always think that there is little point in doing so. Peter Butler said, it seems that you haven't changed much from a year ago. Deep down, you are still a pessimist who is alienated from the world. Simon did not comment, maybe. Peter Butler tentatively asked, do you mind if I write this judgment in the article? Simon said indifferently, it's your freedom. It seems that you don't care too much about the media's opinion, Peter Butler said, and then said, then let's talk about movies, Simon. From the original Lola Run to the recent Basic Instinct, in 2 years, you have led a total of 6 films, and all of them have achieved amazing box office results. This has never happened in the entire history of Hollywood. Can you tell me what is the key to the success of these films? Simon thought for a while and said, maybe these films just cater to the needs of the audience. Peter Butler asked, as we all know, The tastes of moviegoers have always been the most difficult thing to guess, otherwise the risks in this industry would not be so great. How do you judge that the films you create and select just meet the needs of the audience? That's a matter of personal talent, Simon said, shaking his head with a smile on his face. And, Peter, if there really was a certain standard, do you think I would tell you? Peter Butler also realized that his question was a bit silly. In 2 years, all 6 movies were box office hits. If Simon really had some tricks, any Hollywood film company would not mind paying any price to get them, so how could he tell me casually? However, after carefully considering the conversation just now, Peter Butler suddenly realized something. He looked at Simon intently and said, "Simon, so, you really have some talent that can ensure the success of a film." Peter, a movie has to go through too many variables and uncertain links from the script to the finished film. Even after the film is completed, the promotion and marketing process of the film will have an unpredictable impact on its market performance. So, I just try my best to ensure that a movie is made the best from beginning to end. Peter Butler retorted, "But, Simon, few people in Hollywood will joke about tens of millions of dollars in investment. Everyone is trying to make the project in their hands the best." The waiter happened to bring up 2 appetizers at this time. Simon waited for a moment, pointed to the seafood salad on the plate and said, "In fact, Hollywood and the catering industry are very similar. Even if a Michelin 1-star chef tries hard, it is difficult to do better than a 3-star chef." Dinner, which was much more sumptuous than lunch, was served one after another, and the two continued to talk. The controversy caused by Pulp Fiction and Basic Instinct, the production progress of Batman, the future development plan of Deaneries Entertainment, the technology stock investment of Westeros Company, etc. Although Simon could not be completely unreserved, compared with many media that had no chance to contact him, Peter Butler still obtained enough exclusive materials to write an article. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when the dinner ended. Sitting in the car, looking at the city lights passing by the coastal highway, Simon's thoughts still stayed on the conversation with Peter Butler tonight. In more than 2 years, from nothing to the current billions of dollars, even if Simon was full of confidence in the future, he still could not expect that he could achieve this level in such a short time. When facing Peter Butler's question about how he felt at dinner just now, Simon really spoke from his heart, because he rose too quickly and suddenly, and he really didn't have time to have much feeling before he found himself standing on the top of the pyramid. Maybe it's time to stop and think carefully. Simon was actually very clear that the 2 main businesses under his name, Westeros Company and Deaneries Entertainment, had accumulated many problems unknowingly due to their rapid expansion. The most obvious point was that he, the 3rd richest man in the Federation, did not have a network of contacts and considerable social influence to match. All he had was a vague personal reputation and a huge fortune that was eye-popping, just like a child standing in a busy city holding a gold nugget. It was true that the United States was a very mature and developed capitalist country, but this did not mean that having capital meant having everything. This was ultimately a world controlled by humans, where humans made rules, humans manipulated rules, and humans broke rules. If he continued to run blindly like this, Simon believed that one day he would find that the business landscape he had built in a very short period of time might be as fragile as the houses of the 2 lazy pigs in the story of the 3 little pigs. The Land Rover stopped in the courtyard of the mansion, and Simon came back to his senses. The lights were on in the living room of the villa, but there was no sign of Janet. Simon untied his tie and walked into the living room next to the living room. He found Janet and Sophia Fessy sitting on the sofa watching TV together. Both women were enjoying a glass of red wine. Seeing Simon, Janet put down her glass, stood up and came over to hug him, saying, "Sophia brought us a few bottles of very good red wine from France. Do you want to try it?" "Okay." Simon nodded, walked over to shake hands with Sophia Fessy, exchanged a few words, and sat down on the sofa next to her. Sophia Fessy also sat down again and watched Janet bring a glass of red wine to Simon. She snuggled in the man's arms and took the initiative to find a topic, saying, "This is a 1982 red wine from the St. Julien district of Bordeaux. The comprehensive score of climate, precipitation, sunlight and other aspects of this area reached 98 points that year. In the previous 20 years, no major wine-producing regions in the world have found such an outstanding year, and it may be difficult to appear again in the future. The red wine of that year will definitely become a classic worth collecting." Janet waited for Sophia to finish speaking, and said, I was discussing buying a winery with Sophia during the day. Simon, what do you think? Simon picked up the goblet and took a sip, then smiled and said, I don't know much about these, as long as you think it's okay. Then I'll let Sophia start looking. Janet helped Simon take off his tie and put it aside, and said, Sophia brought information on a total of 16 properties this time, including London, Paris, Rome, Venice. Anyway, all the major cities in Europe. I took a look, and they are all great houses. Janet said this, and Sophia Fessy noticed Simon's inquiring eyes and took the stack of documents from under the coffee table and handed them to Simon. Simon held Janet's soft body and put the documents on her legs and flipped through them casually. Chapter 198 Cannot Lock. Since he was going to buy a property, Simon naturally chose the best one. However, it was only the 1980s, and many years later, there were basically no luxury houses that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Even Kensington Gardens Street in London, which later gathered a group of the most expensive properties in the world, was only priced at tens of millions at that time. Simon's 5-story villa with more than 30 rooms on Kensington Gardens Street was priced at £18 million, which was already the most expensive of the 16 luxury houses. With Janet's advice, Simon quickly looked through the information of the 16 properties in his hand. Although the overall price of luxury houses in this era was not expensive, the 16 sets together would cost $178 million in US dollars, with an average of $11 million per property. Among them, except for the luxury house on Kensington Gardens Street, which only covers half an acre, the area of many other properties can be measured in hectares. A manor in the western district of Paris with a price of 120 million francs covers an area of 22 hectares. This offer is about $17 million when converted into US dollars. In comparison, the £18 million price tag of the Kensington Gardens Avenue mansion is equivalent to $25 million at the current exchange rate. Of course, except for London and Paris, the prices of top luxury homes in other major European cities are much cheaper. After reading the last piece of information in his hand, Simon looked at Sophia Fessy and said, 16 properties, including the one in Cannes, can you manage it? Sophia Fessy was obviously stunned when she heard it. Although she had carefully selected 16 properties in the past few months, she came here this time. In fact, she only thought that Simon might choose 2 or 3 of them. But listening to Simon's words at this time, he obviously wanted to buy all 16 properties? Exclamation mark. Spending $178 million to purchase 16 properties at one time is definitely a crazy move in this era, when the world's top rich people generally have only a few $billion in assets. What's more, as a former luxury home agent, Sophia Fessy knew that most wealthy people would generally continue to spend a lot of money to renovate the properties after purchasing them, which is also a considerable expense. After a moment of daze, feeling that Simon was still looking at her inquiringly, Sophia Fessy quickly gathered her thoughts and recalled his question. 17 properties, can she take care of them? Many rich people actually have the habit of purchasing multiple properties. If it is the case of purchasing a bunch of small apartments and villas in the past, she can immediately give a positive answer. However, these 17 properties are currently the top batch of luxury homes in Europe. However, in addition to the main villa covering an area of 22 hectares in the western suburbs of Paris, there is also a private horse farm, orchard and lake. Daily maintenance requires at least more than a dozen gardeners and servants. All 17 luxury homes probably need a special team of hundreds of people to maintain them, and this matter is definitely not as simple as ordinary maintenance and cleaning. After hesitating for a while, Sophia Fessy nodded slightly, but still couldn't help confirming, Simon, do you want to buy all these properties? You can start this after you return to Europe, Simon said, patted Janet in his arms, helped the woman up and said, that's it for today. Jenny, help Sophia arrange a room, I'm going to take a shower first. Sophia Fessy watched Simon leave, then looked at Janet, who had not raised any objections to Simon's decision just now, and said, Jenny, do you really intend to let Simon do this? Janet came over and put her arm around Sophia's arm and led her to the guest room, saying, I'm his girlfriend, not his mother. In fact, after spending more time together and getting used to Simon's crazy ideas, you won't feel strange about this kind of thing. Sophia Fessy said, but 16 properties, I don't think it's necessary at all. The most important thing is that a person does whatever he wants, who cares whether it is necessary or not. Janet said, accompanying Sophia to a guest room, where the housekeeper's luggage had been moved during the day. Sophia Fessy opened the suitcase and took out some clothes. She noticed that Janet was still standing at the door and asked curiously, "Jenny, is there anything else?" "No," Janet shook her head, but raised her hand and knocked on the door. With a smile on her face, she said, "Just want to remind you that the door of this bedroom cannot be locked." Janet said, without looking at the housekeeper's expression. She said goodnight and turned to leave. Sophia Fessy couldn't say goodnight at all. She was not a little girl, so how could she not understand the subtext of Janet's words? She forced herself to tidy up her clothes for a while as if nothing had happened. She couldn't help but walk to the door, looked out, closed the door and carefully studied the door handle, and found that Janet was not kidding. It really can't be locked. The figure of her young boss emerged in her mind. Since confirming this employment relationship, Sophia Fessy began to pay close attention to many things related to Simon, and she also realized how legendary this young man was. At the age of 20, when most of his peers were still confused about the future, he had already created achievements that many people might not be able to achieve in several lifetimes. As a mature woman in her prime, or perhaps because of the possessive premise proposed by Simon, she had fantasized about certain things in private, but that was just a fantasy. Although she was very confident in her appearance, otherwise she would not have been able to find a rich husband, but she did not expect him to be really interested in her. Now, looking at the door in front of her, the housekeeper could not help but think about it repeatedly. What if he really broke in tonight? What if he didn't break in tonight? The master bedroom of the villa. Simon took a shower and wiped his hair and walked out of the bathroom. Janet had changed into a light pink silk nightgown and was lying on the big bed flipping through a magazine. When she saw Simon coming out, the woman turned her head and smiled sweetly at him, looking very harmless. Simon was not polite at all. He walked to the bed and raised his hand to slap the woman on the buttocks. After a crisp snap, Janet's eyes immediately turned tearful and she asked, "Why did you hit me?" Simon raised his hand again. "What do you think?" Janet dodged to the side and said, "There are so many bedrooms in the villa, aren't they for entertaining guests? Do I let Sophia stay in a hotel?" Chapter 199. Aren't you ashamed? Perhaps due to the jet lag, Sophia Fessy did not sleep well all night, but she was not tired in the morning. The night attack did not happen. I don't know whether to be thankful or disappointed, and I think it might just be a prank by Janet. When the sky got bright, the housekeeper got out of bed. After a simple selection, she changed into a slightly professional white shirt and black slim trousers, looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction, and walked out of the guest room. It was just past 6 in the morning. I unexpectedly met Simon, who had just woken up, in the corridor. He was wearing a black vest, shorts and sneakers, and he should be going to the gym. Subconsciously glancing at the muscular lines under the man's vest that were no less than those of a professional athlete, Sophia Fessy felt inexplicably guilty, but still forced herself to be calm and greeted him. "Good morning, Simon." "Good morning." Simon was also a little surprised. He stopped and looked at the woman's serious dress, and teased, "Are you going to work?" The housekeeper, who was usually very talkative, felt Simon's eyes and suddenly didn't know how to answer Simon's joke. Simon noticed the woman's restraint and quickly added, "Very beautiful. In fact, I like the way women wear professional suits." Sophia Fessy finally reacted, "Oh, thank you." Simon smiled and said, "Since you are up, help prepare breakfast. I just want to be lazy for once." "Okay." Sophia Fessy nodded, followed Simon to the living room, and asked, "What do you and Jenny like to eat in the morning?" "Just prepare whatever ingredients you like in the kitchen. Jenny and I are not picky about these things," Simon said, and then joked, "Of course, if the food is too bad, as the boss, I will deduct your salary." After completing half an hour of fitness, Simon took a shower and changed his clothes. He didn't need to prepare breakfast, so he sat in the living room and read today's newspaper. Today is August 30th, Tuesday. The discussion caused by the Forbes list last week is still going on. Simon had dinner with Peter Butler last night, and the Los Angeles Times published a lavish interview today. In addition, although only a letter of intent was reached with Terry Semel, Warner couldn't wait to announce in today's Hollywood Reporter that Warner Brothers. Pictures will soon cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment on other projects besides Batman. Warner Brothers has officially started merger negotiations with Time Incorporated in recent months. As a listed company, The timely release of such good news will obviously help stimulate Warner's stock price. Apparently, Simon had seen the news in today's newspaper. In just a short time before breakfast, Simon received several trial calls from Disney, Fox, Orion and other companies. Having created 6 consecutive hit movies that were enough to squeeze into the top 10 of the annual list, Deaneries Entertainment is now a partner that all major Hollywood studios are eager to pursue. Simon does not plan to completely cut off cooperation with the 7 majors in the next few years, but he will not expand the scale of this cooperation too much, so he just perfunctorily responded on the phone. At around 7 o'clock, Sophia prepared breakfast. Janet had also gotten up, and everyone sat in the restaurant together. Last night, Simon severely dealt with her because of Sophia's matter. After waking up from a beautiful sleep, Janet was still radiant, and it was obvious that the scar had healed and the pain had been forgotten. After tasting the cream pancakes, corn sweet soup and fruit salad carefully prepared by Sophia, Janet couldn't help but praise, "It's really good, Sophia. I want to keep you as our chef. Simon's breakfast is much worse than yours." Simon glanced at Janet. "As a girlfriend, don't you feel ashamed for saying such things?" Janet blinked innocently. "Why should I be ashamed?" Simon rolled his eyes helplessly. Sophia smiled but did not interrupt. Simon drank a few sips of corn sweet soup and talked about business. "A total of 5 people from the company will go to Australia with us this time. You said you would be in charge of this trip. How are the preparations going?" Janet nodded and said, "It has been done a long time ago. I have rented a Boeing 767. If you are sure you will not delay any more, we will set off at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and arrive in Melbourne at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on September 1st in Australia. It's a direct flight without stopping in the middle." Simon recalled some information he had read before and said, "Boeing 767, this is Boeing's medium-sized jet airliner. Are you sure it's okay to fly directly to Melbourne?" "Of course. This is an ultra-long-range Boeing 767-200ER with a standard full-load endurance of more than 12,000 kilometers. However, if it is used as a private aircraft, the range can reach 16,000 kilometers. Los Angeles to Melbourne is less than 13,000 kilometers." Sophia heard Janet say this and said, "The Boeing 767 is a twin-engine passenger aircraft. It should be subject to the twin-engine extended-range flight restrictions, right?" Twin-engine extended-range flight is a requirement put forward by the International Civil Aviation Organization to ensure the flight safety of twin-engine passenger aircraft. It stipulates that if a twin-engine passenger aircraft fails and shuts down during flight, a single engine can be guaranteed to reach the alternate airport within 120 minutes at any point on the route. The cruising speed of subsonic jet airliners is usually less than 1,000 kilometers, and it is difficult to meet this requirement for trans-Pacific flights involving tens of thousands of kilometers. Janet shook her head and said, "Private aircraft are not subject to this restriction." Simon also roughly understood this matter, but he didn't care too much. He asked Sophia, "When do you plan to return to Europe?" Sophia heard this and looked at Janet. Janet said, "I intercepted a press release about a nurse in the Watsonville hospital a few days ago. In order to prevent those people from continuing to talk nonsense, I want George and Sophia to contact some people to sign a confidentiality agreement." Simon paused. He was not shy about his experience in the Watsonville mental hospital, but he didn't want people to always discuss this matter over and over again. After thinking about it, he said, "I'll call Dr. Chapman later. He took very good care of me at the time. George and Sophia can go there and ask him to help with this matter." Janet nodded. "I was planning to do that anyway. If George and Sophia came directly to Dr. Chapman and asked him to sign a confidentiality agreement, it would definitely be very hurtful. But if Dr. Chapman cooperated with George and Sophia on this matter, it would mean pulling the other party to his side and retaining a favor." Since Janet thought of this, Simon said no more. Janet usually looks lazy and careless, but Simon knows that she is smarter and more careful than most people. If he hadn't asked, the woman might have handled the matter properly in private. Because this trip to Australia was not just for work, Simon rushed back to Malibu in the afternoon to prepare with Janet. He got up very early the next day and arrived at Los Angeles International Airport at 6 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, everyone was there, and a Boeing 767 slid into the sky from the airport runway on time. Compared to Simon's Gulfstream IV, which only has a capacity of 20 passengers, Janet's Boeing 767-200ER has a standard passenger capacity of more than 200. However, the leasing company converted it into passenger and cargo aircraft. Except for the luxurious cabin in the front part of the fuselage that can accommodate about 30 people, most of the space has been cleared, which greatly reduces the basic weight of the aircraft and maximizes its fuel-saving endurance. At this time, in the cabin, in addition to the crew of 4 pilots and 4 stewardesses, Simon and his party had a total of 9 people: Simon and Janet, Neil Bennett and Ken Dixon, and 5 employees of Deanery's Entertainment, including Simon's personal assistant Jennifer. In the 1980s, there were no direct commercial flights from Los Angeles to Melbourne. If ordinary people wanted to make such a journey, they usually had to transfer twice from Los Angeles to Hawaii and Sydney to reach Melbourne, and the whole process could take more than 20 hours. Because there was no need to stop over, Simon and his party's trip was about 16 hours. There is an 18-hour time difference between Los Angeles and Melbourne. They set off at 7 a.m. on August 31st and were expected to arrive at 5 p.m. local time on September 1st. Simon would not waste the 16-hour flight time. In an office in the cabin, Simon was about to look through a pile of materials that he planned to read during his trip to Australia, but Jennifer took out a package and said, "This was delivered from San Francisco yesterday afternoon. You had already left early." Simon took the package and looked at it. It was not a commercial express. There was only a simple signature on the outside of the square box with a marker, Steve Jobs. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Simon opened the package. Inside was a videotape and a page of notes. Simon handed the videotape to Jennifer and picked up the note himself. There was only a short sentence on it: "Simon, if you are interested in Pixar, you can call me." Then there was a phone number. Jennifer put the videotape into the VCR in the office, and a 3D animation titled "Tin Soldier" soon appeared on the TV screen in the corner. After playing for a while, Jennifer turned around and took the initiative to explain, "I checked. This short film was released at the beginning of last month in conjunction with Fox's The Last Tycoon. The response from the industry was very good. In addition, the launch of new products of Steve Jobs' next computer company was delayed again, and the sales of Pixar's image computers were also very bleak. He urgently needed to get rid of this burden." At the beginning, Jobs acquired Pixar from Lucas for $5 million, and invested another $5 million to keep the studio running. He obtained a total of 70% of the shares, and the other 30% of the shares were held by Pixar employees. Considering the graphics software such as Renderman rendering tools that Pixar has developed in the past 2 years, its current value should be around $20 million. Simon listened to Jennifer's introduction and looked at the still very rough baby shape on the screen. He also knew that it was very rare to achieve this level when Pixar was short of funds. After the short film was played, Simon did not deliberately delay. He picked up the phone on the desk and dialed the number on the note. The call was connected and quickly transferred to Jobs. The two were not familiar with each other. After a few pleasantries, Simon got straight to the point and said, "Steve, can you give me a quote? $30 million? It's too high. You and I both know that this is impossible. Of course I really want to get Pixar, but you should also know about Deanery's special effects. Frankly speaking, I'm only interested in Pixar's Renderman rendering system. If I get this software, Deanery's special effects can save more than half a year. Even if you contact me after March next year, I may not need this company anymore. $20 million US. This is the highest offer I've made, and this offer is for the entire Pixar. You need to be responsible for persuading Pixar employees to give up their existing equity." Simon did not intend to make too many concessions on the offer. Jobs was obviously eager to get rid of Pixar, so there was no need to argue too much. The two bargained over some details on the phone, and the matter was basically finalized. Simon hung up the phone and called Jennifer's father again, asking James Rebold to contact Jobs to formally indicate the acquisition. After getting this done, Simon did not feel much excitement about picking up a bargain. When he decided not to rely on Pixar for the plan to make animated films, Simon made up his mind that if he could not take over the company, he would destroy it as much as possible. With his current strength, it is not difficult to do this. As far as I can remember, the biggest reason why Pixar was able to continue to successfully produce Toy Story until the mid-1990s was that Pixar's image computers gradually opened up sales, and the largest sales target happened to be Disney. Therefore, if Simon wanted to suppress Pixar, He only needed to reach an agreement with Disney and refuse to purchase image computers from Pixar. In comparison, Silicon Graphics, which Westeros holds a large stake in, also produces top-level graphics workstations. Simon did not even need to find an additional reason to do so. It was completely legitimate business competition. However, it is definitely a good thing to take over Pixar. Disney's special effects will no longer need to spend time developing rendering systems, and Pixar's 3D animation technology can also make a good supplement to Disney's special effects technology. Of course, the most important thing is John Lasseter's team. Simon had already considered poaching. In the past, John Lasseter refused Disney's recruitment after Tin Tin Soldier won the Oscar. It is rumored that Disney visited him 3 times, but because it could not get this talent, it finally chose to cooperate in a roundabout way, and finally contributed to the birth of Toy Story. During this process, John Lasseter was loyal to Jobs. But in fact, things were not so legendary. Tintin was released in 1988, while Toy Story was launched in 1991 and was completed after repeated setbacks in the following years. Obviously, if Disney was really so eager to recruit talents, there would not be a 3-year window period, and there would be no setbacks such as project suspension during the production of Toy Story. Therefore, with Disney's Entertainment's current industry status, Simon does not even need to offer a very special price, and it is very likely to recruit John Lasseter. Of course, now that the entire Pixar has been taken over, there is definitely no need to do this anymore. Chapter 200. In the spacious cabin of the Boeing 767, Simon felt the same as on the ground during the long 16-hour journey. He worked, ate, and slept. When he woke up again, the plane had entered the southern airspace of Australia. Looking out the window, the city of Melbourne and the Port Phillip Bay surrounding the city were clearly visible. Melbourne was in winter at the end of August. The temperature difference between the 4 seasons and a coastal city is usually not too big, but it is not something that a summer outfit in Los Angeles can resist. In the cabin bedroom, Janet helped Simon dress up as usual, and looked at him wearing a dark wool sweater and black casual pants. She then put a black short windbreaker on the man, and finally nodded with satisfaction and said, "You will look more mature this way." Simon looked at the light pink coat on the woman with a smile, and said, "So, is there anything else you want to tell me, such as some topics that you must not mention in front of your family?" "Tony hates it most when people talk about being beaten by girls when he was a child." Janet tilted her head, obviously as if deliberately reminding her, but quickly took out a watch from her bag and handed it over, saying, "Here, just wear this. You certainly don't mind trying to please my old man a little, right? I've adjusted the Melbourne time for you." Simon took a look. This was the Patek Philippe Emerald stainless steel model 1518 that Janet's father had brought to him by Janet's eldest brother Anthony Johnston on his 20th birthday at the beginning of the year. This was Patek Philippe's first perpetual calendar watch. As a classic luxury watch brand, more than 90% of Patek Philippe's watches are made of precious metals. The stainless steel models, which are said to be manufactured in single digits, have become the most precious collection. The most precious thing is that the watch in front of you, which was manufactured during the Second World War, is still brand new. Simon took it and put it on his wrist, and said with a smile, "You have been keeping it all the time. I thought you were going to collect it. Dad likes to collect watches, not me." Moreover, the collection value of watches is actually very low. No matter how expensive and luxurious the watches are, they are mass-produced and recent. It is Patek Philippe, a brand that is good at making complex function watches, that is worth collecting. However, as long as you like it and have enough money, of course you can collect whatever you want, Janet said, and suddenly laughed again. The old man likes the gold watch section in Pulp Fiction very much, but he said that the means of preserving the gold watch are too vulgar, haha. After saying this and tidying up, the Boeing 767 roared and landed on the runway of Melbourne Airport. When Simon got off the plane, he looked at his newly changed watch. The time was 5:23. Because the daytime is short in winter, the sun was already setting. When everyone got off the plane, Simon saw Janet's eldest brother Anthony Johnston and some other people coming to greet them. He greeted everyone enthusiastically. Anthony turned to Simon and said, "Let's go back quickly. Everyone is waiting for you." After going through some necessary formalities, everyone left the airport quickly. Jennifer and several other followers were arranged to go to the hotel in the city center, while Simon and Janet took a car to Johnston's house. Starting from Melbourne Airport in the western suburbs, after more than half an hour's journey, the car entered a tree-shaded manor on the Yarra River in the eastern suburbs. When the car stopped in front of the main building of the manor, Simon couldn't help but stop and look at the building in front of him after getting off the car. This is obviously an English-style castle with a Gothic spire, but without the dense curved columns of the Palace of Westminster. It looks square and majestic against the golden sunset. However, Simon's stop was not because of the style of the building. Anthony Johnston came over, stood beside him and looked at his own mansion side by side, and said with a smile, "I have seen some of your concept drawings of Batman. Is this house suitable for Wayne Manor? Oh, but I can't lend it to you. There are still some similar buildings around Melbourne. You can take your time to choose in the next few days." Simon certainly didn't want to use Janet's house as a filming location. Even if Melbourne couldn't find other castles suitable for Wayne Manor, there were many in the UK, and many of them were even abandoned. He just thought this coincidence was very interesting at this time. Janet came over and took Simon's arm, saying, "Dad and the others are coming out, let's go over." At this time, a group of people came out of the castle. Janet had already shown Simon photos of her family, and Simon could roughly identify the identities of some people. Raymond Johnston, who happened to be 70 years old this year, was tall and thin, with grey hair and sharp eyes. He had the sturdy temperament of an old cowboy in the West. He obviously didn't seem like someone who was too easy to get along with. Tracy Johnston is Janet's mother. Compared to her imposing husband, this old lady has a much softer temperament. When everyone approached, Janet jumped into her mother's arms like a little bird. After introducing each other, in addition to Janet's parents, there were Janet's eldest brother Anthony Johnston and his family of 4 and second brother Norman Johnston and his family of 3. Simon did not see Janet's aunt Veronica Johnston and her other 2 brothers David Johnston and Patrick Johnston. He actually knew that Anthony Johnston's eldest son did not show up either, which avoided some minor embarrassment, because Raymond Johnston's eldest grandson, Janet's nephew Brandon Johnston, was also 20 years old this year, the same age as Simon. As night fell, the Johnston family had prepared dinner in advance. Inside the castle, after settling down in the room, Janet directly left Simon to her father and brother. Like a little girl, she clung to her mother and went to the kitchen together. She watched the chefs and servants busy preparing dinner. She picked up a piece of dessert and ate it without caring about her image. She asked her mother, "Mom, even if David and Pat can't come back from the UK, what about Iceberg? Why isn't she here?" Tracy Johnston no longer expected her daughter to change her way of addressing her sister-in-law. She said helplessly, "Your aunt went to Perth a few days ago. It seems that it was about a mine in Western Australia." Janet was puzzled and said, "She is in charge of the company's finances. Shouldn't Dad and brother come forward for such matters?" Tracy Johnston opened her daughter's hand that was reaching for a piece of cake and said, "I don't know about that, but your father and brother are gone. Who'll entertain the guests? Then I'll wait for her to come back. She will definitely be back in the next few days, right?" Janet said, facing her mother's puzzled eyes, and took the initiative to explain, "She has done a lot of things for Simon and me. Of course we have to thank her. It's really strange to say, she has never been so enthusiastic before." Tracy Johnston said in a doting tone, "Your aunt has always been the best to you. What's so strange about that? You girl, you just don't know how to be content." Okay, Janet hugged her mother again, and suddenly said, "Wow, I understand." Tracy Johnston was a little dissatisfied with her daughter's surprise. She helped her straighten her crooked collar and said, "What? I have brought my boyfriend back." Janet analyzed with some pride. Aunt must not want Dad to nag about her again, so she deliberately avoided him. Tracy Johnston's expression also showed some helplessness. She pushed her daughter again and said, "Okay, don't make trouble here. Go and accompany the guests. Just call him Simon, there's no need to talk about guest or guest." Janet smiled, and then leaned close to her mother's ear and whispered, "Mom, what do you think of him?" Tracy Johnston smiled and said, "Your father thinks he's very good, and I think he's okay too." Janet was dissatisfied. "Just good. Daughters really always favor outsiders." Tracy Johnston patted Janet, looked at the chefs and servants around, and then said, "Your father said that there is one thing about this child that is very satisfying. If you treat him well, he will treat you well." Janet nodded twice and asked, "Anything else?" Tracy Johnston smiled and said, He can make a lot of money, enough to support a little spendthrift girl like you. Janet pouted in dissatisfaction and continued to ask, anything else? Who would chase after their mother to brag about their boyfriend? Tracy Johnston pretended to be dissatisfied and blamed her, and whispered, when you get along with each other on a daily basis, is there any problem with him in that aspect? Janet pretended to have misunderstood, blushing as she imitated her mother's tone. How can you chase your daughter to ask about her boyfriend? After saying this, seeing her mother glaring at her, Janet quickly added, it's okay, he has always been normal, he should be completely recovered. I heard that mental illness is difficult to cure, and it can be inherited. Tracy Johnston was still a little worried. Will he throw things in private, or hit you? Janet immediately shook her head. Of course not. The mother and daughter were talking in low voices, and dinner was ready before they knew it. The men who were originally chatting in the living room turned into the dining room. There were 11 people in the family, big and small, young and old, and surrounded by servants, which seemed very lively. In the following days, Simon also settled down in the Johnston family's mansion, and he also got to know more about this family. The Johnston family is centered on the Johnston Holding Group. 70% of the family's business is in ore mining and smelting, another 20% is in transportation, and the last 10% is in some peripheral industries such as animal husbandry. Raymond Johnston, 70 years old this year, is still the chairman of the family group and is based in Australia. Janet's aunt Veronica Johnston is the group's chief financial officer. Anthony Johnston and Norman Johnston serve as the group's CEO and president respectively. Anthony Johnston is mainly responsible for European business, and Norman Johnston is in charge of Asia and Africa. The Johnston Group's business in North America and Latin America seems a bit weak. In addition to Anthony Johnston and Norman Johnston, Raymond Johnston's other two sons, David Johnston and Patrick Johnston, are not interested in family affairs. David Johnston, 25, and Patrick Johnston, 22, are still studying in the UK. In Janet's words, David Johnston is a standard nerd and Patrick Johnston is a standard dandy. Raymond Johnston thought he would be like his father and grandfather, but after unexpectedly having two sons, he put all his energy into training Anthony Johnston and Norman Johnston. The eldest and second sons are also very outstanding. So, when it was Janet's turn, Raymond Johnston was no longer so strict with them, and did not force them to inherit family affairs, so the current result appeared. As for the main purpose of Simon's trip, Batman, with the help of the Johnston family's strong connections in Melbourne, it had been basically finalized before he arrived. It is expected that helicopters will be used in the filming of Batman. Helicopters are prohibited from flying over Melbourne, which is similar to the problem encountered by The Matrix in the original Time and Space. However, compared with The Matrix, which was almost suspended because of this, Melbourne had already issued a new law before Simon came to Australia, relaxing the restrictions on helicopters flying in the city. Simon came here in person to sort out the selected filming locations. The company sent a special location scout here a few months ago. For several months, Simon has been remotely scouting the locations through fax, so there is no big problem in this regard. In addition, regarding the tax refund issue, the Melbourne Film Bureau finally agreed to give Batman 15% of the expenditure in Australia as a tax refund for the entire project. This ratio is not high compared to Australia's support for local films, but compared to other foreign films shot in Australia, this tax refund ratio is already very good. Moreover, the tax refund agreement signed with Deaneries Entertainment is also very loose, which is what Simon values most. Because usually, if overseas films want to get a tax refund, it is not as simple as shooting in Australia. In most cases, it also requires the participation of Australian funds and the employment of a certain proportion of Australian filmmakers. Even the daily expenses of the crew in Australian cities are subject to certain restrictions. They must consume a fixed amount of money every day to get a tax refund. If there are any problems in any of these links, the tax refund may be lost or reduced. In comparison, the contract obtained by Deaneries Entertainment only requires the employment of 30% of Australian employees, and does not require Australian funds to participate in the investment. There is no limit on the crew's expenses in Australia. After the filming of the movie is completed, Deaneries Entertainment only needs to provide a total expenditure report to obtain a 15% cash refund in proportion. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, Every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.